Tonight, we are going to follow the money. Not one fortune, but four. And not one city, but the long westward drift of wealth itself, across 1400 years. It begins in a lagoon in the 5th century, among refugees who owned nothing but mud and salt water. It ends in a marble house on 5th Avenue, in a room where the last of a great American fortune was quietly spent. In between, the center of the world's money moves the way weather moves, slowly and then all at once. From Venice to Florence, from Florence to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to New York. 4 empires, 4 rises, and 4 long, quiet declines. You do not need to stay awake for all of it. That is rather the point. The ledger will still be here in the morning. Before we begin, if you would like the ledger opened again next week, the subscribe button is just below. Best to press it now, while the lamp is still lit. Dim the lamp, I'll keep the ledger. In the year 452, a wave of terror moved across the Italian mainland. Attila, the Hun, descended upon the cities of Padua and Aquileia with fire and conquest, and the people fled. They fled into a place no one wanted, no one valued, a flat lagoon of mud, marsh, and thin water between the sea and the land, islands of reeds and mist, where the mainland ended in a whisper. These were ordinary people, merchants and craftspeople and priests, carrying whatever they could hold, moving into exile without knowing they were building something that would change the world. They had lost everything, their homes, their businesses, their security, and they had only one advantage. They were desperate enough to survive in a place that seemed like death itself. Here, in this worthless mud, with nothing but wooden piles and salt water, they began something that would not die for 1,345 years. They built Venice. Venice would become a name that meant money, power, trade, the conquest of continents without armies. It would become a republic that turned the accident of exile into the architecture of empire. It would invent banking and dominate Mediterranean trade for 1,000 years. But in the beginning, it was just mud and determination, and the refusal to accept that some places are uninhabitable. This is the story of how refugees who lost everything learned to build something on nothing. It is the story of how they turned exile into empire, mud into monuments, and how their choices transformed not just their own lives, but the entire course of human commerce and power. It is the story of Venice. When Attila the Hun sacked Aquileia in the summer of 452, he burned temples and drowned the city in blood. The survivors, Roman citizens of the mainland, merchants, craftspeople, priests, had nowhere to go but water. They took boats into the lagoon that surrounded the tiny islands of Rialto, Torcello, and Malamocco. The city of Altinum, further along the coast, burned as well. The refugees fled west into a place so hostile and so useless that no one would follow them there, carrying what they could hold, abandoning everything else. They were not explorers seeking fortune, they were exiles, unwilling children. The lagoon in those centuries was not what we remember from paintings. It was not picturesque. It was not a tourist marvel, it was a half-world between two states of matter. Not quite water, not quite land. The mud lay thick in places, 15 feet deep or more. the accumulated silt of 10,000 years of rivers flowing down from the Alps. In summer, the smell was of decay and salt and trapped things. In winter, the water was cold enough to paralyze. The reeds grew in tangles, and the salt pans glittered in sunlight like a poisoned garden. The mosquitoes, by some accounts, were so thick that you could not breathe without choking on them. The earliest settlers lived in huts of woven reeds and driftwood, half buried in the mud, built on stilts driven into the soft ground. Their homes were scattered across the lagoon surface, accessible only by boat. Their children often died of fever. Hunger was constant. They ate fish, small grey fish, eels, the occasional bird, and they ate whatever they could coax from the marsh. A Roman official named Cassiodorus, writing in the 6th century, described these lagoon dwellers as people whose homes were dispersed across the water itself, with boats tied at their doors. He noted their focus on salt works and fishing, the tidal rhythms that governed their days, how the withdrawing tide closed access to the sea while the returning flood opened it again. This was one of the first surviving descriptions of the people who would become Venice, written by an outsider who observed their strange way of life with something between fascination and pity. Yet there was one profound advantage to this wasteland, and it was the only advantage that mattered. No one could conquer it. No cavalry could charge through mud, no army wanted it. No barbarian king would waste his conquest on mud. The lagoon was too shallow for invasion, too treacherous to navigate without local knowledge, too worthless to be worth the conquest. And so the refugees stayed. More people fled here as waves of invasions continued. Lombards in 568, further waves of terror from the north, and with each fresh exodus, the lagoon grew more populated. Slowly, almost without intention, they began to organize. Families who had lost everything found that in this together, in this shared misery, they could survive. They began to trade salt, which the lagoon produced endlessly, valuable salt, the kind that preserved meat and fed empires. They began to fish more deliberately, not just to eat, but to sell. They began to understand that this place, however terrible, had something the mainland did not: safety. It had isolation. It had freedom from conquest. By the year 600, there were villages throughout the lagoon. By 700, there was something that looked like a city structure, a loose federation of settlements, each looking out at its own canals and islands. The greatest concentration was at Rialto, where the channels came together, where the soil was slightly firmer, where a market could form. The settlers had learned, through trial and 1,000 small deaths, how to live in mud. They knew which paths would hold a horse, which would swallow you. They knew which reeds could be used for fuel, which for building. They knew the smell of water that would poison you and the smell of water that was safe. They had become, by necessity and repetition, the only people on earth who truly understood this particular piece of hell. And this knowledge, this intimate, hard-won knowledge of the lagoon, would become their first and greatest asset. When kingdoms fell all around them, when Rome itself became dust and memory, when the mainland collapsed into chaos and uncertainty, the refugees and their children and their children's children held their lagoon. They held it because they alone could live there. They held it because they had nothing else. They held it because the shallow water that had seemed like a prison became their shield. Something no army could cross, something that made them invulnerable in a way that no walled city could be. The depth of the lagoon was the key. In most places, the water was only 6 feet deep, sometimes less. A cavalry horse could not charge through mud 6 feet deep. A sailing ship could not navigate water that shallow. An invading army would need to wade, to swim, to abandon the advantages that made them dangerous. The very features that made the lagoon seem worthless to the outside world, its shallowness, its mud, its constant tidal changes, were the features that made it the safest place in a dangerous world. As the centuries passed and invasions continued and new refugees arrived, the settlements that had huddled on the islands learned to spread outward, to claim more of the lagoon. They connected islands with bridges and dikes. They dredged channels to move boats deeper into their territory. They began to understand the lagoon not as a barrier to be endured, but as a kingdom to be organized and exploited. The lagoon had been a refuge from desperation. It was becoming a place of organization, of intention, of controlled growth. By the time the 8th and 9th centuries arrived, the lagoon settlements had developed enough organization that they could function as a unified entity during crisis. When the Frankish Empire sent naval expeditions to threaten the lagoon, the Venetians could coordinate their defense, gathering ships from across the scattered settlements to defend their common home. They understood, without anyone explicitly stating it, that they were no longer a collection of isolated refugees, but a people with shared interests, shared enemies, and a shared determination to survive. And they held it because, slowly, without understanding the future they were building, they were beginning to trade. They were beginning to understand that the mud and water and salt that surrounded them could be transformed into power. And the wealth would be scratched into the mud. To build a city, you need ground. Venice had no ground. It had only water and the idea that ground could be made if you were patient enough and desperate enough to try. In the mud of the lagoon, millions of wooden piles were driven down into the earth. The wood chosen was alder and oak from the northern forests, trees dense enough to resist rot, strong enough to bear weight, felled in vast quantities and transported by water to the construction sites. Archaeologists who have examined the foundations of Venice in modern times have marveled at the precision of this work. Each pile was typically between 30 and 40 centimeters in diameter. Each was driven deep into the anaerobic mud, the mud without oxygen, where something remarkable happened. In that oxygen-free darkness, the wood did not rot. It hardened instead. It became, over the years and decades, as hard as stone, petrified by the very absence of air that would normally have destroyed it. The mud itself, layered and compressed, became almost concrete. Modern engineers have calculated that millions upon millions of these piles were driven into the mud beneath Venice, an astonishing number. A feat of industrial effort sustained over stays. The workers who did this work lived and died by it. Imagine a man standing waist-deep in lagoon water in the summer heat, driving a pile with a hammer, over and over thousands of times, the mud never quite firm enough to stand on, the smell of the water in his nose, his skin beginning to break out in salt sores. Imagine doing this work for days, weeks, months, years. Imagine training your son and your grandson to do the same work, passing down the knowledge of which muds would support weight and which would not, which techniques worked and which had failed 1,000 times before. This was the price of building Venice. On top of these pilings, layer by layer, they laid beams and then boards and then the distinctive Istrian stone, pale, durable stone from the coast across the Adriatic, placed in plates atop the wooden foundations. They built complex systems beneath each building, each layer of wood and stone and brick slowly compressing the earth beneath it into something that could hold weight. And then they built walls, and then they built entire buildings. They also built wells to gather rainwater, a precious resource in a city surrounded by salt lagoon, wells that had to be carefully engineered to avoid contamination. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the process had become routine enough that builders could construct multi-story structures, something that would have seemed impossible 3 centuries earlier. The technique is still not fully understood by modern engineers, but the basic principle is sound. The anaerobic mud and the hardened pilings created a foundation that, while unstable by most standards, was stable enough. It would hold. It held for centuries. The campanili, the bell towers that still lean in Venice today, are living evidence of the slight instability of the ground beneath, yet they have endured for centuries, testimony to the genius of the builders who understood how to work with, rather than against, the mud. By the time the Republic of Venice was formally organized in the 10th century, under leaders they called doges, the city had already performed its first miracle. It existed. A city, an actual city with streets and buildings and markets, stood in the middle of the sea where no city should be. Travelers coming from the mainland would see it in the distance, a shimmer of spires and rooftops rising from water that was only 6 feet deep in most places. They could not quite believe it was real. The architecture itself seemed to defy nature, buildings that appeared to float, churches whose bells rang out over nothing but water in all directions, homes where you could stand on a terrace and see only sky and sea and the city beneath you. This miracle, this impossible city on wooden legs, produced a psychological effect on everyone who encountered it. If these people could build a city in the middle of the sea, what else might they accomplish? If they could overcome geography itself, what could stop them? The Venetians themselves began to believe in the power of their own determination. They had already done the impossible. Everything else was just details. As they drove more piles deeper into the mud, as they perfected their techniques over generations, they discovered something else. They could modify their environment. A canal that was too shallow could be dredged, deepened, widened. Land that was marshy could be built upon with the right techniques. Islands that were separate could be connected with fill and bridges. The tides that had once ruled them could be channeled and directed. They were not, for the first time in human history, living within constraints of nature as passive recipients. They were actively reshaping their world. They were showing that human intelligence and human labor, applied with persistence, could transform even the most hostile landscape into something habitable, something organized, something that could grow and prosper. This was the beginning of Venice, not just as a city, but as a force. The transformation of mud into empire had begun, and it had begun with wood and human stubbornness, and a refusal to accept that some places were unlivable. The knowledge required to build on wooden legs became the knowledge required to modify the lagoon itself. The techniques for driving piles became the techniques for dredge channels. The understanding of anaerobic mud became the understanding that the lagoon was not just a place that happened, but a place that could be made, shaped, directed. Every time a Venetian drove a new pile, every time they laid a new stone, every time they dredged a canal deeper, they were saying the same thing. We will not accept limits. We will remake this world in the image of our will. This attitude, this refusal to accept that some places were unconquerable, this belief that human effort and ingenuity could overcome almost any obstacle, would define Venice forever. It was an attitude born not of arrogance, but of desperation. They had no choice but to believe it. And in believing it, in acting on it, in proving it true again and again over centuries, they transformed not just their city, but the possibilities of what human beings could achieve through organization, skill, and determination. The first wealth of Venice came not from conquest, but from evaporation. When seawater is trapped in shallow ponds in the sun, the water disappears, but the salt remains. By the 8th century, this process, simple enough to describe, had become the foundation of Venetian prosperity. The lagoon itself was a salt factory. As tidal waters flooded into the low areas around the islands, the Venetians built ponds and channels to direct the water into controlled reservoirs working pan by pan through the seasons. In summer, the water would evaporate gradually, concentrating the salt crystals. When autumn came and the rains returned, the salt would be harvested before being washed away again. In an age before refrigeration, salt was more precious than gold in many contexts. It was the only reliable way to preserve meat and fish so they would not rot. Armies could not move without it. Merchants could not store their goods without it. Cities could not feed themselves without access to salt. Salt was, in effect, the white gold of the medieval world, and Venice had it in quantities that most places could not match. The salt ponds of the lagoon could produce thousands of tons annually. Venetian merchants began to trade this salt, moving it by boat to the mainland, to Dalmatia, to North Africa, slowly establishing a monopoly on salt trade throughout the northern Mediterranean. The Venetian Republic even forced its neighbors to purchase Venetian salt, rather than producing their own, leveraging its control of this vital resource into political power. The salt pans worked through the seasons in geometric patterns, white salt glistening in the sun, the harvest collected in careful stages, each pan producing its quota of crystalline wealth. Cassiodorus, in his 6th century letter, had written that all of your attention is focused on your salt works, and he was describing something that would define Venice for 1,000 years. With the salt trade came the first Venetian commercial networks. A merchant family would organize the harvesting of salt in the summer, would contract with boat owners to transport it, would establish relationships with traders in other cities who would buy it. These were the first steps toward the complex mercantile structure that Venice would later perfect. The families that dominated the salt trade, names like Contarini, Mocenigo, and Dandolo, became the first Venetian aristocracy. They were not warriors or priests, they were traders, and Venice became, from its beginning, a city that honored and elevated those who could move goods from one place to another at a profit. The salt trade also established a crucial principle. The Venetians understood that control of a commodity created power. If you could control the supply of salt, you could control prices. If you could control prices, you could grow rich. And if you grew rich, you could afford better boats, better organization, better soldiers to protect your trade routes. This was capitalism in its most basic form, the pure logic of supply and control, and Venice learned it earlier and more thoroughly than any other European city. Fishing followed salt. The lagoon itself was stocked with fish, grey mullet, eels, little fish whose names have been forgotten. These were not the fish of luxury. They were not what a wealthy man ate. But they were abundant, and they could be dried or salted and traded. Fish weirs were built, elaborate systems of stakes and nets designed to trap fish as the tides moved through them. Eel harvests, in particular, became a specialized trade, with families developing secret knowledge about where and when the eels ran. The fishing families of Venice learned to work the water in every season, developing nets and techniques that were passed down through families over generations. A good fisherman knew the lagoon like a shepherd knows a pasture. He knew where the fish gathered, when they gathered, and how to catch them. He knew how to read the water itself, seeing in its surface ripples invisible to outsiders. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Venice was producing surplus. The city was producing more salt and fish than it needed to eat, and this meant it could trade for other things. Grain from the mainland moved down the rivers from Lombardy and the Veneto, grain that was essential for feeding the city's growing population. Wine from the hills of the mainland, cloth from the northern workshops, woven by hands that had never seen the sea. Trade up the rivers into Lombardy was particularly important. Venetian salt and fish in exchange for the grain that fed the city, for timber, for the goods that could be resold to the south and east. The rivers became highways, and Venice became the toll booth through which goods had to pass. Once trade begins, it tends to accelerate. A merchant in Venice would buy fish from the fisherman, would trade it for cloth in another city, would come back with cloth to sell, would use the profit to buy more fish, more salt, and establish a route to a third city. Trade created wealth, wealth created the ability to buy more goods, and the ability to buy more goods meant the opportunity to create more wealth. This was not complicated economics. It was simply the recognition that if you had something other people wanted, you could exchange it for something you wanted, and the difference between what you bought for and what you sold for was profit. Profit that could then be invested in more goods, more ships, more routes. The rhythm of the lagoon, the rise and fall of the tides, the seasons of harvest, the seasons when the rivers were high and navigation was easy, and the seasons when travel was dangerous became the rhythm of commerce. Merchants learned to read the seasons as carefully as the fishermen read the water. They planned their expeditions around the tides and the weather, knowing that timing meant everything. A merchant who departed in the right season might reach his destination in weeks. A merchant who departed at the wrong time might take months, if he survived at all. The Venetians were not particularly unusual in this regard. Many medieval cities engaged in trade. Many had merchants, many had organized markets, many understood the basics of buying and selling. But Venice had one crucial advantage. It controlled the interface between the Mediterranean and the northern European rivers. It was positioned, by accident of geography and hard effort, to become a throughput for goods moving in both directions. Every merchant coming from Lombardy with grain or cloth or wine had to come through Venetian territory. Every merchant trying to reach the markets of the north from the south had to pass through Venice. Venice was not just a city, it was a toll station. It was a tax collector. It was the gate through which commerce had to pass. The salt and fish were merely the beginning. They were proof of concept. They showed that the Venetians could organize themselves to produce trade and profit. They showed that the lagoon, which had seemed like a prison, could be productive. They showed that even in a place that had nothing, human effort and organization could create something. Once that was proven, the question became, what else could be moved, traded, and profited from? What other goods could flow through the Venetian gateway? The answer would come soon enough, and it would change everything. It would transform Venice from a collection of fishing villages into a merchant republic. It would make the city wealthy beyond what the first refugees could have imagined. It would give them power that extended across the Mediterranean and beyond. But it all began with salt. It all began with the simplest of transactions: water, sun, evaporation, and the will to profit from even the most basic resources. A city needs laws, a city needs order, a city needs above all a structure that will hold together even as its people change and its wealth shifts. Venice, growing from a collection of refugee villages into an actual state, faced this challenge earlier than most European cities because its situation was so precarious. One bad storm could destroy the dikes, one bad decision could alienate a trading partner and collapse the economy, one conflict between families could tear the whole thing apart. The solution the Venetians devised was to turn their republic into something resembling a corporation, designed to outlast any single man. In the 9th century, they established the position of the Doge, a lifetime chief executive, not a king, but something closer to a very powerful CEO. The Doge was elected through a deliberately absurd multi-stage system: first a nomination, then a ballot, then a lottery to select the electors, then another ballot among those electors, a system so deliberately cumbersome that no single faction could easily control it, a system designed to prevent any Doge from becoming too powerful. The Doge was elected by an assembly of the greatest merchant families, each of whom had significant power. Below the Doge were councils, the Council of 10, the Great Council that represented the major trading interests. Laws were made not by the whim of a single ruler, but through deliberation and voting, with the understanding that stability served everyone's interests better than chaos. The Great Council's rolls were formally closed in 1297, in what became known as the serrata, the closure. Only the families already in the council could remain members. Membership could only pass to their direct descendants. This locked the aristocracy into place, but it also created permanence. A merchant family that invested in Venice could be confident that his descendants would maintain their political power. Stability was guaranteed. This structure was revolutionary because it was not based on hereditary right or divine favor. It was based on the simple recognition that merchants who had invested their wealth in the city would work harder to protect it than mercenaries or conscripts ever would. The Doges of Venice were almost always from the wealthiest merchant families, and while their position was elevated and honorific, it was also carefully circumscribed. A Doge who made bad decisions would find himself surrounded by powerful men who disagreed with him, and his orders would simply not be followed. The Council of 10, in particular, served as a check on Doge power, capable of overriding decisions, conducting investigations, and managing state security. This system was a machine designed to create stability through balanced power, not perfect harmony. Venice had its internal conflicts, its feuds and betrayals, but a baseline stability that allowed long-term planning, investment and trade to flourish. A merchant could commit resources to a decade-long trade route, knowing that the government would still be there in 10 years, still honoring contracts, still maintaining the infrastructure of ports and laws and security. The most famous symbol of Venice's relationship with the sea and the proof of its unique status as a maritime power was the ceremony of the Sposalizio del Mare, the marriage with the sea. Once each year, in the spring, the Doge would board a ceremonial barge, the Golden Bucintoro, ornate and magnificent, filled with the symbols of Venetian power. As he sailed out into the open lagoon, into the deeper water where Venice's true dominion lay, he would cast a golden ring into the water and recite words that claimed Venice as the bride of the sea. The traditional formula, as it came to be understood, was, "We wed thee, O sea," a statement not quite prayer, not quite magic, but something in between. It was a claim of legal sovereignty, a consecration of power. It said, "This water, this sea, this realm belongs to us. We are married to it. We are one with it." From a practical standpoint, the ceremony was meaningless. The sea recognized no government. The water cared nothing for rings. But as theater, as symbol, as a statement of identity, it was profound. It said that Venice understood itself not as merely beside the sea, but as of the sea. The lagoon that had begun as a prison, a place of exile where unwanted people fled, had become a kingdom, a space not just inhabited, but claimed, blessed, and consecrated, a space that belonged to the Venetians by right of will and ceremony. The republican structure that Venice developed became, over centuries, a template for later democratic institutions. The idea that power should be distributed, that wealth created responsibility, that government should serve those who had invested in it, these were not ideas that originated in Venice, but Venice proved they could work on a large scale, that they could create stability and prosperity that endured for centuries. The Doge's palace became, over time, a symbol not of tyranny, but of managed power, of aristocratic restraint in the service of merchant interests. The very geography of Venice, the Doge's palace adjacent to the basilica, the council rooms opening onto the plaza, the public nature of the decision-making process reflected the commitment to openness and accountability, or at least the appearance of it. Power was visible, power was bounded, power was distributed among many rather than concentrated in one. By the 11th century, the Venetian Republic had consolidated its power over the lagoon and had begun to expand outward, establishing military and trade dominance in the Adriatic Sea. The Byzantine Empire to the east recognized Venice and granted trading it privileges, allowing Venetian merchants to operate in Constantinople with lower taxes and better access than competitors. The Papal States to the south negotiated with Venice as an equal, neither able to dominate the other, but both understanding that cooperation served their interests. The Kingdom of Hungary to the north sought Venetian merchants for its trade, wanting access to the goods and networks that Venice controlled. Venice was no longer a city in any ordinary sense. It had become a state. It was no longer a refuge for the desperate. It had become a model of stability that others envied and sought to emulate, and a model of power that others feared. The transformation had taken perhaps 300 years. 3 centuries from the moment refugees fled into the mud to the moment when Venice was recognized as a power equal to empires and kingdoms. This was not quick, not by the standards of ambitious men, but by the standards of human institutions, by the standards of cities and states and complex organizations. It was astonishingly fast. The refugees had taken a place that no one wanted and had built something that everyone wanted to know about, to trade with, to ally with. They had proven that human determination and intelligence could overcome almost any obstacle, even the obstacle of having no natural advantages at all. In the year 1202, the Republic of Venice faced a turning point that would define its future. A fleet of crusaders gathered from across France and the Low Countries for the Fourth Crusade. The great expedition that was supposed to reclaim Jerusalem arrived in Venice, seeking transportation by sea. The mission was to sail to Egypt, to strike at the heart of Muslim power in the Mediterranean. The Venetians calculated the cost of building and manning the necessary ships, and the cost was enormous. They would need to devote their entire shipbuilding capacity for months. The Crusaders, for their part, agreed to pay a sum of money that would make the effort profitable. Contracts were drawn up, construction began. But the Crusaders could not pay. Some sailed from other ports, some were delayed, scattered, slow to gather. When the fleet actually arrived in Venice, it was less than half the size that had been promised. The Venetians had built ships for 60,000 crusaders and received 30,000. The math was simple and brutal. The crusaders could not afford to hire the fleet. The Doge of Venice at this time was Enrico Dandolo, a man in his late 80s or early 90s, blind for decades but still sharp-minded, a merchant and a strategist who had lived longer than most men expected to live. He was old enough to remember Constantinople from an earlier time, experienced enough to see opportunities where others saw only problems. He saw an opportunity in the Crusaders' debt, and he took it. Instead of accepting a partial payment that would leave Venice with a loss, he offered the Crusaders a choice. They could help Venice take a city first, and with the proceeds, they could afford to pay Venice and continue to the Holy Land. It was, in essence, a business proposal dressed up as charity. The city he pointed them toward was Zara, on the Dalmatian coast, a city that had once belonged to Venice and had slipped from its grasp. In 1202, the Crusaders sacked Zara at Venice's direction, under the command of the elderly Doge, who was old enough to remember Venice's ownership of it. The city was Christian, Byzantine Christian, but it was also an enemy of Venice, and that was enough. The Fourth Crusade had already begun to deviate from its holy purpose, had already become an instrument of Venetian commercial interest. The warriors who had left home to reclaim Jerusalem found themselves instead being used to reclaim Venetian territory. But this was only the beginning of the diversion. From Zara, the fleet sailed not toward Egypt, but toward Constantinople. There were Venetian merchants in Constantinople who had grievances against the Byzantine rulers. There was a Venetian pretender to the Byzantine throne who offered payment for support, money that could be used to pay off the Crusaders' debt. There were rumors of wealth beyond imagining in the great Christian capital of the East. By 1204, the Crusaders, under the direction of Venice and the will of the aged Doge who led them personally, had turned away from the Holy Land entirely and had instead sacked Constantinople, one of the oldest and greatest cities in Christendom. The sack was thorough and brutal. The Crusaders and Venetian sailors moved through the city, looting treasures that had accumulated for 1,000 years. They stripped the churches of their silver and gold and relics. They took icons and manuscripts and objects of such beauty and historical weight that their destruction or loss to Western hands diminished the world. Among the treasures were the bronze horses that had once stood in the stadium of the Byzantine emperors. These 4 horses, ancient Greek art of extraordinary beauty, were carried back to Venice and installed in the Basilica of San Marco, where they have stood ever since. A trophy of warfare, a symbol of Venetian power and Venetian ruthlessness. The sack of Constantinople was morally indefensible, historically catastrophic, and from a commercial standpoint enormously profitable. The partition of the Byzantine Empire that followed the sack gave Venice control of crucial trading posts and islands throughout the Mediterranean. Venice claimed 1/4 and 1/2 of the empire, as the historians would later write, a strange accounting of conquest that reflected the Byzantine system of dividing power and territory. Venice's merchants gained control of Crete. They gained the islands of the Aegean. They gained access to markets in Egypt and the Levant, to ports and trading posts that had been closed to them under Byzantine rule. The city that had begun as a lagoon of mud became, in one terrible and brilliant act of betrayal, the greatest sea power in the Mediterranean. The wealth that flowed into Venice as a result was immense. The treasures taken from Constantinople, the gold, the silver, the relics, the artworks, gave Venice resources to rebuild, to expand, to invest in the future. The trading privileges gave them access to markets and goods that would enrich them for centuries. The geopolitical position gave them power that would echo through Mediterranean politics for generations. It was a gamble that paid off completely. The Crusaders never reached Jerusalem. The Fourth Crusade became instead a mechanism for Venetian imperialism. The city of God was sacrificed on the altar of profit. But this was how empires were built in the medieval world, not through moral clarity, but through clarity of interest, not through honoring agreements, but through understanding when an agreement had become irrelevant. Venice understood this better than any city in Europe, and this understanding gave it the ruthlessness to act when moral hesitation would have paralyzed others. While Christian warriors were worrying about sin and redemption, Venetian merchants were calculating profit and loss. The horses of San Marco still stand in Venice, still visible to visitors, though the originals are now inside the basilica, protected from the weather. They are beautiful things, magnificent things. And they are also accusations. They say, this is what empire builds itself on. This is the price of power. This is what happens when trade and opportunity override all other considerations. They are a reminder that Venice's rise to power was built not just on ingenuity and hard work, but on ruthlessness, on the willingness to betray, to plunder, to sacrifice principle for profit. They are a reminder that the same qualities that made Venice successful, clarity of interest, focus on advantage, willingness to act decisively, are also qualities that enable terrible things. If Venice was to maintain the power it had seized in the Fourth Crusade and continue to dominate Mediterranean trade, it needed ships. Not just a few ships, but dozens, hundreds of ships, and it needed them continuously. The Venetian Republic faced a challenge that no medieval state had ever solved: how to produce warships at scale, reliably, cost-effectively, and with quality control. The answer was the arsenal. Founded around the year 1104, the arsenal is a small shipyard on the eastern edge of Venice. By the 13th century, it had become something entirely new, not merely a shipyard, but a factory. It was the first true assembly line in human history, predating Henry Ford by more than 800 years. The poet Dante visited the arsenal and was so impressed or so horrified by the organized industrial labor, the workers in coordinated sequence, the boiling pitch being applied to seams, that he would later use the arsenal as the model for one of the circles of hell in his Inferno, the place where souls are boiled in pitch. The arsenal was entirely controlled by the Venetian state. The Grand Arsenal, as it became known, employed at its peak somewhere around 16,000 workers. These were not independent craftsmen working in isolation. They were organized into a hierarchy: shipwrights, carpenters, caulkers, sailmakers, rope makers, blacksmiths, each performing specific tasks in a sequence. A new ship would enter one end of the arsenal, and as it moved through the facility, different teams would add different components. The frame would be erected, the planks would be fastened, the caulking would be applied with boiling pitch that could burn you if you were careless. The mast would be fitted, the sails would be attached. Everything happened in sequence. Nothing held up, nothing waited. The methods they used were revolutionary. They standardized parts so that components could be made in advance and quickly assembled rather than custom-built for each ship. They organized the workflow so that no step depended on waiting for another step. Everything flowed. They maintained careful records of costs and materials so they could calculate efficiency and identify waste. They created a hierarchy of positions and compensation so that skilled workers could specialize and advance. The rope works were famous, producing rope at a scale and speed that supplied not just Venice, but all of Europe. The biscuit ovens baked the hard bread that fed sailors on long voyages. Every function of a ship was somewhere in the arsenal, working in coordination. In the 16th century, King Henry III of France visited Venice, and the Doge decided to demonstrate the power of the arsenal. During the time it took the king to eat his ceremonial, to eat his ceremonial dinner, the meal where every article, down to the plates and cutlery, was made of sugar as a demonstration of Venetian artifice, the arsenal workers assembled and launched a complete galley, fully equipped and armed. It was, by some accounts, one of the greatest demonstrations of industrial capability ever made. Whether it took the 2 hours of his meal or whether it was faster or slower, the point was clear. Venice could build in hours what other nations took weeks to build. In the 16th century, Venetian officials boasted that the arsenal could construct a warship, a complete galley, fully armed and provisioned, in a single day. Not a week, not a month, a day. By some accounts, they once built a ship while dignitaries watched, completing it in a few hours. Whether this was always achievable or merely a demonstration of peak capability is uncertain, but the claim itself reveals something about the Venetian mind at its height. They believed they had conquered not just the sea, but time and production itself. The effect on Venetian power was enormous. Before the arsenal, a maritime power might have 5 or 10 warships. Venice, at the height of its capability, could have hundreds. When enemies of Venice threatened to match its naval strength, Venice could outbuild them by an order of magnitude. When a storm damaged Venetian ships, the arsenal could replace them faster than new ships could be built anywhere else. The arsenal was not merely a tool. It was the fundamental basis of Venetian dominance. The arsenal also served as a symbol of Venetian values and capabilities. When diplomats from other nations visited Venice, they were brought to the arsenal to see the workers at their labor, to see the ships being constructed, to understand that Venice had industrialized in a way no other nation had achieved. The message was clear. You cannot defeat us at sea because we can build ships faster than you can destroy them. You cannot starve us into submission because our maritime capability cannot be matched. We are not just a city, we are a machine. The arsenal workers became a distinct social class in Venice, with jobs that were hereditary, passed from father to son through generations. They were not quite merchants, not quite nobles, not quite common laborers. They were the makers of ships, and ships were power, and so they were powerful. They wore distinctive clothes, had their own neighborhoods, formed their own social organizations. Arsenal workers were respected in Venice in a way that ordinary laborers were not, because everyone understood that without the arsenal, without these men and their skills, they were powerless. To be an arsenalotto, an arsenal worker, was to be part of something larger than yourself, to be essential to the survival and power of the Republic. The arsenal also created the conditions for innovation. With so many skilled craftsmen working in such close proximity, sharing techniques and ideas, design improvements happened constantly. A new way to attach a sail might be tried in the arsenal and spread throughout the facility if it proved effective. A new curve to the hull that improved speed would be incorporated into the next ship. Over centuries, designs became steadily more sophisticated, more efficient, more capable. The arsenal was not just producing ships, it was continuously improving the art of ship production, creating innovations in naval architecture that would spread throughout Europe. By the 13th century, Venice had achieved something remarkable. It had created an entirely new category of business structure, a way of organizing commerce that was more sophisticated than anything that had come before. The innovation was called the colleganza, and it was the medieval equivalent of a limited partnership or investment fund. Here is how it worked. A wealthy merchant in Venice had accumulated capital, money, goods, ships, but he was aging or he had other concerns. A younger, more ambitious merchant approached him with a trade route in mind, perhaps a journey to Alexandria to buy spices, or to the shores of the Black Sea to acquire furs, or to Constantinople to trade in manufactured goods. The younger merchant had intelligence and energy, but lacked capital. The two would make a deal. The older merchant would provide the capital, the younger would lead the expedition, and when the ship returned and the goods were sold, they would split the profits according to an agreed ratio. This structure was radical, because it allowed capital and labor to be combined without requiring the capital provider to do the labor himself, and without requiring the laborer to own capital. It created what later economists would recognize as the joint stock company. It created a system where money could work for you, even when you were not personally at sea. It created, in essence, the modern business system, 600 years before the modern corporation was formally invented. The colleganza was not invented by philosophers but by merchants who needed to solve a practical problem: how to finance more expeditions than they could personally lead. The beauty of the system was that it scaled. One merchant could have capital in 5 colleganza at once, money working in 5 different directions simultaneously, spreading risk and multiplying opportunity. A successful merchant family in Venice might have relatives leading expeditions to 5 different cities, all funded through capital pooled from the family's wealth. Marco Polo was the most famous of these merchant adventurers. In 1271, when he was about 17 years old, he traveled from Venice with his father Niccolo and his uncle Maffeo, heading east through Central Asia along routes that would later be called the Silk Road. They traveled for years through deserts and mountains, across territories controlled by various khans and rulers. They reached the court of Kublai Khan in Cathay, China, and were received as honored guests. Marco Polo stayed in Cathay for about 2 decades, learning the languages and customs, sometimes serving the Khan, sometimes conducting trade. When he finally returned to Venice in 1295, he brought back accounts of a world that most Venetians could not have imagined: a continent of enormous wealth, sophisticated cities, vast networks of trade that made the Mediterranean seem provincial. Marco Polo's travels were possible because the colleganza system had matured enough to finance such ambitious projects. His family was wealthy enough to commit capital to such a venture without fear of bankruptcy if it failed. The routes he traveled had been partially established by Venetian and Genoese merchants before him, which meant that safe passages existed in places where previously there were only dangers. And his journey was undertaken in an era when Mongolian control over Central Asia had created a period of relative stability, the Pax Mongolica, which made such long-distance travel more feasible than it would have been before. The spice trade was always the great prize. Spices, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg were worth their weight in silver and sometimes more than their weight in gold. They were not luxuries for the wealthy, but essential components of medieval cuisine and medicine. They preserved meat, they hid the taste of spoiling, they were believed to cure ailments from depression to sexual impotence. If a merchant could import spices and sell them in Venice, he could make profits of 500% or more. The challenge was getting them. Spices grew in the Far East, in India, in the islands of Southeast Asia. The overland routes through Central Asia were perilous and expensive. The sea route around Africa did not yet exist. It would not exist for another century. So trade in spices meant dealing with Muslim intermediaries who controlled the traditional routes, paying tolls and taxes at every step, working through complex networks of relationships and trust. Venice mastered this system better than any other European city. Venetian merchants learned the languages of trade, not just their own Italian, but Arabic, Persian, Greek, the languages of the ports where they conducted business. They established permanent colonies in the great trading cities: Alexandria, Acre, Constantinople, Beirut, with warehouses, agents, and family members who stayed around to manage the trade. They developed reputations for trustworthiness and reliability that allowed them to do business on credit, to accept promises of payment, to work in systems where personal honor was as important as law. By the 14th century, the volume of Venetian trade had created a need for a new kind of financial tool, the letter of credit. A merchant in Venice who wanted to buy goods in Alexandria could write a letter to his agent in Alexandria saying that the bearer of this letter has authority to withdraw money up to a certain amount on my account. The agent would verify the authenticity of the letter and provide the money. This was in ancestors of the modern bank check. It allowed merchants to conduct business without physically transporting large amounts of coin, which was dangerous and inefficient. The combination of all these innovations, the colleganza, the permanent trading colonies, the multilingual merchant class, the letter of credit, created a commercial system that was more advanced than anything else in medieval Europe, and arguably more advanced than anything else in the world. Venice was not the largest state, not the strongest military power, but it was the most sophisticated commercial machine. And this sophistication translated into power. Through commerce, Venice could influence who became wealthy and who became poor, which cities thrived and which declined, which rulers could afford armies and which could not. A Venetian decision to redirect trade away from a particular city could cause economic collapse. A Venetian agreement to provide favorable terms could allow a city to flourish. Venice's true power was not in its soldiers but in its merchants, and its true weapon was not the sword but the ledger. By 1284, the Venetian state decided that this commercial system needed a gold standard, a currency that would be accepted everywhere and would be reliable. The result was the ducat, a gold coin containing approximately 3.5 grams of pure gold at nearly 99% purity. The ducat was minted for the first time in 1284, and it immediately became one of the most trusted and stable currencies in the world. A merchant could accept a ducat as payment and be confident that he could trade it for goods anywhere. The ducat competed with the Florentine florin for status as the world's currency, most reliable currency. By many accounts, the ducat eventually achieved supremacy in trade in the Mediterranean. The ducat was Muslim lands. And it said, this Venice, this is the coin we trust. This is the measure of our commitment to stable value. For over 500 years, until Napoleon ended the Venice Republic in 1897, the ducat remained essentially unchanged in weight and purity. A ducat minted in 1284 would be accepted as the same value as a ducat minted in 1500 or 1700. This consistency created trust. Trust created trade. Trade created power. If the arsenal was the body of Venetian power, the Rialto was its mind. The Rialto was not a place of physical production, but of abstract value, calculation, credit, the transformation of goods into money and back into goods. The Rialto was a marketplace, but it was also much more. From the 12th century onward, beneath the porticos of the church at Campo San Giacomo, money changers established benches, called banchi in Italian, where they conducted their trade. These men, the money changers, were not creating money, but they were doing something almost as important. They were certifying it, converting it from one form to another, taking a small commission for their service. A Venetian merchant returning from Alexandria would have coins from multiple sources: Byzantine hyperpurse, Egyptian dinars, various regional currencies that he had accumulated in trade. These coins were of different weights, different purities, different origins. A money changer could evaluate each coin, weigh it, test its purity, and then offer to exchange it for Venetian currency or for another currency that the merchant needed. This service was essential because trade was impossible without it. Without the money changers, every transaction would require the parties to negotiate not just about the value of goods, but about the validity of payment itself. Over time, the money changers began to offer additional services. A merchant who had sold goods but not yet received payment might deposit his money with a money changer who would hold it safely. When the merchant needed to withdraw the money, he would come back to the money changer's bench. These deposits eventually led to the practice of credit. If a money changer was holding deposits from multiple merchants, he might lend out some of that money to someone else at interest and keep the difference. This was the beginning of banking. The innovation of the 13th century was to transform this system into something more formal and reliable. The money changers developed what was called a banca di scritta, a bank of written records. Instead of physically transferring money between parties, the bank would write a record in its ledger, transferring credit from one merchant to another. A merchant who wanted to pay another merchant could go to the bank with a written order, an ancestor of the modern check, and authorize the bank to transfer money from his account to the payee's account. The payee could then draw on this credit whenever he needed it. This system had an enormous advantage. It reduced the amount of physical money that needed to move through the city. It made business faster because transactions that would take hours of coin counting and weighing could be done in minutes through written transfers. It created safety because merchants no longer needed to carry large amounts of actual coin through the streets where robbers might be watching. It created flexibility because credit could be extended to trusted merchants, allowing them to operate on a larger scale than their immediate cash resources would permit. By the 14th century, the Rialto had become the financial center of the Mediterranean. Merchants from across Europe, Asia, and Africa came to the Rialto to change money, to deposit goods for safekeeping, to arrange credit, to trade financial instruments. The money changers' benches had become the most important marketplace in Venice, more important in some senses than the markets for physical goods. The Venetian state regulated the bankers carefully. A money changer had to post a bond to operate his banca, a guarantee that if something went wrong, if money disappeared, if a merchant lost deposits through theft or fraud, there would be compensation. The state also restricted who could be a money changer. The privilege was reserved for wealthy merchants who had the capital to post the required bond. In this way, banking became not just a service, but a jealously guarded privilege. One particular innovation of the Rialto system was the bill of exchange. A merchant in Alexandria who wanted to send money to Venice could go to a money changer in Alexandria, deposit his money, and receive a written bill. This bill was a promise from the money changer in Alexandria that his associate in Venice would pay the bearer of the bill the equivalent amount when presented. The merchant could then send his servant or his agent to Venice, hand over the bill to the associated money changer, and withdraw the money in Venetian currency. The bill of exchange solved an enormous problem. It allowed money to be transferred over long distances without actually moving coins, which was dangerous, slow, and expensive. Bills of exchange eventually became so standardized that they became a form of currency themselves. A merchant who received a bill of exchange from a reliable money changer could use that bill to pay other merchants without having to cash it first. The bill circulated like money, and the money changer's reputation was the guarantee of its value. The Venetian Republic began issuing its own bills of exchange, essentially creating a form of government-backed paper currency centuries before such things were common. The structure that emerged at the Rialto was, in essence, the first modern financial system. It had fixed deposit banking, it had credit, it had bills of exchange, it had interest rates set by supply and demand, it had risk assessment. Money changers would charge higher interest rates to lend to riskier borrowers and lower rates to more reliable borrowers. It had a regulatory framework set by the state to ensure safety and reliability. It had professional standards and social prestige attached to operating as a banker. The success of the Rialto system created something almost unprecedented: wealth that was not tied to physical production or military conquest, but to financial manipulation and trust. A money changer who started with modest resources could become wealthy through intelligent lending and careful assessment of credit risk. A merchant could multiply his capital through leverage, borrowing money to finance larger expeditions than he could afford with his own resources, and using the profits to pay back the loans with interest and keep the surplus. Finance became not just a service, but a source of power in itself. By the 15th century, the Rialto had become more important to Venice than the arsenal. More important than the salt ponds, more important even than the merchant fleet. This was the transformation of Venice from a city that moved physical goods into a city that moved money, credit, and financial instruments. This was the maturation of Venetian capitalism. This was how a city with no natural resources, no hinterland to support it, no significant agriculture or manufacturing except for ships, had become the wealthiest power in the Mediterranean. It did it through intelligence, trust, and the manipulation of abstract value. In 1453, Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Empire. The news reached Venice like the diagnosis of a terminal disease, and in some sense it was. For centuries, Constantinople had been the heart of the Byzantine Empire, Venice's great rival and its essential partner, the place where Venetian merchants could sell goods, where Venetian capital could be invested, where Venetian power could be exercised. With Constantinople in Ottoman hands, the entire system that had enriched Venice came under pressure. The Ottoman Empire was not Venice's friend. The Ottomans had their own ideas about who should control Mediterranean trade, and Venice's privileged position did not fit into their plans. Venetian merchants were expelled from Constantinople. Venetian trading posts in the eastern Mediterranean were seized or pressured to close. The taxes charged on Venetian goods increased. The routes that had been secure became dangerous. The centuries of Venetian domination in the Mediterranean were not ending in a dramatic collapse, but in a slow, grinding decline, like a ship taking on water very gradually, so gradually that the crew does not notice until the deck is already half submerged. Worse was coming. In 1498, the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama sailed around the Cape of Good Hope and reached India by sea. This voyage accomplished something that had seemed impossible. It created a route to the spice markets that did not require going through the Middle East, did not require dealing with Muslim intermediaries, did not require paying the taxes and tolls that had enriched the Ottoman Empire and its trading partners. Instead, European merchants could now sail directly to the source of spices, cutting out the middlemen, reducing costs, and undercutting Venice's trade entirely. Spices that Venice paid enormous sums to obtain from Muslim traders could now be imported by Portugal and Spain directly and sold in European markets at prices far below what Venice charged. The supply of spices increased dramatically. Prices collapsed. The enormous margins that Venetian merchants had relied on disappeared. The wealth engine of Venice began to seize up. This was not a single catastrophe, but a series of them, a domino effect of historical changes that no one could have predicted or prevented. The Ottoman advance into the Mediterranean was not Venice's fault. The Portuguese discovery of the Cape route was not an event that Venice could have anticipated or prevented. But the combination of these two historical currents was devastating to Venetian interests. Yet Venice did not collapse in 1453 or 1498. The Republic continued for another 300 years. This was a testament to the diversity of Venetian wealth and the sophistication of Venetian institutions. Unlike a kingdom that relied on a single economy, that relied on a single trade route, Venice had built sufficient complexity that it could survive the loss of individual sources of income. Banking continued. The arsenal continued to produce ships, to be a center of trade, even if the scale was diminished. Venice was wounded, but it was not killed. What was killed was the hope of unlimited expansion, the sense that Venice was the inevitable future of commerce, that Venetian power was unchecked and uncheckable. From the early 16th century onward, Venice was in competition with nation-states that had just begun to discover how to project maritime power. The Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, these European powers had resources that Venice, as a city-state, could not match. They had large territories to supply soldiers and resources. Venice had only the lagoon. The advance of plague in the 16th and 17th centuries added another wound. Trade that passed through ports where plague was active became risky. Insurance costs rose. Some routes were abandoned entirely. The city of Venice itself suffered repeated epidemics that killed a significant fraction of its population. These demographic collapses disrupted the continuity of knowledge and relationships that had always been Venice's strength. When young merchants died before they could train their successors, when entire merchant families disappeared in a single year of plague, the institutional knowledge of Venice was damaged in ways that could not be quickly repaired. By the 17th century, Venice was still wealthy, still important, but it was no longer the power in the Mediterranean. The balance of power had shifted. Other cities, other states, other merchant networks had grown to rival or exceed Venetian capabilities. Venice was becoming, gradually, a relic, still functioning, still prosperous by comparison with most other cities, but no longer supreme. The 18th century saw Venice decline further. The great European powers, France, Britain, Austria, Russia, had carved up the Mediterranean world between them. Venice was a minor power, consulted out of respect for its historical importance, but not a true player in the great game of nations. Venice's ships were fewer, its merchants less dominant, its wealth less overwhelming. In 1797, the end came. Napoleon, the French revolutionary general, had no use for an ancient republic that represented everything the French Revolution was supposed to destroy: aristocracy, privilege, hereditary power. He invaded the Venetian territories, and there was no serious resistance. The Venetian Republic, which had endured for more than 1,300 years, which had survived the fall of Rome, the rise of Christianity, the rise of Islam, The Crusades, the Ottoman conquest, the discovery of the New World was dissolved in a few weeks of military action. The last Doge of Venice, Ludovico Manin, formally abdicated on the 12th of May, 1797, ending the Republic. In his resignation, he reportedly said words that captured the mood. "I do not know if I shall be the last Doge, but if I am content." The Republic that had ruled the Mediterranean was surrendered, almost without struggle, to an army that had defeated it in the name of principles that Venice would never have accepted but could no longer resist. The end was not dramatic. It was procedural and quiet. The councils met, they voted, they accepted the inevitable. The symbols of the Republic, the Doge's ring, the banners, the insignia of office, were packed away. The great machine that had produced wealth and power for over a millennium came to rest. Not with a bang, but with the quiet resignation of old age meeting younger, stronger forces. What Venice had built, however, did not end with the Republic. The colleganza system became the model for modern joint stock companies. The bill of exchange became the ancestor of the modern check. The practices of the Rialto money changers became the foundation of modern banking. The arsenal's assembly line and standardized parts became the model for all industrial production. The mercantile system that Venice had invented was taken up by other cities, other nations, and refined and expanded. What Venice had created in isolation became, through the spread of its ideas and practices, the foundation of the modern global economy. The Venetian Republic is gone, dissolved into history, its government dispersed, its power transferred to hands, its dominion over the Mediterranean ended. But Venice itself remains, stubborn and strange, a city that should not exist, built on wood and mud and the determination of people who refuse to accept that some places are uninhabitable. Walk through Venice today and you are walking through a history written in stone and water. The wooden peelings that were driven into the mud 800 or 900 years ago are still there, beneath the city, still hard, still supporting the weight of buildings that have stood for centuries. In some places, archaeologists have excavated the peelings and found them almost perfectly preserved in the anaerobic mud, as if time had no power to touch them. The technique of building on wooden legs was so successful that Venice has survived for 1,000 years on a foundation that was invented by refugees with no other options. The arsenal still stands, though it is no longer a factory. It is now a museum and a historical site. But its presence still dominates the eastern edge of Venice. When you walk through the gates and see the enormous open spaces where ships were once built at an impossible rate, where the sounds of carpentry and metalwork and sawing once filled the air, you get a sense of the industrial power that Venice once possessed. The arsenal reminds you that Venice was not just a city of merchants and bankers. It was a city of makers, of people who could build things at a scale and speed that seemed almost miraculous to their contemporaries. The Rialto remains the heart of Venice, though the money changers' benches are gone, replaced by tourist shops and restaurants. But if you know what to look for, you can still see the traces of the financial system that once operated there. The architecture of the surrounding buildings, the position of the Rialto Bridge, the layout of the Campo itself, all of these were designed by and for merchants who needed to do business quickly and efficiently. The physical arrangement of the space still reflects the needs of trade, even though the trade itself has been replaced by spectacle. The Doge's palace still stands in the Piazza San Marco, and you can walk through its rooms and see where the councils met, where the Doge held court, where the decisions that affected half the Mediterranean were made. The palace is no longer a seat of power. It is a museum where tourists take photographs. But the building itself is beautiful, and there is something poignant about walking through these spaces and understanding that they once held the gravity of actual power, the weight of decisions that would be carried by merchants across the world and enacted in distant ports. The Basilica of San Marco still contains the bronze horses that were looted from Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade. They stand high above the entrance, visible from the plaza, and they are beautiful things. They are also accusations, they say. This is what Venice built itself on, not on purity but on pragmatism, not on honor but on intelligence, not on virtue but on ruthlessness tempered by competence. They are magnificent sculptures, and they are the spoils of war and plunder, and Venice does not hide this contradiction. The horses remain on display, and anyone who visits can see them and draw their own conclusions. The water that once made Venice powerful is now making it powerless. The lagoon, which provided safety and security to refugees, which allowed Venetian merchants to dominate Mediterranean trade, protected by natural geography, is slowly returning the city to the sea from which it emerged. Climate change and rising seas have increased the frequency of the phenomenon called acqua alta, high water, when the lagoon floods the streets of Venice and salt water enters the buildings. In the 20th century, Venice sank about 23 centimeters as the soft ground beneath the city compressed under the weight of centuries. In the 20th century, the sea is rising to meet the city. The process is slow, but it is inexorable. The city that refugees built to escape one calamity may be facing another, not a sudden catastrophe, but a gradual one, the slow reversion of a city that should never have been built to the conditions that preceded it. Yet Venice remains a powerful symbol of something that is difficult to name. It is a symbol of dissonation, determination, of human refusal to accept limits, of the power of human intelligence to solve problems that seem impossible. The people who founded Venice were not special people. They were ordinary refugees, fleeing terror, with nothing but the clothes they wore and what they could carry. They were forced into an impossible situation, and they responded not by accepting defeat, but by solving the problem. They learned to live in mud. They learned to build in water. They learned to organize themselves to survive. And in surviving, they built something magnificent. Venice is also a symbol of the danger of power unchecked, of the way that economic success can lead to moral compromise, of the way that the pursuit of profit can override concerns about justice. The Fourth Crusade was launched to reclaim Jerusalem, and it ended in the plunder of Constantinople, all in the name of commerce and debt repayment. The arsenal made Venice powerful, but it also made Venice a war machine that devastated its rivals and pursued imperial expansion at the cost of enormous human suffering. The bankers of the Rialto created a sophisticated financial system that allowed for the creation of wealth, But it also created inequality and economic dependence that favored the wealthy and powerful over ordinary people. These contradictions between necessity and greed, between intelligence and ruthlessness, between the desire to build and the willingness to destroy, are not unique to Venice. They are endemic to capitalism, to commerce, to the pursuit of power and wealth. Venice just happened to be the first place in Europe where these patterns played out with such clarity and so much success. Venice is a lesson in how to create power through commerce and organization. It is also a warning about what that power can become when it is not constrained by anything other than self-interest. Tourists walk through Venice today, taking photographs, buying trinkets, eating overpriced meals in the plaza of San Marco. They see a beautiful city, a romantic city, a city that is almost a fantasy, so removed from the modern world that it seems timeless. They do not usually think about the wooden pilings beneath their feet, or the merchant networks that once controlled trade across 3 continents, or the iron discipline that it took to transform mud into empire. They see the surface, and they see the beauty. What lies beneath, the achievement, the cost, the complexity, is mostly invisible. But if you sit by a canal at sunset and watch the light turn the water gold, if you hear the sound of water lapping against the ancient stones, if you feel the quiet weight of centuries pressing down, then perhaps you begin to sense it. You sense that this place was built by human will and intelligence applied to an impossible problem, and that will and intelligence changed the world. You sense that something great was accomplished here, something magnificent and terrifying, and that the world is still shaped by what was learned and done in this city of mud and water and wooden legs. Venice is sinking. The city is slowly returning to the lagoon from which it emerged. In another century or two, perhaps Venice will be uninhabitable, reclaimed by the water that allowed it to exist. Or perhaps the Venetians, drawing on 1,300 years of experience in living in impossible places, will find a way to save their city again, to drive new piles, to build new walls, to hold back the water through intelligence and stubbornness and refusal to accept defeat. Venice has always survived the unsurvivable. It may do so again. Or it may finally yield, and the lagoon may reclaim what it lost 1,000 years ago, when refugees arrived with nothing but determination and the willingness to work with mud. Either way, Venice will remain a testament to what human beings can accomplish when they refuse to accept their circumstances as final. The city that should never have existed taught the world how to trade, how to build, how to organize for power and profit. It taught lessons through 1,000 years of success, and finally through an eclipse that took 2 centuries. Those lessons are still being learned. Those lessons still being applied, still determining the shape of human civilization. The Richest being built remains. The example remains. The city will be made. remains. The lagoon has gone quiet now. Venice will hold its place for another century or two, but the counting houses that matter have already begun to move inland, south and west, to a city on a muddy river, where a family of wool merchants is about to discover that lending money is more profitable than making cloth. Florence is waiting. Sleep on, if you like. The ledger turns its page. Florence, in the year 1400. If you were to walk the stone bridges over the Arno and step into the narrow streets, you might at first mistake this city for any other in Italy. 500,000 souls packed tightly into walls of brick and ochre, the smell of wet wool from the dyeing vats rising into the morning air, the endless sound of bells from the cathedral tolling the hours. But if you had walked these streets then, with your eyes open to money, with an understanding of how power flows and settles, you would have seen something remarkable happening in the counting houses and banks hidden behind ordinary stone facades. In one such building, you would find men sitting by candlelight into the evening hours, bent over ledgers of vellum and ink, their quills moving steadily across the pages, inventing the modern world with every number they wrote. They were not soldiers or priests or philosophers, they were bankers. And one family, the Medici, had discovered something that would prove to be far more powerful than any army, more durable than any king's decree, more subtle and penetrating than any form of political power the world had known before. They discovered that if you controlled the money, you controlled everything else. You controlled who could build, what could be built, whose ideas would live and whose would die, whose talents would flourish and whose would wither. And they set out to control not just money, but beauty itself, buying artists, commissioning buildings of impossible ambition, purchasing the devotion of popes, and ultimately purchasing a place in history that has lasted 600 years and will likely last for 600 more. This is the story of how one Florentine family, by understanding the true power of banking and the true and redemptive purpose of beauty, came to remake an entire age. To understand the Medici, you must first understand Florence. And to understand Florence in 1400, you must understand wool. The city sat inland from the Mediterranean coast, away from the great sea trade routes that connected the ports of Venice and Genoa to the Orient and to the Islamic world. Away from easy access to commerce and the sea, Florence had to create its own wealth through ingenuity. But it had something nearly as valuable as a location on the coast. It had sheep in the rolling hills of Tuscany, and it had centuries of accumulated skill in dyeing and finishing cloth. For generations, two complementary guilds had controlled Florence's textile destiny. The Arte della Lana, the Guild of Wool Workers, imported raw fleece directly from the sheep farms of England, bringing whole bales of the finest English wool across the northern seas at great expense. The merchants would haggle with English farmers, bargaining over quality and price, knowing that the whitest, softest fleece commanded premium rates. This wool arrived in Florence raw, unfinished, waiting. Meanwhile, the Arte di Calimala, the more prestigious guild of cloth importers, had pioneered a parallel trade. They brought already woven cloth from the prosperous cities of Flanders and Brabant, from the weaving centres of northern France. But neither guild alone could create Florence's true advantage. The magic lay in finishing, in what happened along the Arno in the evening hours, when the dyeing vats released their steam and smoke into the cooling air. In the workshops along the river, the real alchemy occurred. English fleece was carded, spun into thread, and woven into cloth. Then it entered the vats. The dyers of Florence, men trained in secrets, passed down through generations, used imported mordants and crushed insects and plant materials to create colors that made other cities' textiles seem dull and lifeless. Crimsons from cochineal, purples from madder root, steeped in precise temperatures, deep blues from woad that required weeks of processing and careful oxidation. The smell rose from these vats in the evenings, acrid, chemical, alive, mixing with the sound of water wheels and the voices of workers calling out measurements and temperatures. By day, the Arno ran with dyed water, rainbow-hued and strangely beautiful. The finished cloth, then, was no longer English wool or Flemish weave. It was Florentine cloth, bearing the stamp of Florentine excellence, and merchants throughout Europe paid extraordinary prices for it. At the height of the industry, the Arte della Lana alone employed some 30,000 workers directly and another 10,000 indirectly, and the guild produced around 100,000 lengths of finished cloth each year, a staggering volume that supplied the wardrobes and tapestries of kingdoms. The Calimala and Arte della Lana were not merely trade organizations. They were among the 7 greater guilds, the Arti Maggiori, that held the political power of Florence itself. You could not participate in government, could not hold office or influence policy unless you belonged to one of these guilds. The guilds were pathways to power, and the wool trade was the greatest of all pathways. The merchants who mastered this trade, who understood how to source English fleece, coordinate with Flemish weavers, manage the dyeing process, and distribute the finished product across Mediterranean trade networks, these men accumulated wealth that seemed almost infinite. They built palaces. They became the men whom kings and popes had to negotiate with when they needed loans. They became the invisible rulers of their city. The wool trade was the beating heart of Florence, the reason the city existed as a center of commerce rather than just a local agricultural hub, and it had made the city rich beyond what most medieval cities could imagine. But wealth alone does not build empires. What builds empires is the infrastructure of wealth, the systems, the trust, the intelligence networks that allow money to flow without the merchant having to risk his own body by riding a horse across mountains and through bandits from London to Aden and back again. This is what the Medici family understood better than anyone else in Florence. This is what set them apart. By the year 1400, Florence was governed by guilds, medieval organizations that had evolved from craftsmen's associations into something more like exclusive trade unions that held political power. The wool merchants had their guild, the silk traders had theirs, the bankers had theirs. If you wanted any kind of power in Florence, you needed to belong to a guild, and you needed to be wealthy. The guilds held the seats on the signoria, the ruling council that made the laws, set the taxes, and decided the city's foreign policy. The great families vied for power within this system, constantly maneuvering for position. The Albizzi, the Strozzi, the Peruzzi, and dozens of others, all scrambling to increase their influence and their wealth. It was a system designed deliberately to distribute power in such a way that no one family could grow too large, that no one faction could dominate. And it worked, after a fashion, keeping Florence stable and preventing any family from making themselves into absolute rulers. But it was also a system full of cracks, full of ways to bend the rules if you were clever enough, and the Medici had an almost supernatural gift for finding those cracks and slipping through them, always just within the letter of the law. The symbol of Florence's wealth and aspiration was its money. The florin, first minted in the 1250s, was a small gold coin, no bigger than your fingernail, stamped with a lily on one side and the image of St. John the Baptist on the other. For over a century, the florin had been the standard currency of Mediterranean trade. If you wanted to do business in Alexandria or Venice or Genoa, if you wanted to buy spices from Asia or cloth from the north, you did business in florins. The florin was to the Renaissance what the dollar is to the modern world, the currency of empire, the measure of value, the proof of power and creditworthiness. And Florence made the florin. To control the florin was to control the flow of money across half the known world. To understand currency, exchange rates, and the movement of money across borders was to possess a kind of power that was almost invisible to those who did not understand finance, more subtle than swords, more comprehensive than laws, touching every person and every kingdom that wanted to trade. By 1400, Florence had been making the florin for more than 100 years, and the city's control over this currency was near absolute. In the shadow of the great cathedral, the Duomo, with its dome still unfinished, a vast and frustrating gap in the roof that had been there for more than 70 years, the wool merchants and bankers of Florence went about their business each day. They haggled over bales of cloth in the piazzas, their voices rising and falling. They met in back rooms in their stone houses to discuss interest rates and loans in whispers, keeping their conversations private. They kept their books and their ledgers in a code of numbers that only they and their trained clerks understood, and through those numbers they moved fortunes from place to place, building wealth in the quiet, private language of mathematics. Florence was a city of money, but it was also a city that was beginning to question what money should be used for. The old medieval city, with its focus on God and the church and the salvation of the soul, was dying. Something new was being born, a city that believed beauty might be worth something, that art might matter, that the things you built might outlive you and speak to generations yet unborn. The Medici family stood at the center of this transformation, and they knew it. They could feel the old order shifting beneath their feet, could sense the moment changing, and they were preparing themselves to inherit it. The man who started it all was not a great war hero or a famous reformer. He was not a visionary or a prophet or a brilliant philosopher. His name was Giovanni de' Medici, and he was a businessman, which is to say, He was a man who understood how money could be made from money without ever creating anything tangible. Giovanni was born around 1360 into a family that was already wealthy but not yet powerful, not yet prominent in the city's affairs. The Medici had been in the banking business for some generations. Giovanni's great-grandfather had lent money to the city, but they were minor players in a crowded field of banking families, and no one paid them any particular attention or thought they would ever amount to much. What Giovanni possessed was something rarer than inherited wealth and more valuable than gold. He possessed a kind of genius for seeing how systems could work, how money could move around the world without physical movement, how trust could be built and then leveraged into power over time, how small advantages could compound into empires. Around the year 1397, at an age when most men were settling into comfortable decline, Giovanni made his first crucial move. He took control of a small bank that his family had been operating in Rome and brought it back to Florence, establishing a proper headquarters for his banking operations in the city on October 1, 1397. This is the date we take as the beginning of the Medici Bank, though at the time it was not yet the most powerful bank in Italy, and no one who knew about it imagined it ever would be. Giovanni was in his late 30s, a careful man, deliberate in his actions, cautious in his decisions, and he moved slowly but always with purpose. While other bankers of his era were content to make money from everyday commerce, lending to merchants, exchanging currencies, keeping deposits safe, Giovanni began to dream of something larger, something far more ambitious. He dreamt of the possibility of becoming the banker to the church itself, of capturing the papal account and holding it. The Roman Curia, the administrative apparatus of the papacy, was the wealthiest institution in Christendom. It was wealthier than most kings' treasuries because tithes and donations poured in from every Catholic church and every Catholic believer across Europe and beyond, from pilgrims and the faithful, from rich bishops and poor peasants. The Curia needed bankers to move this money from one country to another, to collect tithes from bishops and monasteries and local churches all over Europe, to disgorge funds for construction projects and wars and diplomatic missions and everything else that the church required to operate. For a banker, securing the papal account was like having a claim on an infinite fortune. Every year, more money flowed into the account, money that could be moved, invested, loaned out, and profit taken. By 1402, Giovanni had managed through careful negotiation and the building of relationships to secure the account of Pope Boniface IX. This was a significant step forward, a proof that he was trustworthy with large sums, but it was not yet the great prize he was seeking. The true moment of genius came years later, when Giovanni befriended a man named Baldassare Cossa. Cossa was an ambitious cardinal, a man of political sophistication who was rising through the ranks of the church leadership. Giovanni became his banker, handling his accounts and his money with discretion and skill. When Cossa had the opportunity to become pope in 1410, seizing the position through the complex politics of the church, he took it, taking the name John X13 and ascending to the throne of St. Peter. He did not forget his old friend Giovanni. The Medici Bank was given control of the papal treasury, all the money flowing in and out of the church's headquarters in Rome, all of the vast sums that the church collected from the faithful across Europe. This was more than wealth. This was access to secrets, to knowledge of every large financial transaction happening in Europe, to information that could be used to predict the future and advantage the bank. It was power that multiplied itself endlessly, and the Medici would use it for generations. The Rome branch of the Medici Bank, established through this crucial connection and this access to papal money, became wildly profitable almost immediately. It generated some 60% of the bank's total profits, a vast fortune that flowed back to Florence and made the Medici family richer than they had ever been, richer than they dared to dream, richer than most princes. Giovanni di Bicci was careful with this money. He did not spend it on ostentatious displays or monuments to himself or his family's name. Instead, he invested it carefully. He expanded the bank to other cities, established offices in Rome and Venice and Naples, building a network across the known world of commerce. He developed careful systems for moving money across long distances safely, for collecting information about exchange rates and market conditions in different cities. He trained his sons in the business, teaching them how to think about money, how to calculate risk, how to build trust with powerful people. When Giovanni died in 1429, he left not just a vast fortune to his heirs, but a system, a machine for making money that was perfectly designed to work without his presence, a system so elegant and so well constructed that it would continue to generate profit even as circumstances changed around it. Giovanni had two sons. The younger inherited a portion of his father's wealth, but it was the elder, Cosimo, who inherited the bank itself and the responsibility that came with it. Cosimo was different from his father in temperament and style. Where Giovanni had been cautious and quiet, working behind the scenes and building relationships slowly over decades, Cosimo was charismatic and bold, comfortable in public, willing to take risks. He moved through Florence like a man who believed the city was already his, even though it was not yet. He began to spend the bank's money more openly than his father ever would have, to lend money to the government in exchange for political favor and influence, to sponsor artistic projects that bore the Medici name prominently. He was brilliant at this new kind of power, the power of patronage, the power of being the man everyone in the city needed money from. Within a few years of taking over the bank, Cosimo had made himself indispensable to the functioning of Florence. He had also made himself dangerous to every other powerful family in the city. There was an old Florentine law, one of the foundational principles of the Republic, that no one family should hold too much power, that wealth and influence should be distributed among the great families to prevent tyranny. The Albizzi family, which had ruled Florence for the previous generation and thought of Florence as their city, watched as Cosimo's wealth and influence grew year after year. In 1433, feeling their power slipping away, they struck. One of Cosimo's war captains had failed to conquer the Republic of Lucca, and the Albizzi used this military failure as a pretext to arrest Cosimo on charges of treason. They imprisoned him in the Palazzo Vecchio, the great fortress of the city, the seat of government, in a small tower cell called the Alberghetto, the small tower, and put him on trial. In that tower cell, Cosimo faced the prospect of death. The Alberghetto was not a place of comfort. It was a stone chamber high above the city, where daylight came only in narrow windows, where the sounds of Florence below were distant and muffled. Cosimo knew that his enemies wanted him dead, that they hoped to destroy him completely, to wipe out his family's power once and for all. But he also understood something crucial. The Albizzi could not execute him without creating a dangerous martyr for his supporters to rally around, a symbol of injustice that would turn the people against them. He had another fear, one that haunted all men of wealth in this era, the fear of poison. His jailer, either through bribery or sympathy, could be convinced to share his own meals with Cosimo, tasting each dish first to ensure it was not poisoned. This small ritual, this daily proof that no one was trying to kill him through deception, became a kind of survival strategy. Cosimo negotiated calmly from his cell. He understood that exile was a way out, that he could preserve his life and his family, and that absence from Florence might teach his enemies a harder lesson than any amount of protest could. He negotiated an agreement. He would accept exile rather than death. In 1433, Cosimo left Florence and travelled to Venice, taking much of his money and his account books with him. He travelled first to Padua and then to the Venetian lagoon, arriving as a refugee, a man stripped of his position, yet carrying with him the knowledge that his network of supporters extended far beyond Florence. Venice, the great rival city to the south, received him almost as a prince, not from generosity, but from understanding. Cosimo and his bank represented opportunities, profit, connections. The Venetian leadership understood what the Albizzi did not, that the Medici were too valuable to destroy. This was a crucial moment in the history of both Cosimo and Florence itself. The machinery that Giovanni had built depended partly on the Medici's presence in Florence, but it did not depend only on them. The bank had branches in many cities, and money could flow through those branches even when Cosimo was not in Florence. Money that had been flowing into Florence now stopped. Merchants who had depended on Medici credit to finance their businesses found themselves unable to borrow. The city's wool trade, which required credit to function, began to contract. The dyers along the Arno found they could not get raw materials shipped in. The weavers could not purchase finished cloth to resell. Within a year, so much capital had fled Florence in reaction to Cosimo's exile that the business community rose up against the Albizzi. Cosimo had won without having to fight, had defeated his enemies through their own economic foolishness, through the simple fact that their city could not function without him. On October 1, 1434, exactly 37 years after Giovanni had founded the bank, Cosimo returned to Florence in triumph. He did not march in as a conqueror with an army at his back. He walked into the city as a businessman who had been wronged, as a man who had suffered unjustly, as someone who deserved to be welcomed home by grateful citizens. And Florence welcomed him. The exile had taught Cosimo a crucial lesson about power. The appearance of power was less important than the reality of power. A title meant you had to defend your power constantly. He had learned in Venice that power was most secure when it was invisible, when it flowed through channels that others barely noticed. He would spend the last 3 decades of his life, from 1434 to 1464, as the de facto ruler of Florence. But he never took a title. He was not the captain of the military, nor the head of the government. He was simply Cosimo, the man who lent money, the man who made things possible, the man who let others think they were in charge, while he controlled everything from the shadows. He dressed plainly, not in silks and velvets like other rich men, but in simple wool cloth, wearing his Medici understated style like a declaration of principle. He moved through the city without guards or ceremony, and yet everyone knew that if you wanted something done in Florence, If you needed resources or approval, or the quiet removal of an obstacle, you went to see Cosimo. He ruled, moreover, through marriage alliances. He arranged marriages between his family and other prominent Florentine families, weaving the Medici into the fabric of the city's power structure so thoroughly that to attack the Medici was to attack everyone. He built a network of trusted men, his factors and managers and account keepers, and gave them power and autonomy, knowing they would be loyal because their fortunes rose and fell with the family. This was the Medici genius at its most refined. They understood that titles were chains. Kings and signors had to listen to their people, had to worry about revolutions and rebellions and assassination. But a banker who worked behind the scenes, who made himself indispensable to everyone, who never publicly seized power, but simply made everyone else's plans possible, such a man was nearly impossible to dislodge, nearly impossible to overthrow. Cosimo had discovered the ultimate form of power, the power of not having to defend power, the power of being needed rather than commanded. For the rest of his life, whenever Florence needed something done, whenever there was a problem to solve, Florence would look to Cosimo. And Cosimo, the quiet king without a crown, would provide. To understand how the Medici built their empire and held it, you must understand not just where the money came from, but how it moved, how it flowed, how it could be directed like a river. The banking system that Giovanni and Cosimo developed was radically different from any banking system that had existed in medieval Europe before them. It was based on a simple but revolutionary insight. Money does not have to be gold coin traveling from hand to hand across dangerous roads guarded by bandits. Money can be information. Money can be a promise written on paper. Money can be a piece of paper in a ledger that means as much as gold, as long as everyone who sees that paper trusts it, as long as the paper's issuer has a reputation for honoring their word. The fundamental tool of this system was called the bill of exchange. Imagine a Florentine merchant in London who needs to pay a Venetian merchant money owed for a shipment of silk. The merchant cannot simply carry gold coins across France. The roads are dangerous, bandits are everywhere, waiting for merchants with heavy purses, and traveling with large amounts of gold is risky and foolish. Instead, he goes to a Medici agent in London and gives him florins. The agent gives him a document, a bill of exchange, which promises payment in Venice. The merchant travels to Venice with the document rather than with gold. In Venice, he takes the document to another Medici agent and receives the florins he needs to pay for the silk. The Medici Bank has just moved money across 2 countries without that money physically traveling, without it ever leaving Florence. How did the bank make money from this transaction without breaking the church's law against usury? The answer was in the exchange rate. The merchant in London paid 4 florins to send the equivalent of 3 florins to Venice. The bank pocketed the difference, not as interest, which would have been considered usury and was forbidden by the church under pain of sin and damnation, but as the cost of the service, the cost of transferring money safely across distances. This was the Medici's great insight, their secret. You could make a fortune in banking without ever charging interest on a loan, because you could charge interest disguised as an exchange rate, hidden in the mathematics of currency conversion, in the complexities that only trained bankers could understand. This meant that the Medici Bank needed branches in many cities, needed to have a presence everywhere that trade happened. It needed agents in London and Bruges and Venice and Rome and Naples and other cities. It needed a system to communicate quickly between branches when prices changed or new information came in. The fastest ships, the fastest horses, the best information networks that money could buy. The bank's ledgers were written in a system called double-entry bookkeeping, a revolutionary method of accounting where every transaction was recorded twice, once as a credit and once as a debit, which meant that the books were always in perfect balance and every mistake was immediately visible to anyone who knew how to read the numbers. The Medici did not invent this system. It came from Venice, but they perfected it and applied it to the vast complexity of running an international bank spread across multiple cities. The bank had a hierarchical structure that was carefully designed. At the top was the Medici family in Florence, making the major decisions. Below them were the major branches: Rome, Venice, Naples, Milan. Each branch had a manager, usually a member of a family allied to the Medici, and a group of clerks and assistant bankers who did the day-to-day work. The system was designed to be profitable, but also to be controllable, to prevent branch managers from taking risks that could endanger the whole enterprise. The branches were not independent. The family in Florence kept tight control over what kind of loans could be made and what kind of risks could be taken. Every major decision had to be approved by someone in Florence. This was efficient, allowing money to be moved around and deployed strategically, but it was also fragile. When foolish managers took risks without permission, when they made bad loans to princes who couldn't pay them back, the whole structure could shake. By 1450, the Medici Bank was the largest bank in Christendom, larger than any competitor by a significant margin. It had branches in 6 major cities. It employed hundreds of people, clerks and accountants and messengers and money changers. It moved a volume of money that no other institution on earth could match, money flowing in and out and through the system like the circulatory system of Europe. It had become not just a business but a kind of nervous system for European commerce, the infrastructure that allowed trade to happen on a massive scale. And as the bank had grown, so had its influence on politics and culture. Kings and emperors and popes understood that if you wanted to make war or build cities or do anything that required large sums of money, you needed the Medici, you needed access to their credit. This is what wealth truly means, not possession of gold locked in a vault, but the power to direct the flow of gold through the world. The Medici had that power, and they were only beginning to discover what they could do with it. By the middle of the 15th century, Cosimo had accumulated such vast wealth that there was almost nothing left to buy with money alone. He had more money than most princes, more influence than most kings. What, then, did a man like Cosimo do with all that money when he already had enough to buy anything material? He bought beauty. Or rather, he commissioned beauty. He created it with his wealth. He bought the genius of artists and architects and sculptors and made them create works that bore the subtle mark of his patronage. This was partly penance. The Church taught that the wealthy owed something to the poor, that building churches and chapels and libraries was a way to atone for the sin of having accumulated so much wealth through the machinery of banking and finance. But it was also power. Every building Cosimo paid for was a monument to Medici taste, Medici wealth, Medici vision. When people looked at the beauty of Florence, they were looking at the Medici's money made visible. In 1420, the city of Florence had begun work on something it had been dreaming of for nearly a century: a dome for the cathedral, the Duomo. The problem was that no one knew how to build a dome this large. The cathedral's interior was too wide for any existing dome-building technique to work. The greatest architects in Italy had stared at the empty space and shaken their heads in defeat. For more than 70 years, the cathedral had a gaping hole in its roof, rain falling through into the sacred space, a constant reminder of the limits of human engineering. Then, in 1418, a competition was announced. The city would pay a handsome prize to any architect who could figure out how to build the dome, solve the problem. A young man named Filippo Brunelleschi, who had trained as a sculptor and spent years studying the ruins of Roman buildings, submitted a proposal that seemed impossible. No one thought it would work. It seemed mad, impossible, defying the laws of engineering and gravity. But Cosimo de' Medici understood something that most people didn't. What seemed impossible often simply meant that no one had found the right way to think about it yet. Cosimo helped finance the dome, providing the money when the city's own resources ran short. In 1436, when the work was completed, after 16 years of labor, the ceremony of consecration brought Pope Eugenius IV to Florence, and the city celebrated what it had accomplished. The dome, Brunelleschi's dome, was the largest masonry vault in the world. It stood without internal supports, held up by the mathematical genius of Brunelleschi and the resources of the Medici. When people looked at it, they saw a miracle, saw proof that human beings could do impossible things. When Cosimo looked at it, he saw the future. Cosimo commissioned the sculptor Donatello to create works for the city. Donatello was probably the greatest sculptor working in Italy at the time, and his works were revolutionary. They looked almost alive, as if they might at any moment speak or move or breathe. Cosimo paid him large sums to create statues for the cathedral, for the churches, for the public spaces. These works made Florence famous throughout Italy, a center of artistic innovation and excellence. Artists and scholars began to come to the city, specifically because Cosimo had gathered the greatest talent around him, had made Florence into a place where genius could flourish. Cosimo also began to collect books, to gather the works of ancient and modern writers. In Florence in the 1430s, books were rare and expensive. Each had to be hand-copied by monks or trained scribes, a process that took months of labor, and only the very wealthy could afford more than a few. Cosimo hired teams of scribes to copy the great works of ancient Greece and Rome, works that had been nearly lost to the Western world after the fall of Rome, works that had survived only in scattered monasteries and private collections. He built a library attached to the Church of San Marco, where the books were kept and where scholars could come to read them without charge. He hired a priest named Fra Angelico to paint frescoes in the monastery adjoining the library. Beautiful spiritual paintings that filled the small monastic cells with light and color and peace. The result was a center of learning and beauty, unlike anything that had existed in Europe for 1,000 years. This was Cosimo's genius. He understood that patronage was not charity, not just an act of piety. It was the ultimate form of advertising, the ultimate way to build a brand. Every sculptor he supported, every building he financed, every artist he employed became a representative of Medici taste and Medici values. He was essentially creating a brand, not in the modern sense, but in the deeper sense of associating his name and his family with everything beautiful and good and true. When people saw a painting or a sculpture or a building and were moved by its beauty, were transported by its power, they thought of the Medici. When they wanted to do business with the bank, they remembered that this was the family that had brought beauty to Florence. Cosimo had discovered that beauty was not a luxury for the rich. It was an investment. It was power. Cosimo died in 1464 after ruling Florence for 30 years without ever holding an official title. His son Piero inherited the family business, but Piero was weak, physically and politically. He suffered from gout that made movement painful, and he could not hold power the way Cosimo had done, could not command respect through sheer force of will and intelligence. After Piero's death in 1469, only a few years later, leadership of the family fell to his son, Lorenzo. Lorenzo was only 21 years old when he took control of the bank and the family's political position. Yet from the first day, he moved with the confidence of a man who had been born to rule, who had been preparing for this his entire life. He was different from Cosimo and different from his father. Where Cosimo had been content to work in the shadows, Lorenzo was comfortable in the light, comfortable being seen and known. He was a patron of the arts like his grandfather had been, but he was also a poet, a diplomat, a personality whom people were fascinated by. Men were fascinated by him. He had an almost magical gift for making people feel that their interests were his interests, that what benefited them also benefited him. Lorenzo was also more daring than Cosimo had been, more willing to take risks. Cosimo had been careful with the bank's money, investing it conservatively and always maintaining a cushion of safety for bad times. Lorenzo began to lend more freely to princes and kings, accepting political favors in exchange for loans that were never quite repaid. He got involved in diplomacy on behalf of Florence, traveling to Rome to meet with popes, sending ambassadors to Milan and Venice. He seemed to believe that if you controlled the money, you also controlled the politics, and to a great extent he was right. For the first decades of his rule, it worked. Lorenzo made Florence into the intellectual and cultural center of Italy, the place where ideas were generated and where artists came to create. Lorenzo's education had prepared him for this role. He had been trained in poetry, in letters, in the ancient languages. He was fluent in philosophy and could discuss Plato and Aristotle with the learned men of the age. In 1469, the same year he took power, he participated in the giostra, the grand jousts and tournaments that were Florence's greatest public celebration, displaying not just physical prowess, but the refined taste and cultural sophistication that marked a Medici. In the evenings he would gather around him men of genius and learning. He became the patron of Marsilio Ficino, the philosopher and translator, and supported the Platonic Academy, an informal but powerful circle of thinkers who were rediscovering the works of ancient Greece and trying to reconcile Plato with Christian theology. In these gatherings, held in palaces and gardens, the intellectual foundation of the Renaissance was being laid. These were not dusty academic exercises. Men here debated the nature of beauty and love, the proper structure of society, the relationship between the divine and the human. The atmosphere was one of possibility, of doors opening onto new understanding. Lorenzo filled Florence with artists, sought them out and brought them into the city. He discovered a young man named Sandro Botticelli and paid him to paint the most beautiful scenes, languid, mythological, full of beauty and sensuality and meaning. These were the paintings for which Lorenzo is now remembered. Works like the Primavera, suffused with an almost dreamlike quality, as if the viewer had entered into a garden suspended between the natural world and the world of the mind. He found Brunelleschi's successor in sculpture and continued the tradition of commissioning the greatest works. But most remarkably, he created something he called the Sculpture Garden, an open space in the Piazza San Marco, where the greatest works of sculpture could be displayed and studied, where young artists could come to study the human form by looking at the works of the past and the works being created in the present. In this garden, a young boy came to study sculpture and drawing around 1488 or 1489. His name was Michelangelo Buonarroti. He was 13 or 14 years old, the son of a minor Florentine official. While copying an ancient faun's head, a sculpture of a mythological creature, bearded and ancient-looking, Michelangelo made a choice that would change his life. He carved the faun with its mouth open, showing teeth and tongue, as if it were alive and about to speak, rather than mimicking the closed mouth of the original sculpture. Lorenzo came through the garden and saw the work. He studied it carefully, and then, it was said, he pointed out that an old satyr, an ancient creature, would not have perfect and regular teeth. Michelangelo understood the provocation, understood that he was being tested, and with chisel and hammer he worked furiously, breaking out teeth and drilling the gum to make it appear as if a tooth had been extracted long ago, leaving a gap and visible roots. Lorenzo watched this display of talent and will, and he made a decision. This boy would come to live in his household, would study alongside the greatest artists in Florence, would have access to everything that Lorenzo's wealth and position could provide. It was an act of patronage that would echo through centuries. These young men understood that they were living in an exceptional moment, a golden age. The money was flowing, the patronage was generous, and every idea seemed possible to achieve. Michelangelo would later look back at these years in Florence, in Lorenzo's house, among the philosophers and poets and painters, as the happiest of his life. He was surrounded by beauty, by genius, by a man who seemed to believe that there was no limit to what could be accomplished with enough money and enough will and enough vision. By 1475, Lorenzo had made himself into something more than a banker, something more than a ruler. He had become a prince without a title, the head of a city-state, a man whose opinion was sought by the greatest leaders of Europe. He was 26 years old and seemingly invincible. In 1479, when war erupted between Florence and the Pope and the Kingdom of Naples, Lorenzo made a decision that seemed reckless to everyone around him. He sailed directly to Naples, traveling by sea to put himself in the hands of King Ferrante, hoping through his charm and intelligence to negotiate peace. It was an extraordinary display of diplomatic courage. He arrived in Naples in December 1479, virtually placing his life in the hands of a foreign king. For 10 weeks he remained there, using every art of persuasion, appealing to Ferrante's sense of reason and his desire for peace. By March 1480 he had succeeded. The treaty was negotiated. Florence was saved. Lorenzo returned to his city not as a ruler who had conquered through force, but as a statesman who had prevailed through intelligence and courage. He had also, though he may not have fully realized it, made enemies. The old families of Florence, the ones who remembered when the Medici had been nothing, watched his power grow year by year and felt their own power shrink. The Pazzi family, one of the great banking families of Florence, were an ancient and respected house, older in some ways than the Medici, with old money and long tradition. But they watched Lorenzo monopolize the patronage and monopolize the politics, watched their own influence in banking and finance decline as the Medici bank grew, and they began to plot. They were not alone in their resentment. In Rome, Pope Sixtus IV had become hostile to Lorenzo. Sixtus had his own nephews, in particular Girolamo Riario, whom he wanted to advance, and he saw Lorenzo as an obstacle to papal ambitions. The Archbishop of Pisa, Francesco Salviati, had his own grievances with Lorenzo. These men began to communicate with the Pazzi, and a conspiracy began to form, a plan to remove the Medici through violence. It would culminate in the most shocking crime the city had ever seen. On the morning of April 26, 1478, the city of Florence was celebrating Easter, the highest day of the Christian calendar. The great cathedral, the Duomo, was filled with the smell of incense and the sound of Latin chanting. Hundreds of Florentines had come to witness the Mass, dressed in their finest clothes. It was the moment when the priest elevated the consecrated host at the exact center of the Mass, when the whole congregation bowed in reverence at the moment believed to be the transformation of bread into the body of Christ. The plotters had chosen this moment carefully. At the elevation, when every eye in the cathedral was fixed upward, when the bell rang to signal the holiest moment, this was when the assassins would strike. It was the moment when all of Florence was gathered in one place, when the security around Lorenzo would be lightest, when the chapel would be so filled with devotion and focus that violence might be overlooked for the crucial first moments. Lorenzo and his younger brother Giuliano entered the cathedral in the morning. They knelt in prayer alongside the nobles and priests. The Mass proceeded with ancient ritual, the priest's voice rising and falling in Latin. Giuliano was positioned some distance from the high altar, unguarded, an easier target. At the moment of elevation, when the bell rang and the priest lifted the consecrated wafer above his head and the entire congregation dropped to their knees, a group of assassins moved forward. A man named Bernardo Bandini drew his dagger and lunged at Giuliano. He struck once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Giuliano fell to the marble floor, and blood began to spread across the stone, bright red against the pale surface. His body lay there, pierced repeatedly, mortally wounded. Another assassin, Francesco de Pazzi, attacked Lorenzo. But Lorenzo was faster than they expected, more alert. He felt the blade coming and twisted away from the first blow, feeling it slice through his shoulder but miss his vital organs. He was wounded, blood ran down his arm, but he was alive. He ran toward the sacristy, the chamber behind the altar where the priests prepared for Mass. His friends and supporters, seeing the violence, surrounded him and helped him push forward. He reached the sacristy door just as the assassins closed in. Inside he found the great bronze doors, crafted by Luca della Robbia, masterpieces of the metalworker's art. These doors were the sacristy's greatest protection. Lorenzo and his companions pulled them shut, heavy and immense, and barricaded themselves inside. The door held. The assassins, outside in the blood-spattered cathedral, could not follow. Outside, Giuliano lay dead on the cathedral floor, his blood mixing with the holy water at the entrance, his body desecrated in the house of God. The priests had scattered in terror. The congregation had descended into chaos. For a moment, everything hung in the balance. The conspirators had planned for this. They expected word of Lorenzo's death to spread through the city, but he had escaped. The conspiracy had been carefully organized, coordinated with other events. While the assassination was happening in the cathedral, other conspirators were supposed to seize the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of government. The Archbishop Salviati was positioned to lead a coup, rallying the people and moving against the Medici supporters. But the plan fell apart when Lorenzo survived. Word spread through Florence that the Medici were still in power, that the Pazzi and their allies had failed. The people did not rise up against Lorenzo. Instead, they began to understand that an ancient and respected family had attempted to murder the Medici in the holiest place in the city. The reaction was swift and savage. Within hours, the surviving conspirators were being hunted through the streets of Florence. Jacopo de Pazzi, the elderly patriarch of the family, was captured. He was thrown from the Palazzo della Signoria, the same palace from which he had tried to seize power, and his body was dragged through the streets of Florence, desecrated after death, as Giuliano had been desecrated in life. One of the conspiracy's leaders, the Archbishop Salviati, was caught and hanged from the walls of the Palazzo della Signoria. He was a man of the church, a cardinal, and hanging him was an almost unthinkable violation of sacred law and church immunity. But no one protested. Others were hunted down and killed in the streets. The Pazzi family was destroyed. Their palaces were seized, their property confiscated, their name erased from the city records. Later, the artist Botticelli, the same Botticelli who had created such beauty for Lorenzo, would paint the faces of the conspirators on the walls of the Bargello fortress, a kind of permanent record of the city's vengeance, so that their shame would never be forgotten, so that the danger they had posed would be remembered for generations. Lorenzo's response to the conspiracy was not merciful, but it was calculated. He knew that if he responded with too much violence, he would create new enemies. If he responded with too little, the next conspiracy would succeed. He walked the knife's edge carefully. The conspirators who had lived by the sword died by the sword. Between April 26 and October 20, 1478, 80 people were executed. But he also worked behind the scenes to make sure that the people of Florence understood that he had not killed them out of vengeance, but out of necessity, out of a need to protect the city from chaos. By the time the dust had settled, Lorenzo had emerged stronger than before. The conspiracy had not weakened him, it had cemented his power. Florence now understood that if you opposed the Medici, you died. Lorenzo had learned that violence, when necessary, was a tool as important as money. The years after the Pazzi conspiracy were the golden age of Florence under Lorenzo. Freed from the threat of internal opposition, he was able to rule almost as an absolute monarch, while maintaining the outward forms of republican government. He had aged in the assassination attempt, but he had also been tempered by it. He understood now that power was fragile, that it had to be constantly defended, that beauty and culture and patronage were not enough to hold power. Power also required the will to do terrible things when necessary, to shed blood if it was required, and Lorenzo had learned that will. The Medici Bank had been created by Giovanni's caution and Cosimo's care. It had reached its zenith under Lorenzo, who used its resources to control Florence and to make his name synonymous with Renaissance patronage and beauty. But Lorenzo was not as careful with money as his predecessors had been. He lent too freely to foreign princes who promised much but delivered little. He spent too much on art and buildings and his own lifestyle, on diplomatic missions that didn't pay off. More dangerously, by some accounts, he dipped into the public dowry fund, the communal money set aside for poor girls to marry, using state money to finance his own activities. He also made a crucial mistake that would eventually bring down the whole edifice. He allowed his bank managers in distant cities too much autonomy, too much freedom to make decisions without approval from Florence, and some of them took catastrophic risks. The branches rotted one by one, each in its own way. The London branch had overextended credit to the Yorkist King Edward IV during the Wars of the Roses. As the conflict dragged on and Edward's position weakened, the loans were never repaid. The branch attempted to collect through Lancastrian rebels who had also borrowed, but when the Lancastrians were defeated in battle after battle, those debts too became worthless. By 1478, the London branch had collapsed, with total losses exceeding 50,000 florins, an astronomical sum that represented decades of accumulated profit simply evaporating. The Bruges branch, managed by the younger Portinari brother Tommaso, suffered an even more dramatic failure. Tommaso had loaned vast sums to Charles the Bold of Burgundy, betting that the powerful duke would remain a stable, credit-worthy borrower. But in 1477, Charles was killed at the Battle of Nancy, and his lands were divided. The entire structure that had secured the loans was dismantled. Tommaso's reckless management left the Bruges branch with debts of such magnitude that some historians have suggested the entire bank never truly recovered from this single blow. The galleys and trading ventures that the bank had financed went nowhere, returning nothing. The Lyon branch in France had its own troubles. Its manager, consumed by venality and personal greed, was slowly draining the branch's resources. Only the heroic intervention of Francesco Sassetti, a trusted lieutenant, saved Lyon from complete collapse, but it never generated the profits that were expected of it. The Roman branch, the greatest source of profit, the one that had generated 60% of all the bank's income, was beginning to decline as the papal account became less stable. Popes died and their successors looked elsewhere for banking services. The Medici had built their empire partly on the foundation of papal money, and when that foundation started to crumble, the entire structure began to shake. Lorenzo saw these problems and was aware of them, but he seemed to believe that the bank's fundamental strength would carry it through any difficulty. He was a man consumed with politics, with art, with beauty and culture. He was not a man who loved ledgers and numbers the way his grandfather Cosimo had been. He let the problems accumulate, hoping they would resolve themselves. He was wrong. In April of 1492, Lorenzo died. He was 43 years old, and his death was sudden and shocking to everyone. Florence and all of Italy had grown accustomed to his presence, to his skill at diplomacy and management. His son Piero inherited the family business, but Piero was not like his father. He was arrogant and impetuous. Where Lorenzo had worked quietly in the background, making decisions in private conversations, Piero moved openly and offended people with his casual display of power. More importantly, Piero had no gift for finance, no understanding of how money moved and flowed, no patience for the tedious work of managing the bank. Within 2 years of inheriting the bank, he had run it into a crisis. In 1494, King Charles VIII of France invaded Italy. His armies moved south through the peninsula like a flood, and when they turned toward Florence, Piero panicked. Rather than negotiate from a position of strength as Lorenzo would have done, Piero rushed out to meet the king and conceded to every demand. He surrendered the city's fortresses, he agreed to pay a huge tribute, and he humiliated himself in front of the entire city. The citizens of Florence rose up in fury. They expelled Piero from the city. The Medici, who had ruled Florence for 60 years, were suddenly in exile, banished, their power gone. Mobs sacked the Medici Palazzo, tearing apart what had been one of the most beautiful private residences in Europe, destroying in moments what had taken generations to build. With the Medici expelled, the city fell under the influence of a Dominican friar named Girolamo Savonarola. Savonarola was a powerful preacher who condemned the excess and corruption of the church and of the rich families who had patronized the church's excess. He saw the Medici's patronage not as piety, but as pride. He saw the art they had commissioned not as beauty, but as seduction, leading souls away from God. In 1497, Savonarola organized what he called the bonfire of the vanities. Citizens were encouraged to bring their worldly possessions to the piazza, beautiful paintings, sculptures, books, fine clothes, jewelry, and burn them. The cultural treasures that the Medici and other families had spent generations collecting went up in smoke and ash. The artists who had created them, the patrons who had supported them, watched in horror as their greatest works were destroyed in the name of purity. Botticelli's paintings, or some of them, were said to have been consumed in these flames, and the aging painter himself turned toward religious devotion in his final years, as if to atone for the beauty he had created. The Medici Bank, operating in the chaos without the political protection the family had once provided, simply could not survive. By 1494, the bank's collapse was complete. The branches in Milan, London, and Rome had closed or were closing. The money that had seemed to flow without end had simply stopped flowing. The great machine that Giovanni had built and Cosimo had perfected and Lorenzo had commanded was shut down, dismantled. The family that had invented modern banking had learned a hard lesson about the nature of power. Take your attention away for even a moment. Let the system run without proper oversight. Allow incompetent men to manage distant branches, and everything can fall apart like a house of cards in a moment. The exile lasted 18 years. For most families, this would have meant the end of their story, the end of their power and influence. But the Medici were not like most families. Savonarola had ruled Florence for a few years, preaching fire and condemnation until the Pope himself grew tired of the friars' criticism of the Church's corruption and had him executed in 1498. After Savonarola's death, the city began to look for leaders again, for some kind of stability. By 1512, the Medici were back, not through military conquest, but through the simple fact that no one else could fill the void they had left, that no other family could command the respect and the resources that Florence needed. The Medici's return to power was sealed by an even more dramatic transformation. Giovanni de' Bici, the founder of the bank, had had a son, the elder Giovanni, who himself had had a grandson, a boy named Giovanni, born in 1475 to Lorenzo the Magnificent's second son. This young Giovanni had been destined by his father for the priesthood before he was even born, and he had been raised entirely within the church, educated by the best teachers money could provide. He was trained in Latin, in theology, in the diplomatic arts. He rose through the ranks of the clergy with remarkable speed, his family's wealth and connections opening doors that would have been closed to other men. In 1489, at just 14 years old, he was already made a cardinal, a position of extraordinary power and prestige. He spent his youth in Rome, learning the ways of the church, understanding how power flowed through ecclesiastical channels, mastering the art of accumulating influence. In 1513, at the age of 38, Giovanni was elected Pope, taking the name Leo X. At that moment, a grandson of Lorenzo the Magnificent, a man raised in the church but never forgetting his family's worldly power, had become the head of the Catholic Church, the spiritual leader of Christendom. His election sent a shock through Europe. The enemies of the Medici realized what had just happened. One of the greatest families in Florence had just captured the papacy itself. Leo X was unlike the austere monks and reformers who had preceded him in the papal throne. He was a man who loved beauty and art and music and the pleasures of the world. He had been surrounded by these things his entire life. He had studied in the sculpture gardens of Florence. He had been educated by humanists and philosophers. As Pope, he turned Rome into a palace of culture, far grander and more beautiful than anything the Medici had done in Florence. He made Raphael the guardian of Rome's classical antiquities and put the great artist in charge of the architectural work on St. Peter's Basilica. He commissioned artists and architects, and he poured the church's treasury into great building projects. He was also, by most accounts, rather fond of money, of acquiring it and of using it to acquire beautiful things. It was said that he remarked, "God has given us the papacy, now let us enjoy it," though the authenticity of this quote has been disputed by some historians. But the sentiment captured something true about Leo. He was a Medici first and a Pope second. He knew how to consolidate power. His election as Pope meant that the family had recovered not just their city, but the support of the entire Christian world. But there were costs to Leo's magnificence. To finance the great building project at St. Peter's Basilica, To fund the papal court and its endless expenses, Leo authorized the sale of indulgences throughout Northern Europe. These indulgences, documents promising forgiveness of sins in exchange for money, were sold by unscrupulous preachers who made promises the Church itself would have repudiated. By 1517, a German monk named Martin Luther, disturbed by what he was seeing, wrote his 95 Theses criticizing the practice. Leo dismissed the matter as a small dispute among monks. He did not comprehend the importance of what was happening, did not understand that this criticism would eventually split the Church and reshape Europe forever. The empire that Leo and the Medici had built would be shaken by forces they had helped unleash but could not control. While Leo was reigning as Pope, his cousin Giulio, the illegitimate son of Giuliano, the brother killed in the Pazzi conspiracy, was also rising through the Church. Giulio had been raised with Leonardo da Vinci as a companion in Florence, had received the same humanist education as other Medici. He rose through the Church's hierarchy with the same inevitability as Leo. In 1523, Giulio was elected Pope, taking the name Clement VII. The Medici now had control of the papacy not just once but twice within a decade. When Leo died in 1521 and Clement took his place, the family seemed to have reached the height of their power. They controlled Florence, they controlled the Church, they seemed to control the future itself. And then came disaster. In 1527, the army of Charles V of Spain marched on Rome. The soldiers, a mixture of Spanish troops and German mercenaries, sacked the city in one of the most brutal assaults ever visited on a major European city. The Pope fled, barely escaping with his life, taking refuge in Castel Sant'Angelo with only a handful of attendants. Churches were desecrated, citizens were murdered, treasures were stolen or destroyed. Rome, which Leo had made into a jewel of Renaissance culture, was reduced to rubble and chaos. The Vatican Library was ransacked. The treasures that popes had accumulated for 1,000 years were scattered or burned. Clement VII was trapped in his fortress, a prisoner in all but name, watching the city he had dreamed of beautifying destroyed in the violence of war. Clement VII's papacy never recovered from the trauma of the sack. He was a diminished figure for the rest of his reign. His authority weakened both in Rome and throughout Europe, his dreams of grandeur replaced by the struggle to maintain power in an increasingly dangerous world. When he died in 1534, the Medici's grip on the Church began to slip away. The popes who followed were no longer Medici, and the family's control over the spiritual leadership of Christendom began to fade. But even as their power in Rome was declining, the Medici were extending their reach in a new direction, into a new kingdom. In 1533, Clement VII arranged a marriage between a young niece named Catherine de' Medici and the Duke of Orleans, the second son of the King of France. Catherine was only 14 years old, born into the Medici family, only to be sent north to a foreign court, where she would be an outsider and perhaps a pawn in games of power she did not yet understand. The marriage was not politically important at the time. The Duke was not heir to the throne, was unlikely ever to be king. But Catherine was a Medici, and the Medici understood that the future was often held by those who were patient and strategic. Her patience was rewarded. When the Duke's older brother died and he became heir, and then when the king died and the Duke ascended to the throne as Henry II, suddenly Catherine was Queen of France. The girl from Florence, who had grown up as an orphan after her parents died in the chaos of the Medici exile, who had even been held hostage as a young girl during the siege of Florence, had become the most powerful woman in one of the great kingdoms of Europe. The Medici had conquered another throne, not with swords, but with a marriage contract and the passage of time. Catherine lived as Queen of France for 13 years, during the reign of her husband Henry, and then as the regent and power behind the throne for nearly another generation after Henry's death. She brought Medici ways to the French court, the political maneuvering, the patronage of artists, the willingness to do terrible things to hold power. She was never loved by the French, who saw her as a foreign woman manipulating the throne, a foreigner who had supplanted the old French nobility in the king's affections. But she was respected, and she was feared, and through her the Medici name lived on in a new continent, in a new form, extending Medici influence into the very heart of French power. What they had lost in Florence and Rome, they regained in Paris, proving once again that the Medici were survivors, adapters, players in a much longer game than any single city or crisis could contain. After the chaos of the 16th century, after centuries of war and changing fortunes, the Medici gradually settled into a new role. They could no longer rule Florence as merchant princes, as hidden powers behind the scenes. Instead, they became the Grand Dukes of Tuscany, the hereditary rulers of a small state in central Italy. The title was more formal than the power they had wielded in the days of Cosimo and Lorenzo, but it was also more stable, more recognized by other nations and kingdoms. They were no longer the shadow rulers working behind the scenes. They were now the official rulers, and the people of Florence had grown accustomed to their presence, had accepted them as legitimate. The Grand Dukes of Tuscany continued to patron the arts, as the earlier Medici had done, but they were no longer at the center of European politics and power. The world had moved on. New powers, Spain, France, England, had risen and were competing for dominance. The age of the Italian city-states was coming to an end. But the Medici adapted, as they always had. They focused on what they had always been good at, the accumulation of art and beauty, the preservation of culture. Generation after generation, the Grand Dukes collected paintings and sculptures, manuscripts and jewels, ancient works and modern works. They built the Uffizi Gallery, a vast museum designed to showcase the greatest works of art ever created. They filled it with paintings by Botticelli and Leonardo and Raphael and Michelangelo, many of them works that the earlier Medici had commissioned, but many of them works acquired from other families and other sources, brought to Florence from across Europe. The Uffizi became the repository of Renaissance art, and Florence became the greatest museum city in the world. Not because it was the greatest center of creation, that honor had passed to other places, but because the Medici had been there at the moment of creation and had captured what they could preserve. In the 18th century, the Medici line began to die out. By the 1730s, there were no male heirs, and the line of succession had to pass to a cadet branch, a younger line of the family. The last of the Grand Dukes was a man named Giangastone, who lived in Palazzo Pitti and spent his days observing the city from the windows of his palace. A man worn down by the weight of ruling, by the knowledge that his line was ending. When he died in 1737, his sister Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici became one of the most important figures in the family's history. Anna Maria Luisa was not a Grand Duke. She could not rule. She was a woman living in an age when women were not allowed to hold political power, but she had something else. She had consciousness of history, understanding of what was at stake. She understood that the Medici line was ending, that the age of the Medici was over, that this was the moment when everything could be lost. And she was determined that what the Medici had built would not be lost, would not be scattered to the winds. On October 31, 1737, Anna Maria Luisa signed a document known as the Patto di Famiglia, the Family Pact. In this document, she declared that all of the artwork and treasures and manuscripts that the Medici family had accumulated over 300 years would never be sold. They would never be divided among the heirs. They would never be taken from Florence, never be removed from Tuscany. Instead, they would be preserved in perpetuity, held in trust for the people of Florence and for all of humanity. It was one of the greatest acts of cultural preservation in European history, and it was made possible only because a woman understood that power and money ultimately had no meaning unless you did something good with them, unless you left something behind that would endure and speak to future generations. The collections she preserved, the paintings in the Uffizi, the sculptures in the Pitti Palace, the manuscripts in the libraries, became the foundation of Florence's identity as a museum city, as a place where the greatest achievements of the Renaissance could be preserved and studied and appreciated for centuries to come. Anna Maria Luisa died in 1743, and with her death, the Medici line ended. The Grand Dukes of Tuscany continued under other families, but they were no longer Medici. They were rulers of a state that was becoming increasingly irrelevant to the politics of Europe. And yet, in a way, the Medici had won. Not through military power or political dominance, not through the kinds of power that other families sought and held. They had won through culture, through beauty, through the understanding that if you wanted to be remembered, if you wanted to matter after you were gone, you had to create something that endured, something beautiful that would survive you. The paintings hung in the galleries of Florence, the sculptures in the piazzas, the libraries filled with books, the buildings that soared above the streets and seemed to touch the sky, all of these were the true legacy of the Medici. They had ruled for a time, and then their rule had ended, but the beauty they had created lived on through the centuries, lived on still. The city of Florence still stands on the banks of the Arno, much as it did 600 years ago. The Duomo still rises above the red tile roofs, with Brunelleschi's dome soaring impossibly above the cathedral floor, defying the laws of physics and time. People still cross the Ponte Vecchio where the goldsmiths have their shops, as they have for centuries. The paintings still hang in the Uffizi, the same paintings that Lorenzo looked at in the sculpture garden, the same paintings that moved Michelangelo to tears. And if you walk through those galleries late in the afternoon, when the light from the Arno falls through the high windows and fills the rooms with a golden glow, you can almost see the ghosts of the Medici standing beside you, looking at what they built, at what they loved, at what they left behind. This is what power truly means. Not the ability to command, not the ability to wage war, but the ability to create something so beautiful that it outlasts empires, that it outlasts the memory of the people who created it, that it speaks to every human being who looks at it across centuries and cultures and says, yes, this matters. This is what it means to be human. This is what makes life worth living. And the Medici, for all their greed and their ambition and their ruthlessness, understood this. They understood it and they acted on it, and that is why we remember them still. And so the Medici pass into memory, and their bank with them. But the idea they perfected, that money itself can be a business, does not die in Florence. It travels north, to a cold country lying below the level of the sea, where merchants are about to do something no one has done before. They will sell shares in a voyage that has not yet sailed. Amsterdam is next. Rest, if you are ready. There is a building in Amsterdam that no longer exists. For 2 centuries, it stood as the nervous system of global commerce, a columned hall with the open courtyard where men in long coats circled one another, calling out prices in accented voices, their hands making rapid gestures that moved vast fortunes across oceans and continents. In this space, on ordinary August afternoons in 1602, ordinary Dutch citizens, a baker, a widow, a schoolteacher, purchased small certificates of ownership in a company that did not yet own so much as a single ship on the Indian Ocean. What they were doing had no name. There was no template for it. They were inventing modern finance. Over the next 200 years, this company and the market that grew around it would weave nearly every continent into a single, glittering, brutally profitable network. The company was called the Dutch East India Company, or the VOC by its Dutch initials. It was chartered in 1602 and remained profitable for an astonishing 197 years. It employed over 1 million people across 3 continents at its height. It sponsored scientific expeditions, founded cities, waged wars, and distributed dividends to its shareholders with such reliability that it became the model for every large corporation that would follow. It also committed atrocities that emptied entire islands of their inhabitants. This is the story of how a small, water-bound nation built the infrastructure of global capitalism and what the world inherited when that company finally collapsed. In the early 1600s, The Dutch were not supposed to be merchants of the world. They were herring fishers, dike builders, and millers, a people whose entire civilization rested on the premise that they could tame water. The Dutch Republic was only 30 years old, born from a rebellion against Spanish rule that had consumed an entire generation of warfare. When you looked at the map, the Netherlands did not appear to be the place from which a global empire would emerge. Much of the country lay below sea level, a patchwork of lakes and marshes that successive generations had converted to dry land through relentless engineering. Grinding mills that moved water into canals, dikes that held back the sea's constant pressure, hydraulic systems of such sophistication that foreign visitors arrived wondering whether they had witnessed human ingenuity or delusion. The herring fishery had been the foundation of Dutch survival and prosperity for centuries. In the early 600s, Dutch fishermen controlled the North Sea, operating fleets of herring boats that would depart each spring and return laden with catch that would be salted and preserved in the holds of warehouses in Amsterdam and other northern cities. The salting process was crucial. Herring preserved in salt could survive the journey across land routes and could be stored for months or even years without spoiling. This single fact that herring could be preserved and therefore transported had made the Dutch wealthy. The innovation of the herring bus, a specialized fishing vessel designed to both catch and partially process the herring at sea, had revolutionized the industry. A single bus could land 30 tons of herring in a season, and the Dutch owned hundreds of these vessels. The fish were gutted and salted aboard ship, then packed into wooden barrels that were transported to Amsterdam, to Baltic ports, to Mediterranean cities. Herring had become currency, the foundation upon which Dutch commerce rested. By 1602, this wet, beleaguered nation had something unexpected: genuine money. The herring wealth had created a class of merchant princes in Amsterdam, wealthy men who had invested their profits from fish into other ventures. They financed expeditions to Russia, to the Mediterranean, to the distant Baltic. They loaned money to kingdoms. They established trading companies that operated across northern Europe. But herring wealth was regional wealth, a northern European affair. To the south and east, Portuguese merchants commanded something far more lucrative. They had found their way to the Indies, to the islands where pepper and cloves and nutmeg grew, where cinnamon bark could be peeled from living trees, where these substances commanded prices that made herring look like common salt. A single pound of nutmeg was worth its weight in silver. A clove was literally currency. The Portuguese had arrived first, around 1500, and had established factories and forts and trading posts across what is now Indonesia and the southern coast of India. The process had taken generations, but slowly and methodically, the Portuguese had built a monopoly on the spice trade that generated revenues so large they could fund kingdoms. Portuguese ships would depart Lisbon laden with European goods, wine, cloth, metalwork, and return with holds full of cloves and nutmeg and pepper that would be sold throughout Europe at prices that seemed almost incomprehensible. The profits went to merchants, to shipowners, to the Portuguese crown, which taxed every spice transaction. The wealth flowed northward to Lisbon, to the royal treasury, to the merchants' houses, and seemed to have no end. The Dutch, watching this wealth flow southward and then accumulate in Lisbon, understood a simple truth. If they could reach those islands themselves, if they could break the Portuguese monopoly, the herring trade would seem a minor enterprise. But the Portuguese had military superiority, distance, and entrenched power. To challenge them would require an operation of unprecedented scale and risk. Amsterdam, in 1602, was a city of narrow streets and sudden wealth, where timber from the forests of the Baltic was being converted into ships, where rope makers worked night shifts, braiding hemp from local flax, where tar smell and timber smell hung over the wharves like a permanent fog. The city had already learned to finance risky ventures through partnerships and insurance schemes. Merchants who sent a single ship to the Mediterranean would syndicate the risk, dividing ownership among 10 or 20 partners, so that if the ship sank, no single person was ruined. This practice of distributing risk had existed for centuries in Italian and Mediterranean trading cities, but the Dutch had refined it into an almost scientific art. They understood that risk could be quantified and priced like cutco cargo. A merchant could purchase a share of insurance on a single ship's voyage for a small percentage of the value, and if the ship was lost, the insurance pool would cover the loss. If the ship returned safely, the merchant lost the insurance premium. But the calculation was sound. The long-term odds favored a mixed portfolio of insured and uninsured voyages. This system had evolved from maritime practice into a financial discipline. The polder system, the reclamation of land from water through organized engineering, had also taught the Dutch something else, that capital, organization, and engineering could accomplish things that seemed impossible. A polder required careful financial planning, coordination among investors and landowners, collective management of complex machinery, and a long-term commitment to maintenance. A successful polder project could generate returns for decades. The skills required to organize a polder, aggregating small investors, managing complex projects, maintaining institutions over time, were the same skills that would be required to mount an expedition to the Indies. The stage was set for what would come next. Someone would realize that the mechanism for financing polders, distributing ownership, pooling capital, managing risk through collective structures, could be scaled to the greatest venture yet attempted. Someone would create an institution so large and so permanent that it could challenge the Portuguese, mount expeditions to the Indies, plant flags on foreign shores, establish fortifications and trade relationships, and return to Amsterdam with holes full of pepper and nutmeg and the promise of dividends that would make every investor wealthy. That moment was approaching. The herring fleets were already pushing north, already searching for new waters to exploit. The polder engineers were already imagining what could be accomplished with unlimited capital. And in the merchant houses of Amsterdam and the counting rooms of rival cities, the mathematics of the spice trade were being calculated by men who understood that monopoly control of those waters would be worth any investment, any risk. To understand why the Dutch were willing to invest their herring wealth in such a risky enterprise, you have to understand the economics of spices. In early modern Europe, spices were not luxury seasonings. They were something closer to currency, closer to a medicine, closer to a controlled drug. A small amount of nutmeg could preserve meat for months longer than salt alone could preserve it. Cloves could mask the taste of spoiled food. Pepper could cover the flavor of nearly anything. In a Europe without refrigeration, where winter meant months of eating salt-cured meat and stored vegetables, so long spodum some cured beneath trams by estiger, spices were the difference between nutrition and scurvy. between food that was merely edible and food that a wealthy person might actually enjoy. They were also believed to have medicinal properties, and in an age before modern medicine, belief in efficacy was often enough. A wealthy merchant or a nobleman's wife would purchase small quantities of nutmeg or cinnamon from an apothecary, and the prices were such that a single ounce might cost a day's wages for a labourer. In the early 600s, a pound of cloves might sell in Amsterdam for 30 guilders, when a skilled worker earned perhaps 300 guilders per year. A pound of nutmeg was worth roughly the same. Imagine, then, a commodity so rare and so costly that a shipload of it could cook an inch food and could make an entire voyage profitable even if the ship was only 1/3 full. Imagine cargo that did not spoil, that did not deteriorate, that could wait years in a warehouse for the price to rise even higher. This was the mathematics of the spice trade. The Portuguese had understood this perfectly. They had fought their way to the Indies around 1500, had built fortified trading posts, and had gradually expelled Arab and Indian merchants who had been trading the Spice Islands for centuries. But the Portuguese expansion had not been a swift conquest. It had taken decades of naval warfare, negotiation, and gradual establishment of bases to build their monopoly. They had established trading posts in places like Goa on the Indian coast, in Malacca, controlling the strait between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, and in the Moluccas, closer to the Spice Islands themselves. They had maintained a fleet of armed ships to protect their trade routes from rival merchants and opportunistic pirates. A Portuguese ship that successfully completed the voyage would be worth more than a small estate. The Portuguese were the masters of a vast network that stretched from Europe around the Cape of Good Hope to India, to Southeast Asia, to Japan. The route was long, a journey that could take 10 or 12 months depending on winds and weather, but the profits at the end justified the risk. By 1595, the Portuguese controlled the spice trade almost completely. But control was not the same as monopoly. Arab merchants still smuggled spices through the Red Sea, taking the overland route across Egypt. Indian princes still traded with anyone they could, hedging their bets against the future. But the Portuguese had the military advantage, the fortified position, and most importantly, they had arrived at the moment when European demand for spices was at its highest. Prices were extraordinary. A Portuguese ship arriving in Lisbon with a hold full of cloves or nutmeg could generate revenues equal to a small kingdom's annual tax receipt. The Portuguese crown took a percentage of every shipload. The crown's share was about 1/5 of the cargo value. The merchants and shipowners took their percentages. The crew received their wages. And yet, there was still such tremendous profit that even after all these layers of extraction, a Portuguese merchant could become wealthy beyond anything a herring trader could imagine. Fortunes flowed through Lisbon like the Tagus River flowing to the Atlantic. The spice houses of Lisbon became legendary, filled with treasures that spoke of distant land. Foreign merchants and dignitaries visited Lisbon just to see the warehouses, the quantities of spice, the visible manifestation of wealth. The Dutch merchants of Amsterdam watched this wealth accumulate, understood the mathematics perfectly, and understood also that the Portuguese monopoly was not unbreakable. The Portuguese had only a small number of ships, perhaps 50 active ocean-going vessels at any moment. They had to return annually through waters that sometimes offered opportunities for interception. They had built fortifications, but fortifications could be challenged. And most importantly, the Portuguese were just one nation, one navy, one mercantile system, operating across an enormous geographic area from Lisbon to Nagasaki. The Dutch, fragmented into competing cities and merchant families, were potentially more flexible, more aggressive, more willing to take risks if the payoff was large enough. By 1595, the first Dutch expeditions were being organized, not by the government but by merchants pooling their resources in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and other trading cities. A fleet under the command of Cornelis de Houtman was prepared in Amsterdam. It was not large, 4 ships, perhaps 250 men, but it was an act of defiance against the Portuguese system. The voyage would take 8 months to cross the Indian Ocean and reach the Spice Islands, a journey through waters where few Dutch ships had ever sailed. If it succeeded, the spices brought back would command extraordinary prices in Amsterdam. If it failed, if the ships were lost or seized, if no cargo was brought back, the merchants who funded it would lose their investment. The voyage was also extraordinarily dangerous. Shipwrecks claimed vessels regularly. Diseases like scurvy would kill sailors far from home. Rival merchant ships or pirates might appear to seize the cargo. It was, by the standards of the time, an almost reckless venture. But the mathematics were compelling. One successful voyage could generate returns of 400% or higher. One successful voyage could make a man wealthy for life. A merchant could invest 1,000 guilders in outfitting a ship, and if the voyage succeeded, receive 4,000 guilders in return. No other venture offered such rewards. The herring trade was steady and reliable, but it would never generate the kind of wealth that the spice trade promised. A young merchant or an ambitious family would look at the Portuguese success and understand, this is where the money is. And if the Portuguese could do it, why not the Dutch? That question, asked repeatedly in Amsterdam's counting houses in the 1590s, would ultimately reshape the world. The first Dutch voyages to the Indies in 1595 and 1597 were successful. Cornelis de Houtman returned with pepper, cloves and nutmeg. Not a hold full, but enough. When the spices were sold in Amsterdam, the returns were extraordinary. The investors who had funded the voyage received their money back several times over. News of these returns spread through Amsterdam's merchant houses like a fever. Within a few years, multiple voyages were being organized by competing groups of merchants. Each city, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Middelburg, wanted to send its own expeditions. Each merchant family wanted a piece of the profits plus. By 1600, it became clear that competition was ruining everyone. Ships arriving in Amsterdam from the Indies were dumping spices onto the market faster than the market could absorb them, driving prices down. Merchant Tunap Correzen said and had invested in competing ventures was undercutting each other on prices. The system that had worked for the Portuguese, a single, unified monopoly that controlled supply and could therefore command high prices, was the only profitable way to manage the spice trade. Fragmented competition would destroy the wealth that the Dutch had discovered. In 1602, the States General of the Dutch Republic made a decision that would reshape the world, issued a charter to a new institution called the Verenigde Oost-Indische Company, the United East India Company, known as the VOC. The charter was granted on March 20, 1602. It was not a simple business license. It was a grant of governmental power. The VOC was permitted to wage war, to make treaties, to establish forts and settlements, to appoint governors, to administer justice, and to maintain its own army and navy. In effect, the Dutch state was handing over an entire portion of global commerce to a private corporation and saying, "Do what you must to make the spice trade profitable, and we will take a cut." The monopoly was initially granted for 21 years, with the expectation that the charter could be renewed. The VOC was capitalized at approximately 6.4 million guilders, an enormous sum, perhaps equivalent to the annual tax revenue of the entire Dutch Republic. This capital was raised by selling shares to investors, not to wealthy merchants alone, but to anyone who could afford to purchase them. Here is where the VOC fundamentally departed from every commercial venture that had come before it. Earlier merchant companies had investors, certainly, but those investors typically could not withdraw their capital. They were locked into the venture. If you invested in a single voyage to the Indies, you received a share of the profits or losses from that voyage, but your money was tied up until the ship returned, a commitment of several years. The VOC was different. It issued permanent shares in the company itself, not in individual voyages. You could purchase a share in the VOC and hold it indefinitely, and crucially, this was the revolutionary part. You could sell that share to someone else. The shares were tradable. A merchant widow in Amsterdam could purchase a share in the VOC, hold it for 5 years, and then sell it to a younger merchant if she needed capital for another venture. She could sell it to a craftsman or a baker who wanted to invest their savings. This innovation, freely tradable shares in a perpetual institution, had no precedent. The concept of a corporation was not new, but the concept of a negotiable share of permanent stock was. Over 1,100 investors purchased shares in the initial offering in 1602. The list of investors survives and includes bakers, merchants, widows, clergy, and wealthy burgomasters. A maidservant named Hester Janster invested 10 guilders, a modest amount that represented perhaps a week or two of her wages. A merchant named Kles Dierkes invested 3,000 guilders, a fortune. This was democratic capitalism in its infancy. Not everyone could afford to purchase shares. A laborer earning a few hundred guilders could not easily afford 1,000 guilders share, but enough people could afford them, even in small amounts, that the capital that had been hoarded in the hands of a few merchant princes was suddenly pooled from hundreds of ordinary citizens. A baker might invest 100 guilders alongside a nobleman's 1,000. A widow might invest a sum equal to the inheritance of her late husband. Together, these hundreds of ordinary investments created a capital base that no individual merchant could have assembled alone. The company established its governing structure around a council called the Heren 17, or the Gentlemen 17. These were representatives from the 6 chambers of the VOC: Amsterdam, Middelburg, Delft, Rotterdam, Enkhuizen, and Hoorn, each chamber representing a different trading city and each contributing to the overall governance of the company. The Amsterdam chamber was by far the most important, contributing roughly half the initial capital and having the largest voice in company decisions. This weighted system reflected economic reality. Amsterdam was the richest and most powerful of the trading cities. The Governor-General, who would rule the VOC's territory in Asia, reported to the Heren 17. The directors, who managed day-to-day operations in the various ports, reported to the chambers. On paper, it was a reasonable system of distributed oversight, allowing each region to have a voice, while centralizing strategic decisions. In practice, given the distance between Amsterdam and the Indies, 8 months of sailing each way, the Governor-General would acquire almost complete autonomy. He would write dispatches to Amsterdam explaining his decisions, and by the time the response arrived, he had often already committed the company to entirely new strategies. A decision made by the Governor-General in October might not be known in Amsterdam until June of the following year. By that time, the Governor-General had already made decisions that contradicted or superseded the position of the Home Office. The communication lag created a fundamental structural problem. The company was essentially governing itself from Asia as much as from Amsterdam. This would prove to be both the company's greatest strength and eventually a source of its decline. The VOC was born of compromise, of pooled capital, of shared risk among multiple cities and regions. But it was an institution designed to operate in a condition of permanent distance, permanent information lag, and permanent uncertainty. Its success would depend on finding leaders capable of operating in those conditions without losing sight of the core mission: generate profits for the shareholders. Everything else, morality, legality, relationships with local peoples, long-term sustainability, the welfare of employees, would be secondary to this objective. The Charter explicitly granted the company nearly all the powers of a state. It could mint coins, enter into treaties, wage war, establish settlements, and administer law in the territories it controlled. But those same authorities would be exercised at a distance by men who had no oversight, who could not be easily removed, and who had every incentive to maximize extraction from the territories under their control. For the shares to hold value, for investors to feel confident that their purchase was real and meaningful, a mechanism had to exist to allow them to sell those shares. In 1609, the Wissel Bank, or Bank of Amsterdam, was established. It was not a central bank in the modern sense, but it served a function that is now central bank-like. It standardized currency and credit. The bank accepted deposits in various foreign coins and scrip, and issued standardized notes denominated in a single currency. This solved a practical problem. Amsterdam's merchant community was drowning in currency fluctuations and counterfeits. A ship arriving from the Mediterranean might bring guilders, florins, ducats, Spanish reales, all of different weights and purities, all subject to fluctuation in value. A merchant receiving payment in Spanish coins had to worry about whether those coins were real or counterfeit, and about whether their value would remain stable. The bank eliminated this uncertainty. It created confidence that value was stable, that transactions could be verified, that the monetary system was trustworthy. A merchant could deposit a quantity of mixed foreign coins, and the bank would credit him with exactly measured guilders on deposit. Those guilders were backed by the physical coins held in the bank's vaults. This standardization was radical and immediately valuable to anyone buying or selling shares, because share prices could now be quoted in a stable currency. In 1611, the Beurs, the exchange, opened for trading. Henrik de Keyser, one of the most renowned architects of the age, designed a building specifically meant to facilitate the trading of shares and other financial instruments. The building was approximately 60 meters long and 35 meters wide. It had no roof over the central courtyard. Instead, 42 numbered columns were arranged in a square around an open-air floor. Traders and brokers would gather at specific columns and call out bids and asks. One trader would announce that he wished to sell 100 shares of the VOC at 30 guilders per share. Another would call out that he would purchase 50 at 30 guilders, but the remaining 50 would require 31 guilders. Prices were determined by supply and demand, by reputation, by news from returning ships, by rumors. If a ship was reported to have been lost off the Cape of Good Hope, the price of VOC shares would plummet. If a ship returned with an extraordinary cargo, the price would soar. The Dutch had created, perhaps without fully realizing it, the world's first stock market. The mechanics were simple: buyers and sellers meeting at a designated time and place, prices quoted in a standard currency, brokers facilitating the transactions, but the implications were revolutionary. Trading began almost immediately. The Beers was organized by commodity. Certain columns were used for trading shares of the VOC, others for shares of the West India Company, which would be established in 1621, others for commodity trading, for insurance, for bills of exchange, but the VOC dominated the Beers. It was the largest company, the most capital-intensive, the most profitable, and its shares were actively traded by hundreds of investors. A trader could purchase a share at the Beers one day and sell it the next. Brokers emerged, men who specialized in matching buyers and sellers, who earned a small commission on each transaction. These brokers were some of the first financial professionals in the world, and the skills they developed, assessing value, reading market sentiment, understanding how information moved, would establish the template for traders and brokers for centuries to come. They learned to anticipate news, to understand the connections between a ship's departure date and future dividend payments, to sense when sentiment was shifting. On the Beers, something else emerged that had not existed before: speculation. A merchant could purchase shares in the VOC without any intention of holding them, betting simply that the price would rise. He could buy a share for 30 guilders, hold it for 3 months while favorable news arrived from Asia, and sell it for 35 guilders, pocketing the 5 guilder gain. Or he could do the reverse. He could sell shares that he did not yet own, betting that the price would fall, so that he could purchase them at a lower price and deliver them to the buyer. This practice was called short selling, and it was pioneered by traders like Isaac Lemaire, a wealthy merchant who perfected the art of massive speculative short positions. Lemaire would coordinate with other traders to drive prices down, then purchase shares at the depressed prices, making enormous profits. It was immediately controversial. The authorities in Amsterdam saw short selling as destabilizing, as a kind of financial manipulation that violated the spirit of investing. But it was also profitable, and the people engaging in it were numerous and well-connected, so enforcement was sporadic and difficult. Some months, the city authorities would crack down on short sellers and attempt to ban the practice. Other times, enforcement would lapse as political alliances shifted. The practice persisted, and the people engaged in it became known as sophisticated traders who understood that profit could come from price movements rather than from actual cargo being unloaded at docks. The VOC company itself eventually moved to restrict some forms of short selling, but by then the practice was deeply embedded in the market structure. Over the course of several decades, a sophisticated financial market emerged at the Bourse. Prices were published in newspapers, market commentary appeared in pamphlets, trading volumes were tracked and reported. The wealth that the company generated was no longer just flowing back to merchants and traders, it was flowing to investors, ordinary people who had purchased shares and were now receiving dividends or selling shares at a profit. The dividend payments in particular were extraordinary. A VOC share purchased in 1602 for 3,000 guilders might receive 600 guilders in annual dividends, a 20% return year after year. There was nothing like this in the world. No government bond, no real estate lease, no other investment vehicle offered such consistent and generous returns. Shareholders had begun to experience the sensation that would later be called passive income. You purchased shares, held them, and money appeared regularly in your account. The mechanism had turned out to be entirely stable and profitable. The combination of the VOC's monopoly on the spice trade, the shareholders' incentive to maximize profits, and the market's ability to price shares efficiently had created a system that worked. or rather, it appeared to work, even if the appearance was sustained only by the steady flow of ships returning from the Indies laden with expensive spices and by the steady extraction of those profits from the territories that the VOC controlled in Asia. The Dutch had purchased control of the spice trade by charter and capital, but that charter only conferred a monopoly with the Dutch state. It did not confer monopoly with the world. The Portuguese were still present in the Indies, controlling a number of ports and islands. The English had begun mounting expeditions, and the Bandanese, the Moluccans, the Javanese, and other local populations had been trading spices for centuries before any European arrived. The notion that the VOC could simply declare a monopoly and have it respected was naive. It would have to be enforced, and enforcement required military power. The Banda Islands, small volcanic islands clustered in what is now eastern Indonesia, were the richest spice sources in the world. The islands themselves were tiny, the largest only about 50 square kilometers, yet they produced the most valuable crop on Earth. Nutmeg and mace grew there and nowhere else on the planet. A single nutmeg tree could produce 2 to 3 pounds of spices per year, and a hectare of Bandanese land could generate income that would take a European merchant years to accumulate. Some estimates suggest that a single Bandanese nutmeg tree could be worth more than a house in Amsterdam. The Bandanese had long conducted their own trade, selling to Arab merchants, to Indian merchants, to anyone who would purchase their spices. The wealth generated by this trade had made the island's rulers prosperous and independent. The Portuguese had tried to establish monopoly control and had partially succeeded, but control was incomplete and expensive. They maintained forts and demanded tributes, but the Bandanese continued to trade with merchants who were not Portuguese. The Dutch arrived with a new strategy and, gradually, with military force. By 1609, the VOC had begun to consolidate control over the Banda Islands, building forts and establishing regulations that forbade islanders from trading with anyone except the VOC. These regulations were not negotiated, they were imposed at gunpoint. By 1615, the VOC had established its primary Banda fortress on Nera Island and was attempting to enforce monopoly control. But enforcement required suppressing ongoing resistance. The local population objected to being locked into monopoly arrangements where they received perhaps 1/10 or 1/5 of the price that their spices commanded in Amsterdam. If a pound of nutmeg sold for 30 guilders in Amsterdam, a Bandanese producer might receive 3 guilders. The remaining profit went to the VOC. The arrangement was enormously profitable for the company and devastatingly impoverishing for the islanders. Resistance erupted, armed resistance in some cases, refusal to cooperate in others, attempts to smuggle spices out through rival traders. In 1621, under the command of Jan Pieterszoon Koon, who was the VOC's Governor-General in Asia, a decisive military action was undertaken. The term massacre is used by historians to describe what occurred. On May 8, 1621, Koon ordered the execution of 44 Bandanese leaders in a ceremony that was witnessed by the population of the islands as a demonstration of VOC power. Some sources indicate the executions were carried out in a particularly brutal manner designed to terrorize the population into submission. The bodies were displayed as warnings. Following the executions, Koon deported most of the remaining Bandanese population. Approximately 2,800 were killed and 170 were enslaved. The islands were emptied of their original inhabitants and repopulated with Dutch colonists, who established nutmeg plantations worked by imported slave labor, primarily from other parts of the Dutch East Indies and from regions where the VOC had established trading relationships. It was a genocide in the context of the VOC's business model. It was also a rational act from a purely economic perspective. The Bandanese had been resisting the monopoly, making threats against VOC officials, allying with competing merchants, generally undermining profitability. Cohen's solution was to remove them and establish a system of production controlled entirely by Dutch settlers, who had no alternative to the VOC and no leverage to demand better treatment. The genocide was effective in economic terms. After 1621, the Banda Islands produced nutmeg almost entirely for the VOC. There were no independent producers, no competitors, no resistance, no indigenous population to negotiate with. The spices flowed to Batavia and then to Amsterdam with almost no friction. The shareholders received their dividends, the supply was completely controlled, the prices remained high. Cohen himself was rewarded for his success with honors and authority. In a corporate structure designed solely to maximize shareholder returns, the system worked perfectly. The Molucca Islands to the north of the Banda Islands produced clothes. The VOC pursued a similar strategy, establishing monopoly control, suppressing local trade, eliminating sources of resistance. The process was slower and less violent than in the Banda Islands, but the logic was identical. Maximize production, minimize competition, enforce compliance through whatever means necessary. By the 1620s, the VOC effectively controlled the supply of nutmeg, mace and cloves entering European markets. Prices stabilized at remarkably high levels. Shareholders were content. The dividends continued. The VOC also used the same strategy in other regions, destroying spice trees in the Moluccas to maintain artificial scarcity and high prices, even though this meant burning crops that could have been harvested and sold. Better to have high prices and less supply from a profit perspective than lower prices and more supply. A tree that could not be controlled by the VOC was a threat. A tree that was cut down was a problem solved. But the human cost was buried in the administrative records of the company, in dispatches that described pacification efforts and native labor arrangements in bureaucratic language that obscured what was actually happening. When these documents were later compiled into histories, they became sources of debate. Some historians emphasize that the VOC was operating within the norms of its time, that violence and coercion in colonial ventures were not unique to the Dutch. Others emphasize that this violence was chosen as a matter of policy, that alternatives existed, that the genocide in the Banda Islands was a deliberate act of commercial calculation. The truth is likely that both perspectives are valid. The VOC operated within the framework of its time, where military action and violence were accepted tools of statecraft and commerce. But within that framework, the VOC made specific choices. Cohen chose to empty the Banda Islands rather than attempt to manage or negotiate with the existing population. That choice was a choice, and it is impossible to separate it from the profit motive that drove the VOC. In 1619, Jan Pieterszoon Cohen established a new city on the coast of Java. He selected a location that had previously been occupied by a sultanate, conquered it, and founded what would become the capital of Dutch Asia. He named it Batavia, after an ancient Roman name for what is now the Netherlands. The city was built according to Dutch principles, with canals of Amsterdam, with fortress walls, with an administrative structure that replicated the governance of the motherland. The mother was land. It was a Dutch city, built on conquered land, established to serve the interests of the VOC. Cohen's vision was to create a fixed point in Asia, a permanent base of operations that would serve as the nerve center of Dutch commerce, the place where decisions were made, where cargo was received and distributed, where the great trading networks would converge. By 1620, Batavia had become the central hub of VOC operations in Asia. Ships arrived there from the Banda Islands laden with nutmeg. Ships arrived from the Moluccas laden with clothes. Other ships arrived from Persia with silk and wool. Still others arrived from Japan, from China, from India, from Siam, from ports across Southeast Asia. Batavia was not simply a spice entrepot, merely a warehouse where spices were stored before being shipped to Europe. It was the center of an intra-Asian trade network that was arguably more sophisticated and more profitable than the spice trade itself. The VOC had discovered that it could make enormous profits by trading within Asia, exploiting the economic geography of the region. A bolt of Indian cotton cloth could be purchased for 3 guilders in Calicut and sold for 10 guilders in Java. That same bolt could then be used to purchase clothes. The clothes purchased in Java for 10 guilders could be sold in Japan for 40 guilders. Japanese silver purchased with those 40 guilders could be shipped to India and sold for enough to purchase dozens of bolts of cloth again. The spices represented one stream of profit, but the intra-Asian trade represented multiple streams, each of them profitable, all of them feeding into a network that was centered on Batavia. The entire operation was coordinated by VOC officials sitting in offices in Batavia, calculating risks, routing ships, managing inventories. The city became one of the most cosmopolitan places in the world by the 1620s. Dutch merchants lived there alongside Chinese merchants, Persian merchants, Indian merchants, Arab merchants, and Javanese, who had adapted to the new political order. There were taverns and trading houses, mosques and Dutch churches, a fortress and warehouses, and the administrative buildings of the VOC. The city's harbour was crowded with ships from every part of the known world. The city's streets were chaotic and multilingual. You could hear Dutch, Chinese, Malay, Portuguese, Arabic, Japanese, Hindi, and a dozen other languages in the course of a single day. The city's population grew from perhaps 10,000 in 1620 to over 100,000 by the late 1600s. It was chaotic and wealthy and dangerous. Disease was endemic due to the tropical climate and the crowding and the sanitation systems that were barely adequate for the population. Malaria, dysentery, and tropical fevers killed thousands of residents each year. Yet wealth flowed through the city constantly. A merchant could arrive poor and depart wealthy. A laborer could earn wages that he could never earn in Europe. A soldier could serve for a few years and return home with accumulated savings that made him prosperous by European standards if he survived the diseases and the dangers. The VOC Governor-General in Batavia held power that was almost absolute within his domain. He reported to the Heeren 17 in Amsterdam, but the distance was so vast and communication so slow that he could make decisions with almost no oversight. 8 months of sailing time each way meant that a decision made in Batavia would be reported to Amsterdam, and the response would arrive 9 or 10 months later. By that time, the Governor-General had often already acted on his decision and moved on to other matters. He appointed subordinates, authorized military expeditions, negotiated treaties with local rulers, and made judgments about how to allocate company resources. Some governors-general were competent, concise, and others were corrupt, using their position to enrich themselves. The company's structure provided no mechanism to prevent corruption effectively. The records of the VOC are filled with references to officials who had accumulated wealth for their own account while supposedly serving the company. Cohen himself was wealthy, accumulating a fortune that extended beyond his salary. But Cohen was also extraordinarily effective in expanding VOC territory and consolidating VOC power. By the time he died in 1620, the VOC controlled ports and territories across a vast swathe of Asia, from Persia to Japan. The network of trade that centered on Batavia was so profitable that the dividends being paid to shareholders in Amsterdam continued to increase year after year. The company was printing money, or more precisely, its shareholders were receiving shares of profits that came from the control of trade networks and the systematic extraction of resources from conquered territories and subjugated peoples. The warehouses of Batavia were cavernous spaces that held inventory, spices waiting for the right moment to ship to Amsterdam, cloth purchased in India, porcelain from China, silver coins, pepper, and 1,000 other goods. The smell in the warehouses, according to contemporary accounts, was overwhelming. Spices, cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, had an aroma that was lovely in small quantities but became almost oppressive in the massive quantities stored in Batavia. The spice smell would hang in the air for days after entering a warehouse, would cling to clothing and hair. Mixed with the smell of tar, hemp, tropical mold, and human labor, was an olfactory signature that represented wealth. A merchant standing in a Batavian 5 inside would have been smelling the future profits of hundreds of shareholders in Amsterdam, the past suffering of thousands of enslaved people in the Banda Islands, and the commerce that was being reorganized on a planetary scale. Every ton of spice represented the death or displacement of local producers. Every bolt of fine cloth represented a disruption of local trade patterns. Every she-load of goods represented wealth extracted from somewhere and transferred to Amsterdam, to the shareholders, to the financial markets of the Dutch Republic. The VOC was a shipping company first and foremost. Without ships, there would be no trade, no spices, no profits. The company owned and operated an enormous fleet. At its peak, the VOC had somewhere in the vicinity of 150 to 200 active ocean-going ships, though the exact number fluctuated. Over the entire 1970-year history of the company, the VOC commissioned and owned roughly 4,700 ships. That represents an enormous construction effort, a constant replacement of vessels as they aged, rotted, or were lost at sea. The ships were built in the Dutch Republic, primarily in the shipyards of Zaandam and Amsterdam. The Zaandam yards alone were building dozens of ships per year at peak capacity. These were specialized vessels built for long-distance trade. Early VOC ships were simply merchant vessels, often converted from other uses. But over time, the company worked with shipwrights to develop the Vloot, a design that was specifically optimized for long-distance trade. The Vloot was not the fastest ship, it was not the most maneuverable, but it was spacious. It had a large hold relative to the size of the crew. It was relatively easy to build and maintain compared to other ocean-going vessels. The Vloot became the standard cargo ship of the Dutch merchant marine in the 1600s, and it set the template for large merchant vessels for the next century and a half. A typical East Indiaman, the name given to large VOC ships making the voyage to Asia, was perhaps 150 feet long, carried a crew of 200 men, and had a cargo capacity of perhaps 300 tons. The ship itself was a marvel of engineering for the time. Every joint was carefully fitted so that the ship would not spring leaks in heavy seas. The hold was designed to allow air circulation, reducing the risk of rot. The cannons mounted on the deck were both for defense against pirates and for projecting power in territories where the VOC wanted to establish authority. Outfitting a single East Indiaman cost perhaps 40,000 to 60,000 guilders, an enormous sum, equivalent to the total capital that many merchant companies controlled. The VOC, with its vast capital base, could afford to lose a ship here and there and still remain profitable. A small merchant company could not. If you owned a single ship and lost it in a storm, you were ruined. If you owned 5 ships and lost 2, your business likely failed. The VOC owned hundreds, so the loss of a few was calculated into the business plan. This was another source of VOC competitive advantage: capital depth. This was also why the VOC could outcompete smaller merchant ventures, not through superior seamanship or superior trading networks, but simply through the ability to absorb losses that would destroy competitors. The voyage from Amsterdam to Batavia took roughly 8 months. For the first 4 months, the ship would travel south along the African coast, around the Cape of Good Hope, and into the Indian Ocean. For the next 4 months, it would travel east across the Indian Ocean to the Indies, catching the monsoon winds. The conditions aboard ship were miserable. A crew of 300 shared a wooden vessel with no sanitation systems, minimal ventilation, and limited food that was often spoiled by the time it was served. The sailors slept in hammocks strung in the hold. There were no toilets, waste went overboard or was collected in buckets. There was no fresh water, only beer or wine, which was safer than water, but still limited in supply. Approximately 1/3 of the crew typically died on the journey, primarily from scurvy, dysentery, and typhus. A VOC captain knew that of 300 men who departed Amsterdam, perhaps 200 would arrive in Batavia. This was accepted as normal. The company budgeted for this mortality. The wages offered were high enough that there was never a shortage of desperate men willing to make the voyage. The crew was a mixture of volunteers, the unemployed, military deserters, and people escaping legal trouble in the Dutch Republic. The officers, captains, mates, and masters were often experienced sailors who had made multiple voyages. The enlisted men were typically young, often teenagers, and had no sailing experience. They were trained on the job and learned through endurance and observation. Punishment for infractions was severe. A sailor who disobeyed orders could be whipped. Theft was punished with amputation. Desertion was punishable by death, usually by hanging or marooning on a deserted island. The Zienstweet Waits Gendersøsted filmed, Paterned with de Voilubien at A, and for the also Blessebrevens directly counted. But the pay was good. Perhaps 3 times what a labourer could earn in Amsterdam. And for young men with no prospects, the gamble was rational. A soldier returning from a voyage to Asia with accumulated wages could purchase land or open a business. The ships themselves developed legendary reputations. Certain captains were known to keep their crews healthier than others, enforcing standards of cleanliness and rationing. Certain routes became known as less deadly than others. But there was no escaping the basic reality. A voyage to Asia was an ordeal that killed a significant fraction of anyone who undertook it. The return voyage was no less deadly. Ships leaving Batavia were loaded with spices, with criscos, with cargo, with goods of all sorts. The journey back, across the Indian Ocean, around the Cape, and up the coast of Africa, took another 8 months. And the crew, now at half strength because of deaths during the outbound voyage and sickness or desertion in Batavia, faced the same conditions. The voyage was linear. You did not voyage to Asia and back for the sake of the voyage. You undertook the voyage to generate profit. The ship was profit-making machinery. What mattered was that it arrived with its cargo intact. The human cost was externalized. It was not factored into the profit calculations. The mortality was not advertised to recruits. It was simply understood as the cost of doing business. By the 1650s, the VOC had established regular shipping routes. Departure times from Amsterdam were timed to catch seasonal winds. Ships departed in the early spring, timed to arrive in Batavia in the autumn, allow time for loading, and depart for Amsterdam in the early winter, arriving back home in the summer. The schedule was as regular as ocean travel allowed. A shareholder in Amsterdam could purchase a share in the VOC with some confidence that ships would depart on schedule, that cargoes would be loaded, that the system would continue. The profits flowed like clockwork, and few asked too many questions about what that clockwork was grinding into powder. While fortunes were being extracted from Asia and concentrated in the hands of VOC shareholders, Amsterdam was transformed. The wealth flowed back to the Dutch Republic, and much of it was spent on visible expressions of status and beauty. A successful merchant could purchase a house in Amsterdam's expanding canal district. These houses were 4 or 5 stories tall, narrow and deep, with large windows, decorated facades, and interior rooms that displayed the owner's wealth and taste. The interiors were filled with furniture, tapestries, paintings, and objects collected from around the world. Chinese porcelain, Japanese lacquerware, Japanese Persian carpets, and Indian cotton lined the interiors of these merchant houses. Every object that notable to wealth and came from distant ships. So these paintings which took comments paint for distant houses, club romance for loves, and these paintings often depicted scenes of wealth, and some paintings from Howell's 30 families in their homes, where filled with clothes, whip and sessions and stamps. Paintings of intending for the late Zati, the traders of his collection, some he laughed into making for the Nultiga, for the Murphy on the shooters and planactions, and if the smoke of the mountains, and we with Mertin could revive thick glasses, aging them, amusement and works, handling and king. In entire sea wealth fueled this argumentus. The painters needed pigments, Lapham and Stanting, Kitters Neal from the Americas if they were ultramarine blue from the East, many of which were supplied through VOC trading networks or through the networks that the VOC had established. The result was a positive feedback loop, where spice wealth was converted into art, and the art market created demand for exotic materials, which were supplied by the same trading networks. A single painting might represent the profits from a dozen sheeploads of spices. Rembrandt lived from 1606 to 1669 and was arguably the greatest artist of the Dutch Golden Age. He created paintings and etchings that depicted biblical scenes, historical scenes, and portraits of wealthy patrons who had grown rich through commerce and trade. His paintings captured the aesthetic of the age, a love of light and shadow, of rich textures, of human dignity combined with human suffering. Some of his most celebrated paintings were commissioned by wealthy merchants who had profited from the VOC. A large Rembrandt painting could cost 2,000 or 3,000 guilders, roughly the cost of a year's salary for a highly skilled craftsman, or the annual dividend from a substantial VOC share. The people who could afford to commission such works were the same people who held shares in the VOC, who received dividends, who were investing their wealth in multiple streams of revenue. They were also people who did not have to think about the sources of their wealth in any detailed way. The paintings they commissioned celebrated their status, but said nothing about how that status had been acquired. Amsterdam became, during this period, the richest city in the world. Visiting merchants from Venice, from London, from Hanseatic cities, marveled at the wealth on display, the architecture, the paintings, the goods in the markets. The shops along the main streets offered goods from every part of the known world. An Amsterdam shopper could purchase Japanese swords, Indian spices, Persian carpets, and Chinese tea. The expansion of Amsterdam was visible and tangible. In 1602, when the VOC was chartered, Amsterdam was perhaps 100,000 people. By 1650, it was perhaps 200,000 people. The city was growing faster than the Dutch Republic had ever seen any city grow. The city expanded by building outward, creating the concentric ring of canals, the Heringgracht, the Prinsengracht, the Keizersgracht, that define Amsterdam to the present day. This expansion was funded by profits not just from the VOC but from banking, from insurance, from commodity, from the whole ecosystem of commerce that had developed around the spice trade. The wealthiest merchants were building grand new houses, the middle merchants were investing in smaller properties, and the working classes were finding employment in the services that those wealthier merchants and merchants' families demanded. Within this ecosystem of commerce and art emerged a strange phenomenon: tulip mania. Tulips had been brought to the Netherlands from the Ottoman Empire in the previous century. They were exotic flowers, originally a luxury good, and certain varieties, particularly the striped or flamed varieties with patterns caused by a virus, were rare and sought after by wealthy collectors. By the 1630s, collecting tulips became a form of wealth display and speculation. Tulip bulbs were purchased and sold at auctions, sometimes for extraordinary prices. A single bulb of a particularly rare variety, called the Semper Augustus, could sell for prices that rivaled the purchase price of a modest house in Amsterdam. The phenomenon caught the attention of wealthy merchants, middle-class traders, and even some working people who dreamed of wealth. In the winter of 1636-37, tulip mania reached its peak. Traders were speculating on future tulip prices, purchasing contracts for bulbs that would be delivered after the winter, betting that prices would rise. Prices did rise month after month. But then, in early February 1637, the market collapsed. Suddenly, no one was willing to purchase tulips at the inflated prices. Traders who had committed to purchasing bulbs at high prices found that they could not resell them. The market froze. Buyers disappeared. Some historians have interpreted tulip mania as a bubble, an irrational exuberance that infected the populace and then collapsed catastrophically. Other historians have emphasized that the market was more limited than popular accounts suggest, that it primarily affected wealthy collectors and wealthy merchants, and that the average person did not participate significantly. But tulip mania was undoubtedly an expression of the same fever that drove the spice trade. It was speculation driven by the belief that prices would rise indefinitely. It was wealth seeking a place to invest. It was the mentality of an age that had tasted extraordinary profits and believed that such profits could be found anywhere if you looked hard enough. The collapse of the tulip market was a small warning, a hint that not all investments would prove infinitely profitable, that markets could reverse, that fortunes could evaporate, but the warning went largely unheeded. The VOC continued to pay dividends, the spices continued to arrive, the merchants continued to grow richer, and the system that generated these profits, the system based on monopoly control of some trade routes, narrated routes, on slavery, on the suppression of local populations, on the extraction of wealth from conquered territories, continued to function as reliably as it had in the past. The paintings created during this era are some of the greatest ever made. They captured a moment when wealth seemed boundless, when beauty could be purchased, when human potential seemed limitless. That these paintings were funded by genocide in distant islands was something that the buyers of the paintings, the patrons who sat for portraits, the viewers who walked through galleries, did not have to think about. The system was structured so that this reality could remain invisible. The VOC was chartered for 21 years. At the end of that period, the charter was renewed, not indefinitely, but for another period of years. Every few decades, the charter was renewed again. This process continued for 197 years. The system worked extraordinarily well for nearly 150 years. Profits flowed regularly to shareholders. The company expanded its operations, established new forts, deepened its monopolies, and generally continued to function as a profit-generating machine. But beginning in the late 1600s, the system began to deteriorate. The deterioration was gradual, and it took a very long time for the company to actually fail, but the trend was unmistakable. Several factors contributed to the decline. The first was competition. The English East India Company, initially less successful than the VOC, gradually improved its operations. By the late 1600s, the English company was beginning to make significant profits. It did not have the monopoly that the VOC had. Few companies did, but it did not need it. The English company could buy and sell spices profitably, could establish trade relationships with regions that the VOC did not fully control, could open new markets for tea and textiles, and could expand into new territories. Trade wars erupted between the Dutch and English, particularly in the Indian Ocean and around the Indonesian archipelago. The VOC attempted to maintain its monopoly through military force, but the English were willing to fight back. These trade wars were expensive, costing enormous amounts in naval vessels, soldiers, and ammunition. The profits that could have been distributed to shareholders were instead diverted to warfare. A ship that could have transported spices was instead outfitted with cannons and sent to destroy English trading posts. The extraordinary returns of the 17th century were displaced by the defensive costs of the 18th century. A second factor was corruption. The further removed the company became from its founding moment, the more pervasive corruption became. VOC officials who were stationed in the Indies would engage in private trading, buying and selling goods for their own account rather than the company's account. This was technically forbidden by company regulation, but it was also ubiquitous and almost impossible to prevent. A Governor-General might authorize a ship to sail to a port ostensibly on company business, but the ship would actually be carrying goods owned by the Governor-General himself. When the ship returned, the profits went into the Governor-General's account rather than the company's account. Governors-General accumulated personal fortunes, sometimes rivaling the size of small kingdoms, while nominally serving the company. The audit structures that were supposed to prevent this were weak and underfunded. The company's accounting systems were so complex and distributed across multiple continents that it was difficult to determine whether money was actually missing or simply misallocated. By the early 1700s, corruption was so widespread that the company's management acknowledged it as a permanent feature of operations rather than something to be prevented or eliminated. A Dutch phrase developed to describe the decline, verringen onder corruptie, literally ruined by corruption. The phrase became almost a joke among merchants in Amsterdam, a shorthand for the visible decay of a once mighty institution, brought down not by external enemies, but by the greed and self-dealing of its own officials. A third factor was structural. The VOC had originally been profitable because it had identified regions where a particular commodity, spice, was produced, established monopoly control, and extracted that commodity, at the lowest possible cost. But as the world developed, as European competitors arrived, and as local populations adapted to new market conditions, monopolies became harder to maintain. By the 1700s, the world was producing competing spices. Nutmeg was being grown in the Americas. Cloves were being cultivated in other regions. The VOC's monopoly was no longer as complete or as valuable. The prices that had made the company fabulously wealthy were beginning to fall as supply increased. A fourth factor was organizational. The company had grown so large and so complicated that its internal structures were no longer functional. The Heron 17th was supposed to govern the company, but the Heron 17th was composed of representatives from regional chambers, and these representatives often had competing interests. Amsterdam wanted one policy, Middelburg wanted another, Rotterdam wanted a third. Decisions were made by consensus, and consensus was difficult to achieve when the chambers had competing interests. Meanwhile, governors-general in Asia were operating with so much autonomy that they were essentially running independent operations, making decisions that contradicted the stated policies of the Home Office. The company was being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously, and no clear authority had the power to impose unified direction. By the early 1700s, the company had adapted to a state of permanent mediocrity. It was still profitable, profits continued, dividends continued, but the extraordinary profits of the 1600s were gone. Shareholders who purchased VOC shares in 1700 were not receiving the same returns that shareholders who purchased VOC shares in 1602 had received. A share that had paid 20% dividends annually now paid perhaps 5%. The magic was gone. The world had moved on. The Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, fought between 1780 and 1784, was devastating to the VOC. The English attacked VOC shipping, seized VOC territories, and damaged the company's infrastructure. The English East India Company had become powerful enough to challenge the VOC directly. When the war ended, the VOC had lost significant territory and significant revenue. The company attempted to reorganize, attempted to restructure, but the damage was severe. By 1790, the company was reporting losses rather than profit. Its capital reserves were depleted. It was unable to fund new expeditions or repair damaged facilities. The currency of the Bank of Amsterdam, which had been stable for 180 years and had been the anchor of financial confidence in Europe, lost its premium. Confidence in the company and in Dutch finance more broadly evaporated. In 1796, in the aftermath of the Dutch Republic's military defeats by France, the Dutch government took control of the VOC. The company was reorganized under state control. In 1799, as the charter was about to expire again, the Dutch government chose not to renew it. Instead, the company was formally dissolved on December 31, 1799. The assets were seized by the government of the Batavian Republic. The debts were assumed by the state. The shareholders, who had expected the company to exist forever, who had passed their shares down to their children as if they were landed estates, found that their shares were all subject to unclear compensation schemes. Some shareholders received payments, others received nothing. The company that had existed for nearly 200 years, that had seemed permanent and invulnerable, that had been the model for all future corporations, simply ceased to exist. The Dutch East India Company is gone. The ships have rotted into the bottom of oceans. The shareholders have been dead for centuries. The territories that the company controlled have been claimed by independent nations or by other powers. Batavia is now Jakarta, capital of Indonesia, and Batavia's Governor-General's Palace is a historical monument visited by tourists. The warehouses where spices were once stored have been converted into museums or offices. But what the VOC created did not disappear. It evolved and spread and became the template for how the modern world would be organized. The joint stock company, the freely traded share, the stock market, the corporation with limited liability, the idea that capital could be pooled from ordinary people and used to generate profits that would be distributed back to those same people, these are all innovations that the VOC pioneered or refined. Before the VOC, the corporation was a rarity, a specific creation for specific purposes, usually involving a monopoly by the state to accomplish something the state wanted done. After the VOC, the corporation became the default mechanism for organizing large economic enterprises. When the Industrial Revolution began in the late 1700s, the model that was used was the VOC model. Issue shares, pool capital, use that capital to fund large enterprises, extract profits, and distribute them to shareholders. Every modern corporation is, in this sense, a descendant of the VOC. The shareholder mentality, the idea that the purpose of a company is to maximize shareholder returns, is a direct inheritance from the VOC model. The separation between ownership and management, where shareholders own the company but managers operate it, is a VOC innovation. The idea that a company should be structured to maximize short-term returns rather than pursue other objectives, like sustainability or worker welfare, is baked into the corporate structure in a way that traces directly back to the VOC. The VOC also pioneered the use of financial instruments, bonds, forwards contracts, and other derivatives that allowed the company to manage risk and raise capital in creative ways. The speculation and short-selling that occurred on the Amsterdam Beurs established a template for financial markets that continues today. The bubbles and crashes, the irrational exuberance and the sudden reversals are patterns that emerged in the 1600s and have repeated regularly ever since. The language of finance, the concepts, the psychological patterns all descend from that moment in Amsterdam when ordinary people gathered at numbered columns to trade pieces of paper. The Afterhaverkampfrotation, a German with the record in Beischu of Macht, the estimate designs on midst of the artists almost having the internal FH, the early London, at scanning to meets, they Madeldens to revive military governmentally records, Bartis, Nekot Pestority institutions, and these are archives internals. In Amsterdam, in The Hague, in Jakarta, in other ports where the VOC maintained offices, these archives are extraordinary. They document one of history's most complex operations, the management of a commercial empire that spanned continents and centuries. They are a roadmap to how early modern commerce actually functioned, not in the abstract, but in concrete detail. Reading through the archives, you can follow the decision-making, the profits and losses, the constant calculations of risk and return. The canal houses of Amsterdam, built with VOC wealth, still stand. Visitors walk along the Prinsengracht, the Heringracht, and the Keizersgracht, and they see houses that were built by merchants who had grown wealthy through the spice trade. Inside these houses are museums. The Anne Frank House, the Rembrandt House, museums dedicated to Amsterdam's history. The beauty of Amsterdam is inseparable from the wealth that flowed back from the Indies. An effort has been made in recent years to historicize this relationship, to acknowledge that the beauty of Amsterdam and the prosperity of the Dutch Golden Age were built on slavery, on genocide, on the monopolistic extraction of wealth from colonized territories. Museum placards now often include brief descriptions of these uncomfortable historical facts. Young visitors stand in front of paintings and can read, if they choose, that the wealthy merchant whose portrait hangs above them had investments in slavery, that the cloth their clothing is made of was woven with wealth extracted from conquered lands. But the aesthetic effect is still there. The canals are still beautiful, the paintings still magnificent. The contradiction is built into the landscape. The Rembrandt paintings that hang in museums around the world are masterpieces that emerged from the financial system that the VOC created. They are products of a system that worked, that generated wealth and beauty, and that also generated systematic suffering across continents. This is perhaps the most important thing that the VOC left behind, not a template for corporate organization, though it did that too. The VOC left behind a model for how wealth and violence can be integrated into a system so smoothly that the people benefiting from the wealth do not have to see the violence. It left behind a template for global capitalism, where production occurs far from consumption, where the violence of extraction is invisible to the consumer, where profits accumulate in distant financial centers, and where the relationship between wealth and suffering is obscured by distance and complexity. When you purchase clothing made in a factory thousands of miles away, you do not have to know the conditions in which it was made. When you own shares in a company, you do not have to know the practices of that company's suppliers. The system that the VOC pioneered learned to make this distance and complexity into a feature rather than a bug. Distance is profit protection. The VOC eventually failed, was dissolved, was forgotten by most of the world. But the system it created survived and spread. It is the system that organizes global commerce today. The ships have rotted, the company is gone, but the architecture of global capitalism that the VOC pioneered continues to shape how the world operates. And perhaps that is the final legacy, not the spices that were extracted, not the profits that were made, not the art that was commissioned. The final legacy is a system that learned how to make wealth seem separate from its sources, how to allow millions of ordinary people to benefit from extraordinary violence without ever having to acknowledge it. The Cold Open described a building in Amsterdam that no longer exists, a columned hall where ordinary citizens purchased shares in a company that did not yet own a ship. That moment was the birth of something new. And what was born was not just a corporation, not just a financial market, not just a system for organizing commerce, for the accumulation of wealth at global scale, and a mechanism for the concealment of the violence that accumulation required. The VOC's charter expired exactly 2 centuries ago. In those 200 years, the corporation has become not just a common form of business organization, but the dominant form. In those 200 years, stock markets have spread from Amsterdam to London to New York to every major city in the world. In those 200 years, the shareholder has become the central figure in capitalism, the person whose interests must be maximized above all others. The modern world is the system the VOC created, functioning, evolved, and spreading. The lights in the bureaus have long gone dark, began to continue, larger and more complex and more thoroughly integrated into global civilization. And the moral distance between the shareholder and the work done in their name remains just as vast as it was in 1620, when a baker in Amsterdam held shares in the company that had emptied the Banda Islands. The system that allows us not to see this remains the greatest invention of the VOC, more important than any ship, any spice, any share certificate. It is the system that allows history to move forward and allows us to move forward with it, without having to stop and look too carefully at what pays for the journey. The company is gone now, its archives boxed and shelved and largely unread. But the instrument it invented, the tradable share, the joint fortune, the corporation itself, crosses one more ocean. It lands in America, in an age of iron and steam, in the hands of men who will build fortunes larger than the governments that housed them. Fifth Avenue is the last stop on this journey. Close your eyes now, if they are not closed already. In the closing decades of the 19th century, in the avenues and squares of New York City, there existed a wealth so immense, so concentrated in so few hands, that it seemed permanent as the marble buildings that contained it. The Vanderbilt family, at the height of their fortune in the 1880s, possessed riches that exceeded the entire treasury of the United States. Their names adorned Fifth Avenue. Their grand houses rose like temples of commerce and ambition. And yet, within a single generation, a blink in historical time, nearly all of it had vanished. This is the story of how the world's greatest fortune was built, spent, and finally dissolved. It is a story told not in the abstract language of money, but in the rooms where it was spent, the balls where it was displayed, and the slow, inexorable process by which even the most Titan-like wealth can fade into memory. You will find here no lecturing, no moral finger-wagging about the follies of the rich. Instead, we invite you to step into the gaslit halls of Fifth Avenue, to walk the marble corridors of Newport's summer palaces, and to witness, as if you were there, the arc of a fortune that burned as brightly as a flame and left almost nothing behind. The machine that made this wealth was already in motion long before our story begins. But we enter this world in the 1870s, when the lights were still burning, when the fortune seemed not merely large but infinite, and when the very concept that such wealth could vanish had not yet occurred even to those who possessed it. The year is 1870. New York City is a city transformed and still transforming. The Civil War, only 5 years past, has receded into recent memory, leaving behind it the engines of a new industrial America. The railroads that helped tear the nation apart have now begun to stitch it back together, and in doing so they have created an entirely new class of wealth, a wealth that moves at the speed of steam and track, a wealth that is not inherited from the old merchant families of colonial New England, but built, aggressively built, in the span of a single lifetime. The wealthiest men of New York, and they are almost all men, do not live in the elegant Greek Revival homes of the 1830s. Those houses now seem quaint, even obsolete. Instead, the richest of the rich are building something new. They are building palaces. Structures so immense, so ornamented, so deliberately vast that they cannot be mistaken for anything but a statement of power and acquisition. On Fifth Avenue, what was once a street of respectable townhouses has begun its transformation into something else entirely. It is becoming a street of fortunes made visible. The transformation is happening so quickly that old New Yorkers look around in bewilderment. Where there was garden, there is now masonry. Where there was sky, there is now cornice and spire. The pace is almost dizzying, and yet to those living through it, it feels not frenzied, but inevitable, as if the accumulation of such wealth and its manifestation in stone and iron was not a choice but a law of nature, as certain as gravity. The architecture itself tells a story about the men who commission it. These are men who have conquered railroads, monopolized industries, and bent the very geography of America to their will. If they can build a transcontinental railroad through mountains and deserts, what is mere marble and granite and cast iron but another medium in which to express their dominion? And so the Fifth Avenue palaces grow, each one attempting to outdo the others, each one a competition not just in size, but in how much gold leaf can be applied, how many rooms can be filled, how many servants it will require to maintain. It is into this world of rapid wealth and rapid building, that we must now venture, because the fortune we will follow, the Vanderbilt fortune, is not merely a fortune. It is the fortune. It is the one against which all other New York wealth will be measured. The man who began it was named Cornelius Vanderbilt, though those who knew him at the height of his power called him the Commodore. He was born in 1794, the son of a ferry pilot in Staten Island. In those early years, there was nothing in his birth or circumstances to suggest that his name would one day be synonymous with the greatest private fortune in American history. But Cornelius Vanderbilt possessed something that no inheritance could buy, an unwavering belief in his own inevitable ascent. In the beginning, his fortune was made on water. At just 16 years old, on his birthday in May of 1810, the young Cornelius received a gift of $100, a substantial sum at the time. With that money, he purchased a small boat called the Swiftsure, a type of vessel known as a periauger, shallow-drafted and sturdy for the waters of New York Harbor. He began running a ferry service from his native Staten Island across to Manhattan, carrying passengers and goods from Stapleton on the island to the busy docks and markets of the city across the water. It was humble work, but it was his, and he was good at it. The waters of the harbor became intimate to him, as familiar as the paths of his own neighborhood. Steamboats were new then, a technology so recent that its implications had not yet been fully understood. When Vanderbilt was young, the Fulton-Livingston monopoly controlled much of the steamboat traffic, having been granted exclusive rights by the New York legislature. But in 1818, when Vanderbilt was a man in his 20s, working for a merchant named Thomas Gibbons, he saw an opportunity. Gibbons launched a steamboat service in direct competition with the monopoly, deliberately undercutting prices to challenge the established order. Where Fulton and Livingston charged their passengers $4 per journey, Vanderbilt and Gibbons charged just $1. He saw that steam meant speed, and speed and lower prices meant dominance. This rate war, this deliberate, calculated destruction of competing prices, would lead to one of the earliest great Supreme Court cases on American commerce, Gibbons v. Ogden, which ultimately shattered the monopoly. But Vanderbilt understood something beyond mere competition. He saw that true wealth came not from lower prices but from consolidation. He built ferry routes. He took risks on new technology. And then, with astonishing speed, he consolidated. He bought out competitors. He drove prices down until rivals could not compete. And then, once dominance was secure, he raised prices. It was a pattern he would follow throughout his life. Enter a market, outcompete through ruthlessness and efficiency, achieve monopoly, extract wealth. By 1838, he had taken control of the Staten Island ferry entirely, consolidating all water-based passenger transport on those routes into his own hand. As the decades passed and Vanderbilt moved into his 40s and 50s, steamships made him wealthy, but not supremely wealthy. The real fortunes, he began to understand, would be made on land, on the iron rails that were spreading across the continent like a vast network of commerce and power. By mid-century, Vanderbilt's attention turned entirely to the railroads. He was in his 50s when he began this new chapter. Again, he was not the first to see their potential, but he possessed an appetite for acquisition and consolidation that exceeded that of his rivals. He maneuvered himself into control of the New York Central Railroad, which connected New York City to the Great Lakes. Then he added other lines, the Harlem, the Hudson. He created a unified network stretching across New York State and beyond. By the time the Commodore reached his 70s, an age when most men were considering retirement, he was at the peak of his power. The railroad network of the eastern United States moved freight and passengers at his command. Locomotives bearing his company's names pulled millions of tons of cargo and hundreds of thousands of passengers every year. A fortune that had begun with ferries, with a 16-year-old boy and a single $100 gift, now encompassed the means of transportation for an entire region. What was remarkable about Vanderbilt was not merely his acquisitive genius, but his frugality. Even as he accumulated his vast fortune, he lived simply. He was known to work until late in life, maintaining personal control of his business empire. He did not lavish himself with luxuries as many wealthy men did. He did not spend on mansions or extensive travel. He saved, reinvested, and accumulated. He understood that wealth was not primarily a means of consumption, but a means of acquiring more wealth. And this discipline, this relentless focus on accumulation rather than display, set him apart from the men who would come after him. Men who inherited rather than earned, who spent rather than saved, who viewed vast fortunes as permission to live without constraint. The Commodore lived to be 82 years old. When he died on January 4, 1877, his estate was valued at approximately $105 million. To place this in context, the entire federal treasury of the United States at that moment held less. The fortune represented something close to 1/87th of the nation's entire gross domestic product. In modern terms, converted for inflation, this would place the Commodore's wealth somewhere in the region of $3 billion by 21st century calculation, though some estimates are considerably higher. But numbers alone cannot convey what it felt like to possess such wealth in that moment. It was not merely money, it was power. It was the power to reshape a city. It was the power to command entire industries. It was, In practical terms, almost unlimited. The Commodore left the bulk of his fortune to his eldest son, William Henry Vanderbilt. And it was William Henry Vanderbilt, following in his father's footsteps but wielding even greater ruthlessness and cunning, who did something remarkable. He doubled the fortune. By the mid-1880s, the Vanderbilt family wealth exceeded $200 million. This was the richest family in the world, with more money than some nations. And this vast, gleaming, seemingly permanent accumulation of wealth existed now primarily for one purpose: not to build railroads, not to pioneer new commercial frontiers, but to be spent, to be displayed, to be housed in buildings of such magnificence that future generations would struggle to imagine how they came to exist. By the 1880s, Fifth Avenue, from the low 30s to the mid-80s, had become something unprecedented in American history. A quarter-mile-long concentration of the world's largest private fortunes, each one expressed in the form of a building. These were not office buildings. They were not boarding houses or tenements or any structure intended for practical commerce. They were houses, homes, built by single families for their exclusive use, typically occupied for only a few months of the year. Everything else was maintenance, preparation, waiting. To understand the social world of the 1880s is to understand that wealth alone did not confer status. Money was new, flowing in from industries that had barely existed a generation earlier. The railroad magnates, the oil men, the industrialists, these were not descended from the old Knickerbocker families that had ruled New York society from the colonial period through the early 19th century. There was a gatekeeper of old New York society, a woman named Caroline Schermerhorn Astor, known simply as Mrs. Astor. She was descended from ancient bloodlines, and she had determined that there were only 400 people in New York who were worth knowing. 400 and not one more, a number she had arrived at based simply on the capacity of her ballroom. This list, this reckoning of who was in and who was out, had become the most coveted status symbol in American society. To be on Mrs. Astor's 400 was to be acknowledged as belonging to the true elite, not merely the newly rich. The Vanderbilt family, with their fresh fortune and their ruthless ambition, chafed under this social dismissal. They had more money than the Astors, but they did not have time, and so they began to build. If they could not break into established society through bloodline, they would break in through architecture, through the sheer impossibility of ignoring them. To stand on Fifth Avenue in 1883 and look around was to witness an impossible profusion of architectural ambition. There was the Vanderbilt House at 660 Fifth Avenue, a French chateau designed by Richard Morris Hunt, modeled explicitly on aristocratic estates of the Loire Valley. There was another Vanderbilt mansion nearby at 1 West 57th Street, even larger and grander, and another and another. The Astors had their palaces, but the Vanderbilts seemed most committed to the principle that a house should be indistinguishable from a palace, that domestic space should be indistinguishable from public monument. The competition between the families was relentless, quiet in its way, but understood by all observers to be a battle for supremacy. In 1883, the turning point came. Alva Vanderbilt, wife of William Kissam Vanderbilt, decided that she would no longer wait for Mrs. Astor's blessing. She would demand it through spectacle. On March 17, 1883, she threw a costume ball at the new mansion at 660 Fifth Avenue as a housewarming celebration. It was the most elaborate, most expensive, most talked about social event New York had yet witnessed. Nearly 1,200 guests attended, each in an elaborate costume. The flower arrangements alone cost $11,000. The champagne was an additional $65,000. The costumes themselves had cost $156,000 combined, gowns designed by the greatest couturiers of Paris, adorned with real gems, transformed into fabric sculptures. One guest wore a dress in the image of an electric light, fitted with a battery-powered torch. The Duke of Marlborough himself attended, dressed in a costume that had cost 5,000 francs, made entirely of velvet, silver embroidery, pearls and diamonds. The event was lit by thousands of gaslight fixtures, illuminating the marble walls, the gold details, the sea of perfectly coiffed society women and powerful men. It was a moment of pure, undeniable power. Mrs. Astor, who had held supreme social power for decades, was forced to acknowledge that the Vanderbilts had arrived. They could not be denied. Within days, the Vanderbilts were added to the 400. These buildings employed every device known to 19th century architecture to convey permanence, wealth, and an almost aggressive permanence. Marble, brought at enormous expense from European quarries, was deployed not as trim but as entire wall surfaces, entire room interiors. Ceilings were hand-painted by European masters brought from Paris and Rome, artists of renown who charged accordingly for the honor. Grand staircases swept upward through multiple stories, wrought iron railings catching light from gas sconces, leading to nowhere in particular, except that a grand staircase was what the very wealthy were meant to descend, slowly, visibly, to demonstrate their authority and control. The competition between the great families was not merely about size, but about architectural distinction. Richard Morris Hunt, the leading architect of his era, designed multiple mansions for the Vanderbilts, each innovative, each making a distinct statement. The architectural language of these houses changed from year to year as each family sought to distinguish itself. French Renaissance, Italian Renaissance, Gothic Revival, every historical style was borrowed from Europe and redeployed on Fifth Avenue as a marker of taste and expense. A single one of these palaces might contain 60 rooms, 70 rooms, 100 rooms. Many were never occupied. A family might live in New York for the winter social season, occupy the house for 2 or 3 months, and then depart for their actual summer residence in Newport, Rhode Island, leaving the palace essentially empty except for the full staff of servants required to maintain it. These servants numbered in the dozens: butlers, under-butlers, housemaids, chambermaids, laundry maids, cooks, sous chefs, footmen, porters, coachmen, stable hands. Some of the great houses kept a separate staff of 30, 40, even 50 people, all employed to maintain spaces that might be lived in for a few weeks a year. The dining arrangements for a grand dinner reflected the complexity of the enterprises. A single dinner service for 50 guests might span 6 or 7 hours, with multiple courses, each accompanied by specific wines from specific vineyards. The kitchen staff would spend all day in preparation, with sous chefs managing different stations, sauciers creating elaborate sauces, pastry chefs preparing elaborate desserts. The presentation of each course was choreographed like a ballet, footmen entering in unison, placing plates in synchronization, removing them together, the entire operation orchestrated to create an effect of effortless perfection, masking impossible labor. The expense of simply existing in such a house was staggering. Heating a building of 100 rooms in a New York winter required coal deliveries of such volume that the coal itself arrived by the ton, entire carts of it pulled by heavy horses to the delivery entrances, hidden from public view, keeping the marble polished, the silver gleaming, the carpets beaten, the electric lights, a relatively new luxury, functioning, the carriages maintained and the horses fed and groomed. It was an industrial operation, a small factory devoted not to producing anything, but to producing the appearance of perfect maintenance and perfect order. And yet for the families that occupied these palaces, the expense seemed almost insignificant. The wealth flowing in from railroads, from stock dividends, from real estate, from the compound interest on money that was already being multiplied by new money, seemed endless. To spend $10,000 on a ball was not considered extraordinary. To spend $100,000 on renovations or additions was merely prudent stewardship. The palaces grew not because they needed to, but because it was what was done, because it was expected, because in an age without income tax, without estate taxes, without any restraint on the accumulation and display of wealth, why should one not build the largest, most magnificent house that human labor and European stone could construct? But the Fifth Avenue palaces, grand as they were, occupied only a portion of the year. The true seat of Gilded Age power was not New York, but Newport, Rhode Island, a small town on an island some 2 hours from the city, where the very richest of the wealthy had established a summer colony unlike anything else in America. Newport in the 1880s and 1890s was not a place where one went to escape the world. Rather, it was where the entire social hierarchy of American wealth relocated for precisely 6 weeks each summer, taking all its rituals and competitions with it. The season was rigid in its timing. Families did not arrive early or stay late. They arrived in June or July, remained for the prescribed period, participated in the prescribed events, and then departed. The cottages would be closed, shuttered, left to their caretakers and maintenance staff. The summer colony was a temporary city, more choreographed and more relentless than anything that took place in New York. The houses built in Newport were called cottages, a term that reveals the depths of self-delusion among their builders. A cottage suggests modesty, a simple seaside retreat. The Newport cottages of the 1880s suggested no such thing. They were palaces, every one of them, built specifically to outdo each other. The competition here was not merely about size, but about the quality of the site. Which properties had the best ocean views, the most commanding positions overlooking Narragansett Bay? The Vanderbilt family alone maintained multiple properties, each more elaborate than the last. There was Rough Point, there was Clarendon Court, and then there were the two greatest, Marble House and the Breakers. Marble House was built by William Kissam Vanderbilt as a birthday gift for his wife, Alva. The gesture itself, a complete mansion as a birthday present, was a statement of power and affection that transcended normal expression. The mansion was completed in 1892. Its construction had consumed $11 million, an extraordinarily vast sum. Of this total, 7 million had been spent on 500,000 cubic feet of marble imported from European quarries. The house contained 50 rooms and required a full-time staff of 36 servants even when the family was absent. The entry portico, with its great columns, was deliberately modelled on the Petit Trianon at the Palace of Versailles, the small palace where the French royal family had enjoyed private leisure. The message was deliberate and unmistakable. If you are European royalty, you retreat to Versailles. If you are Vanderbilt, your summer cottage in America is built according to the same principles, or perhaps surpasses them. The interior of Marble House was designed for display. The gold ballroom, created by the Parisian decorators Allard and Sons, was sheathed entirely in gold leaf. Every surface gleamed. The walls were carved wood and gold panels depicting classical scenes from mythology. It was a room designed for evening events, for the display of jewels and fine clothes, for the gathering of the most important people of the season. The Chinese tea house, a separate structure on the grounds, was an exotic retreat decorated to evoke the Orient in a way that would never have been authentic, but was entirely beautiful by 19th century standards. The garden facades looked toward the ocean and cliff walk beyond, a sequence of spaces designed to reveal themselves gradually to guests. The Breakers was larger still, even more commanding. Built between 1893 and 1895 for Cornelius Vanderbilt II, the mansion contained 70 rooms and encompassed an incredible 138,000 square feet of floor space. The cost of construction alone was estimated at $7 million. An additional $5 million was spent on furnishings, landscaping, and the acquisition of artwork from Europe, tapestries and paintings and sculptures brought from the Old Masters collection of European estates. The grounds surrounding the house had been purchased for $450,000. This was a fortune unto itself, enough money to live comfortably for generations, spent simply to acquire the land on which to place the house. The Breakers was built on the principle that a private residence should be not merely comfortable but imposing, that the external expression should communicate power to anyone who beheld it. No expense was spared on the materials. The structure itself was built of masonry and steel trusses with no wood, making it as fireproof as possible, a precaution that spoke to the anxiety of the era about fire in large buildings. Elaborate windows with sea views occupied multiple facades. Enormous kitchens occupied the basement level, capable of preparing elaborate meals for hundreds of guests. Servant quarters were as extensive as the family quarters, an entire hidden city existing to serve the visible city above, with separate staircases, separate corridors, an entire infrastructure devoted to the invisible labor that made the visible luxury possible. The daily life of Newport during the 6-week season followed a strict social choreography. Mornings were spent in leisure, sleeping late, taking breakfast in one's suite, reading the society pages to see who had been where. Afternoons saw lawn parties on the great grounds, women in white muslin dresses and enormous hats protecting themselves from the sun, men in light suits and straw boaters. The parties would begin in the warm, late afternoon and continue as evening approached, with champagne served from silver trays, strawberries and fresh fruits from local sources arranged on damask tablecloths. As dusk arrived and the sky over Narragansett Bay turned from pale blue to orange to deep purple, the guests would linger, reluctant to depart. until finally the light would fade and they would return to their cottages to dress for evening. The evenings were devoted to dinners, dances, card games, private entertainments, orchestras brought from New York to play in the ballrooms, famous singers imported to perform, champagne flowing without restraint. It was a machine designed to produce pleasure, luxury, and the constant affirmation that these families and their money were supreme. And yet, for all the magnificence of these structures, they were occupied briefly. The family would come to Newport in June or July, spend a few weeks or months, host parties and dinners, display their jewels and fine clothes, and then depart in late August or September to travel to Europe for the autumn or return to New York for the social season. The houses sat, for most of the year, essentially empty. The servants remained, maintaining, polishing, preparing, waiting for the 6 weeks when the season would return and the entire elaborate performance would begin again. To live in one of these great houses, for those who did not own it, was to live in a world organized with almost military precision. The servants who kept the mansions functioning existed in a parallel society, quite literally below the stairs, separated from the family quarters by locked doors and strict protocol. A housemaid, for instance, was never to be seen by the family unless in the performance of specific duties and in specific rooms. A butler might ascend to the family's private spaces, but only with explicit purpose. The organization of domestic service was so elaborate that an actual hierarchy existed, upper servants and lower servants, with the butler at the top, then the housekeeper, then the cook, then various tiers of lower servants, whose work was considered less skilled or prestigious. The workday for these servants began before dawn and ended long after the family slept. A chambermaid might rise at 4 in the morning to begin the work of emptying chamber pots, lighting fires in bedrooms before the arrival of central heating and preparing the rooms for the day. The cook in the kitchen would begin work even earlier, preparing breakfast, then moving immediately to planning and preparing lunch, then dinner. The laundry maids worked in rooms filled with steam from the great copper boiling vats, their hands perpetually raw from hot water and bleach. Even in an era when an individual servant's wages might be $4 or $5 per week, a not insignificant sum for the time, the work was relentless, the hours were long, and the social degradation was absolute. And yet the servants in the great houses occupied a position of strange power. They knew the family's secrets, they observed the marriages, often loveless, that wealth had arranged but failed to make happy. They saw the indulgences, the waste, the casual cruelty that wealth encouraged. A servant who had been in a household for many years might know the master's affairs, their debts, their disappointments, their moral failures. The unwritten code between servant and employer was one of absolute discretion. Servants did not speak of what they had witnessed, even after leaving the household. But the knowledge was there, the witnessing was there, and it created a strange inversion in which those at the bottom, unseen, knew far more about the reality of the top than the top knew about itself. The meals prepared in those great kitchens were staggering in their complexity. A dinner party for 50 guests might begin with multiple courses: soup, fish, meat, salad, cheese, dessert. Each course would involve multiple dishes, multiple sauces, multiple opportunities for the kitchen to display its skill. The recipes would often be French, because French cooking was considered the standard of civilization. The provisions themselves would be expensive and exotic. Oysters from specific waters considered superior, beef from specific breeding lines, wines from specific vineyards in Bordeaux or Burgundy. All of this had to be prepared in kitchens that, by modern standards, were archaic. Coal-fired stoves, no refrigeration beyond ice boxes filled with ice delivered by ice carts, everything accomplished by hand. For the family above stairs, the meals simply appeared, perfect and abundant. For the servants below, every meal was preceded by hours of labor, and after every meal came hours more of labor. Scrubbing pots, cleaning dishes, polishing silverware, storing away the fine linens that had been used. The physical plant of a great house required constant tending. Carpets must be beaten regularly, furniture polished, walls painted, gardens tended, horses groomed and fed. In an age without machines to replace this labor, no vacuum cleaners, no dishwashers, no automated cleaning systems, the great houses of the Gilded Age were human enterprises, consuming human energy at a scale that would now seem incomprehensible. Yet the servants themselves, viewing their positions from the perspective of lower middle-class life, often considered themselves fortunate. A position in a great household, while exhausting and demeaning, offered stability, regular meals, shelter, and the opportunity to save money. The kitchen servants in a wealthy household ate better than most working-class people could afford, and there was, for some, a strange comfort in the clarity of hierarchy, in knowing one's place, in the understanding that one's role, however humble, was essential to the functioning of this elaborate world. In the Gilded Age, wealth had become fluid enough that it could be exchanged for things it could not previously purchase. In particular, it could be exchanged for social position, which in 19th century Europe was still, at least technically, available only through aristocracy and centuries of bloodline. The system that emerged was simple and cynical. American heiresses, daughters of railroad magnates and industrial titans whose wealth was literally only one generation old, would marry European aristocrats whose titles were ancient but whose treasuries were depleted. The Americans received social position and the glamour of aristocracy. The Europeans received money, substantial, immediate, transformative money. The children that resulted would be born into wealth and title simultaneously, a combination that neither parent's line alone possessed. The phenomenon was vast in scope. Between 1870 and 1914, more than 450 American heiresses married into European noble families. Over 102 British aristocrats, including 6 dukes, took American brides. American heiresses married more than a third of the House of Lords. The dowries and settlements flowed like a river from America to Europe, estimated in aggregate at more than $4 billion in contemporary terms. This was not a rare occurrence or a scandal, but rather a systematic transfer of wealth on a scale that had seldom been seen. It was the commodification of titles, the selling of ancient prestige to finance contemporary needs. The mechanics were straightforward. A family would identify a suitable aristocratic family with financial difficulties. A marriage would be arranged. Negotiations would determine the size of the dowry. The wedding would be celebrated as a triumph of international relations, a union of continents, a marriage of old world refinement with new world wealth. The term given to these young women was dollar princesses, and they were not naive victims stumbling into these arrangements. Many were fully aware of the transaction, but in an era when a young woman of good family had very few options for self-determination, she could marry or remain a dependent, typically under the control of her father or brother. The opportunity to marry a duke, even a poor duke, was considered an excellent outcome. The titles of Europe's declining aristocracies became effectively a commodity for purchase by American wealth, and the daughters of the American wealthy became the currency through which these purchases were made. One famous example was Jenny Jerome, daughter of a railroad speculator, who married Lord Randolph Churchill and became the mother of Winston Churchill. Another was Mary Leiter, daughter of a Chicago merchant who married George Curzon, who became Viceroy of India. These women entered European society, bore children who were heirs to both American fortunes and British titles, and became gatekeepers themselves. Proof that American money could indeed purchase entrance into the most exclusive circles. The most famous of these dollar princesses was Consuelo Vanderbilt, daughter of William Kissam Vanderbilt, and the great-granddaughter of the Commodore. Consuelo's mother, Alva, was a formidable woman with ambitions for her daughter that exceeded even the typical expectations of her era. She had orchestrated the 1883 ball that had broken the Astor monopoly. She had built her social position through sheer force of will and expenditure. Now she turned her attention to arranging a marriage that would transcend even the achievements of that ball. In 1895, at age 18, Consuelo was married to Charles Spencer Churchill, the 9th Duke of Marlborough. The Duke was handsome, titled, English, and desperate. Blenheim Palace, his ancestral seat in Oxfordshire, was crumbling under the weight of neglect, decay, and his family's inability to afford its maintenance. The marriage was arranged by Alva with the precision of a military campaign. The match would solve the Duke's financial crisis. It would give Consuelo an ancient title. It would be celebrated on both sides of the Atlantic as a triumph of American wealth and old-world gentility. The marriage took place on November 6, 1895, at St. Thomas Church in Manhattan, attended by hundreds of the most prominent people of New York society. Consuelo was dressed in white satin and lace, a veil of Brussels lace falling from a tiara of diamonds and pearls. It was said that she wept behind the veil during the ceremony. The wedding was celebrated in the newspapers as a triumph of both nations, the unification of American dynamism and English tradition. But the marriage itself was a horror from its inception. On the honeymoon, traveling through Europe en route to Blenheim, the Duke informed Consuelo that he had married her not for love, but because he felt obliged to save his ancestral estate from financial ruin. He had needed, quite simply, money. His estate was bankrupt. His family name required capital to continue. She was the instrument through which that capital would flow. The dowry that accompanied Consuelo to England was $2.5 million in railroad stock, equivalent to perhaps $60 or $70 million in contemporary terms. The money flowed into Blenheim. Stone by stone, the ancient palace was restored. Roofs were repaired, gardens were replanted, The ancient estate was preserved through the mechanism of American industrial wealth and the marriage market. Consuelo and Charles Spencer Churchill lived together long enough to produce two sons. The Marquess of Blandford was born in 1897 and Lord Eva in 1898, but they never lived as husband and wife in any meaningful sense. She had fulfilled her function to produce heirs and to finance a name. By the first years of the 20th century, they were living apart. The Duchess spent her time in England and France enduring her position, maintaining appearances, raising her sons to understand that they were special, that they belonged to an inheritance that transcended nationality and class. She grew older in her exile, her youth gradually consumed by the years. In 1906, the couple moved to an official separation. In 1921, after 26 years, they divorced. In 1926, the marriage was annulled by the Catholic Church. Years later, Consuelo would write her memoirs, titled The Glitter and the Gold, in which she would describe her marriage with remarkable candor, acknowledging that it had been an arrangement of convenience and that she had been, in effect, sold into a foreign aristocracy to finance her family's social ambitions. She married again to a French engineer named Louis-Jacques Balsan, a marriage of genuine affection that she would describe as far happier than the first, though it received none of the social fanfare. Consuelo's experience was not unique. Across the period from the 1880s into the early 1900s, dozens and then hundreds of American heiresses married European aristocrats. The transactions were staggering. The Astor daughters married Englishmen and received peerages. Girls from the Gould family married counts and princes. The mining wealth of America, the railroad wealth, the industrial wealth that the Gilded Age had created flowed steadily overseas, propping up European estates and sustaining aristocratic lines that would otherwise have been forced to dissolve into modern economic reality. It was, in effect, a liquidation of American wealth in exchange for European social position, a trade that seemed in a moment tremendously advantageous. For the young women involved, it was often a profound tragedy, though one conducted in marble halls and attended by numerous servants. They had purchased positions in aristocracy with the only currency they possessed, themselves and the money that came with them. They had, in many cases, marriages that were arrangements in the most literal sense. They bore sons to continue family lines that were not their own. They endured infidelities, indifference, and a kind of emotional abandonment that was masked by luxury. And then they aged in their positions, supported by the money their fathers had made in America, which continued to flow even after marriage to sustain their positions in Europe. Consuelo's experience was not unique. Across the period from the 1880s into the early 1900s, dozens and then hundreds of American heiresses married European aristocrats. The transactions were staggering. The Astor daughters married Englishmen and received peerages. Girls from the Gould family married counts and princes. The mining wealth of America, the railroad wealth, the industrial wealth that the Gilded Age had created flowed steadily overseas, propping up European estates and sustaining aristocratic lines that would otherwise have been forced to dissolve into modern economic reality. It was, in effect, a liquidation of American wealth in exchange for European social position, a trade that seemed, in the moment, tremendously advantageous. For the young women involved, it was often a profound tragedy, though one conducted in marble halls and attended by numerous servants. They had purchased positions in aristocracy with the only currency they possessed, themselves and the money that came with them. They had, in many cases, marriages that were arrangements in the most literal sense. They bore sons to continue family lines that were not their own. They endured infidelities, indifference, and a kind of emotional abandonment that was masked by luxury. And then they aged in their positions, supported by the money their fathers had made in America, which continued to flow even after marriage to sustain their positions in Europe. In the spring of 1893, as the season was beginning to warm in New York, and the wealthy were beginning to contemplate their journey to Newport, something happened that no one alive in the city had witnessed before. The elaborate financial structures that had been constructed over the previous decades suddenly revealed themselves to be less solid than they had seemed. The roots of the panic had been growing for some time, invisible to the wealthy, who were spending as lavishly as ever, but visible to those who understood the mechanics of credit and speculation. Throughout the 1880s, American railroads had been built at a pace that exceeded demand. Every investor wanted to own railroad stock, believing that the transcontinental routes would produce infinite wealth. But there were only so many routes to be built, only so much cargo to be transported. The railroads had been overbuilt. The companies had taken on enormous debt to finance construction, and by 1893 it became clear that this expansion could not continue indefinitely. The Philadelphia and Reading Railroad, long considered one of the most solid investments in America, collapsed into bankruptcy in February. The company could not pay its debts. The stock, held by thousands of investors, large and small, became worthless. Underlying the railroad crisis was a more fundamental problem: the currency itself. America was trying to maintain what was called bimetallism, the use of both gold and silver as the foundation for the currency. The government, under the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, had been required to purchase silver at inflated prices in an attempt to support the mining industry. But this had depleted the nation's gold reserves. Investors, fearing that America would abandon the gold standard and adopt a weaker silver standard, began to trade their American holdings for gold, draining the treasury further. This fear was rational, based on economic fundamentals. A country that runs out of gold reserves cannot maintain confidence in its currency. The mechanism was technical, but the result was visceral: panic, spreading like fire through the financial system. The panic began on May 3, 1893, when a massive sell-off of stocks sent share prices tumbling across the board. Investors who had assumed that their holdings could only increase in value, who had built fortunes partly on speculation and partly on the assumption that America's industrial growth would never cease, suddenly began to doubt. They began to sell, and as they sold, prices fell further, and as prices fell, panic increased. Within days, the National Cordage Company, a stock market favorite considered a near monopoly on American rope manufacturing, collapsed into receivership. The following day, the market crashed with even greater violence. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 24% in a single day. By the end of May, the panic that would later be named the Panic of 1893 was fully underway. Banks began to fail. By the end of that year, 642 banks had collapsed. In thousands of small towns across America, people lined up outside their banks on May mornings, withdrawing their savings while there was still money to withdraw. In barbershops and general stores, men spoke in low voices about bank runs. The banks had invested deposits in the stock market and in railroad stocks. When those values collapsed, The bank's reserves simply evaporated. By the afternoon, the bank doors would close. The money people had saved would be gone. In the process, the savings of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, the working and middle classes who had scrimped to save something for retirement or hardship, were simply erased. The money was gone. There was no insurance. There was no government protection. There was no mechanism through which ordinary people could recover their losses. The money had been there, and then it was not. Many would not recover financially for the rest of their lives. 16,000 businesses failed in the wake of the panic. Factory owners could not secure credit to buy materials. They could not pay their workers. Mills closed. Construction stopped. Unemployment, which had been a manageable statistic, suddenly became a social crisis. By some estimates, national unemployment reached 20% in the first year following the crash. In some cities, it was higher. Men who had been employed at steady wages suddenly had no income. They returned home to tell their wives and children that the job was gone. In cities and towns, lines formed outside soup kitchens and charitable organizations. The scale of suffering was immense. The economic depression that followed the panic would last for 4 years, until 1897, a depression so severe that it would alter the political landscape of the nation and spark labor unrest that would haunt the coming century. Populist movements rose, demanding that something be done. Strikes broke out among railroad workers and miners. The social cohesion of the nation seemed threatened. But for those at the very top, for the Vanderbilts and Astors and Goulds, the panic and depression were almost irrelevant. Their fortunes were large enough that they were invested across multiple sectors, multiple industries. A general collapse in stock prices might reduce wealth, but only by a percentage. The very richest could afford to hold their investments steady, to weather the storm, to wait for prices to recover. And indeed, for those who had the resources to buy while others were forced to sell, the panic could be an opportunity. The chance to acquire companies or assets at depressed prices, increasing one's holdings while others were being wiped out. More importantly, the great fortunes were now embedded in structures, the railroads, the trusts, the real estate holdings that were large enough to have actual social utility independent of the stock market. A railroad still moved trains that carried freight and passengers that were needed. An oil refinery still produced oil that the country required. These enterprises might suffer, might reduce their dividends, but they continued to function and continued to generate wealth. The Vanderbilt railroads, despite the depression, continued to transport cargo and passengers. The revenues came down but did not disappear. It was the small investors, the middle-class speculators, the ordinary people who had invested their life savings in hopes of becoming rich, who were destroyed. The very rich simply endured, diminished, but intact. Yet the panic of 1893 was nonetheless a signal. It suggested that the economic order that had seemed so permanent, so natural, might not be as stable as everyone had believed. It suggested that fortunes could fluctuate. It suggested, however distantly and however faintly, that perhaps permanence was not guaranteed, that perhaps even great wealth could be vulnerable to the vagaries of economic cycles. But in the palaces of Fifth Avenue and Newport, these lessons were not internalized. The wealth came back. By 1897, prices recovered. The flow of money into the great houses resumed. The young heirs who had watched the panic from a distance returned to their entertainments, and the building and spending and display continued, undeterred and unfatigued, as though the crisis had been merely a temporary disturbance, a hiccup in an otherwise inevitable upward trajectory of wealth and power. Yet the panic of 1893 was nonetheless a signal. It suggested that the economic order that had seemed so permanent, so natural, might not be as stable as everyone had believed. It suggested that fortunes could fluctuate. It suggested, however distantly and however faintly, that perhaps permanence was not guaranteed, that perhaps even great wealth could be vulnerable to the vagaries of economic cycles. But in the palaces of Fifth Avenue and Newport, these lessons were not internalized. The wealth came back. By 1897, prices recovered. The flow of money into the great houses resumed. The young heirs who had watched the panic from a distance returned to their entertainments. And the building and spending and display continued, undeterred and unfatigued, as though the crisis had been merely a temporary disturbance, a hiccup in an otherwise inevitable upward trajectory of wealth and power. To spend a fortune on the scale of the Vanderbilt family wealth in the 1880s and 1890s was an art form, and it was pursued with great dedication and creativity. The problem facing any member of the Vanderbilt family, particularly the younger generation, was not how to acquire money. Money came whether you did anything or not, flowing in from dividends and investments and the compound interest on money already accumulated. The problem was how to spend it, and to spend it in a manner that was both visible and tasteful, impressive and proportionate to one's station. In the matter of fashion, the standards of display were exacting. A woman of wealth did not wear the same gown twice to any public event. The gown would be designed specifically for that occasion, by European designers if possible, and it would be worn once and then set aside. The cost of a single evening gown could be several $100s, in an era when an ordinary working man might earn $1,000 per year. To have 30 such gowns, or 50, or 100, was not considered excessive for a woman of standing. The wardrobe of a wealthy woman was, in practical terms, a business unto itself, requiring seamstresses, designers, merchants, and numerous other specialists. Jewelries was equally important. The great jewelers of Europe and America created pieces specifically for the wealthy, using gems that had been mined under terrible conditions by ordinary people, cut and polished into shapes that fit an aesthetic standard that the wealthy had defined. A woman of standing wore diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, not costume jewelry but the real thing, in quantities that would now seem incomprehensible. A single tiara might contain stones whose value exceeded the annual income of 100 ordinary people. A brooch might be worth a house, and these items were worn to dinners, to balls, to charity events, displayed not just for their monetary value, but as an assertion of standing. Travel was another medium of expensive consumption. The wealthy did not merely visit Europe, they lived there for months at a time, taking suites in the finest hotels, traveling by private rail car, moving from one resort or capital city to another. They traveled with trunks of clothing, with servants, with companions. The logistics of such travel were complex and expensive. A journey from New York to London in the 1880s required a week or more at sea, aboard a ship. The wealthy did not travel by ordinary steerage, but in first-class cabins, in suites that occupied significant portions of the ship. The cost of such travel was substantial and continuous. The decoration and redecoration of houses provided another endless channel for expenditure. To furnish and refurnish the palaces of Fifth Avenue and Newport was a task that was never completed. In an era when taste was considered a reliable guide to quality, the purchase of artwork, of antique furniture, of tapestries and sculptures and objects of every sort considered tasteful became an important pursuit. The wealthy competed not just in the size of their houses, but in the quality of their collections. To own a painting by an old master was not merely an aesthetic achievement, but a social one. The acquisition of art became one of the great mechanisms through which Gilded Age wealth was consumed. And yet, underlying all of this conspicuous consumption was a new form of consumption that had emerged with wealth at this scale, the consumption of spectacle itself. The Vanderbilt Ball of 1883, hosted by Alva Vanderbilt as the housewarming party for the mansion at 660 Fifth Avenue, cost $250,000. The guest list included nearly 1,200 people, all dressed in elaborate costumes. The flowers alone cost $11,000. The champagne, the catering, the music cost an additional $65,000. For a single evening, one evening, a fortune equivalent to that which might support a family for a lifetime was expended. The ball was not required for survival or even for comfort. It was required only to assert dominance, to demonstrate the limitless nature of available wealth, to make a statement that no other family could afford to make. And yet even this was not considered excessive. This was rather exactly what was expected. The wealthy were supposed to spend extravagantly. The very wealthy were supposed to spend impossibly extravagantly. The lavishness was not a symptom of excess, but a fulfillment of duty. To be rich was to display your wealth, to make it visible, to use it as a medium through which to assert your social position. In an age without significant taxation, without significant regulation, without any mechanism through which society could constrain conspicuous consumption, the wealthy spent because spending was what the wealthy did, and the larger the fortune, the larger the spending was supposed to be. In 1877, when Cornelius Vanderbilt the Commodore died, he left behind an estate valued at approximately $105 million. The estate was divided among his heirs according to his will. The bulk of it went to his eldest son, William Henry Vanderbilt, while smaller portions went to his daughters and other children. His widow, Frank Crawford Vanderbilt, received a portion sufficient to maintain her for the remainder of her life. The process by which the Commodore's wealth was transferred to his heirs was, in that moment, relatively straightforward. There was no federal income tax. The 16th Amendment had not yet been ratified and would not be until 1913. There was no estate tax, no inheritance tax, no mechanism by which the government could claim a portion of a deceased person's wealth. The heirs received essentially the full value of what had been bequeathed to them. The money passed intact from generation to generation, every dollar that the Commodore had accumulated available to be spent or reinvested. This absence of taxation had profound consequences. It meant that the mechanisms through which wealth could be consolidated and concentrated across generations were essentially unlimited. A man could accumulate a fortune in his lifetime, and at his death, that fortune could pass intact to his heirs, multiplied by the compound interest that had accumulated during his ownership. And then those heirs could hold that wealth, accumulate even more, and pass it on again to the next generation, again intact and again multiplied. It was a process that, left unchecked, would lead to a concentration of wealth at a level that the world had seldom seen. It was also a system that would not survive the century. But William Henry Vanderbilt did not simply sit on his inheritance and watch it grow. Instead, he did what the Commodore had done. He actively managed the wealth. He bought more railroads. He made investments. He negotiated mergers and consolidations. And remarkably, he was successful at it. By the time William Henry Vanderbilt died in 1885, his fortune had actually been doubled. The Vanderbilt family wealth, which had been approximately $105 million in 1877, was now some $200 million or more. It was the largest single fortune on the North American continent, and one of the largest in the world. For a moment, it seemed as though the dynasty would continue to grow, to compound, to become even larger, that the Vanderbilt name would be synonymous with wealth for centuries to come. But a problem emerged that would prove to be more difficult than Cornelius Vanderbilt or William Henry Vanderbilt could have anticipated. It was far easier to build a fortune than to divide it among multiple heirs without diminishing it. When William Henry Vanderbilt died in 1885, his will divided the wealth among his 8 children. The fortune that had been consolidated in his hands was now split into portions, each portion large, millions of dollars each, but no longer unified under a single manager's direction. The mechanism that had created the wealth, the vision, the ruthlessness, the careful management of Cornelius and William Henry could not be inherited. It could only be learned, and learning it required circumstances that no son or daughter of extreme wealth ever faced. More importantly, the heirs of the second generation had not earned the money. They had not struggled to accumulate it. They had not developed the discipline or the focus that the Commodore and William Henry had brought to wealth management. Instead, they had grown up in luxury, accustomed to spending, trained by their entire environment in the principle that wealth was a means to consumption rather than a tool to be managed and expanded. The palaces they lived in, the servants, the endless fountains of money, all of this was simply the natural state of the world to them. Many could not imagine that it might ever be otherwise. As the generations moved forward, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the pattern became increasingly clear. Wealth, without active management by someone focused on expansion and consolidation, tends to contract. Expenses mount relentlessly. Taxes, once they were finally implemented, take a portion of every generation's wealth. Between 1913 and 1916, the federal government implemented the income tax and then the estate tax, mechanisms that would have been unimaginable in the Commodore's era. The Revenue Act of 1913 imposed a federal income tax on all Americans earning above a certain threshold. The Revenue Act of 1916 went further, imposing a federal estate tax on all property transferred at death. The rates began modestly but rose during wartime. By the 1920s, the highest estate tax rates approached 50% or more. The houses must be maintained, the servants must be paid, the estates must be managed. What had been passed intact to one generation could only be passed diminished to the next. Slowly, steadily, the great fortunes began to decline. By the 1920s, the great mansions that had been built during the Gilded Age began to disappear. In 1926, the Cornelius Vanderbilt's second mansion at 1 West 57th Street, the largest private residence ever constructed in New York City, was demolished to make room for the Bergdorf Goodman building. Before the wrecking ball came, the widow, Alice, arranged for the mansion to be opened to the public at 50 cents per person, with the proceeds going to charity. Within days, it was gone. In 1927, the William K. Vanderbilt Mansion at 660 Fifth Avenue, the site of the famous 1883 ball, was demolished. The architectural jewel, the Petite Chateau, that had taken pride of place on Fifth Avenue, was replaced with a commercial office building for a fashion retailer. The great mansions that had seemed permanent, monuments to eternal wealth, simply ceased to exist. Their constituent parts were scattered. A fireplace went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Gates went to Central Park. Sculptural reliefs ended up in hotel lobbies. The buildings themselves vanished. Some of the Vanderbilt heirs attempted to manage the wealth actively. Some invested in business ventures that failed. Some simply did not understand the value of what they had been given. And many did what the Gilded Age had taught them to do. They spent. They spent on houses, on art, on jewelry, on travel, on the endless parade of consumption that wealth made possible. They spent as though the money would never run out. And for their entire lifetimes they were proven right. There was always more money. But for their children and their grandchildren, there would eventually come a reckoning. By the middle of the 20th century, heirs began selling the great Newport mansions they could no longer afford to heat. Marble House was donated to the Preservation Society in 1944. The breakers eventually came under institutional stewardship. The Fifth Avenue palaces were replaced by office buildings and hotels. The wealth that had seemed so permanent, so overwhelming, so infinite in its abundance, had simply run out. By 1973, nearly 100 years after the Commodore's death in 1877, the great fortune had been so thoroughly dispersed and consumed that it had essentially ceased to exist. 120 members of the Vanderbilt family gathered that year for a reunion. Among those 120 people, descended from the richest man in America, connected by blood and name to the greatest fortune that their nation had produced, there were no millionaires. Not one. The money had vanished. How does such a thing happen? How does a fortune built painfully over decades, multiplied across generations, displayed in marble and gold and precious stones, simply disappear? The answer is not dramatic. There is no single villain, no catastrophic loss, no moment of terrible decision. Instead, there are 1,000 small decisions, each one reasonable in isolation, each one the product of the world in which they were made. First, there was consumption. The great houses, magnificent as they were, required endless maintenance and expense. The staff that kept them functioning cost money every single day. The heating, lighting, and utilities cost money. The repairs and restorations cost money. To maintain even a single Vanderbilt mansion as originally furnished would cost several $1,000,000 per year in contemporary money. Multiply that by the number of houses in New York, Newport, Paris, other cities, and the total annual expense became staggering. Then there were taxes. By the early 20th century, the United States had finally implemented an income tax. By the 1920s, there were estate taxes, inheritance taxes, gift taxes, a complex apparatus through which the government claimed a portion of every fortune when it changed hands. A son might inherit $10 million, but by the time federal and state taxes were assessed, he might only actually receive $6 or $7 million. Upon his death, the same process happened again. The next generation received only a fraction of what the previous generation had held. More subtly, there was the problem of management. The Commodore had managed his wealth actively, buying and selling, trading and consolidating, always focused on expansion. William Henry Vanderbilt had done the same, but their descendants, born into wealth, educated in Europe, trained in leisure rather than business, often lacked either the inclination or the skill to actively manage the fortune. Money that was simply held, not invested strategically, slowly lost value. Investments that were made poorly reduced the principal. Over decades, compound decline is as powerful as compound interest. And perhaps most importantly, there was the simple problem of human nature. People who are born into wealth often do not understand its value. They see money as something that appears automatically, sufficient to support any lifestyle. They do not understand scarcity, they do not understand the concept of limited resources, and so they spend not maliciously, but casually, in ways that would horrify someone who had built wealth from nothing, who understood each dollar as something earned and protected. And perhaps most importantly, there was the simple problem of human nature. People who are born into wealth often do not understand its value. They see money as something that appears automatically, sufficient to support any lifestyle. They do not understand scarcity. They do not understand the concept of limited resources, and so they spend, not maliciously, but casually, in ways that would horrify someone who had built wealth from nothing, who understood each dollar as something earned and protected. By the middle of the 20th century, the great houses had begun to pass out of private hands. Marble House in Newport was donated to the Preservation Society in 1944. The breakers followed, eventually coming under institutional stewardship. The Fifth Avenue palaces were demolished, one by one, as the area changed and taxes made private ownership impractical. The grand houses that had been constructed as permanent expressions of permanent wealth simply ceased to exist as private residences. They became museums, monuments to a world that was passing away. But they remain. Some of them persists, open to the public, filled with tourists who pass through rooms lit now by electric light, who look at the grandeur and try to comprehend what it meant to live in such a place, to possess such wealth, to have such power. The portraits on the walls remain. The Commodore in his formal dress, William Henry Vanderbilt with his characteristic severity, Alva Vanderbilt at the peak of her social power. The furniture remains, the carpets, the tapestries, the paintings. The physical evidence persists. And so we come to the end of this story. Or perhaps not the end, but the long, slow diminishment that followed the peak, the fade into background noise, and then into silence. The Vanderbilt name persists. The great-great-great-grandchildren of Cornelius Vanderbilt still exist, still carry the name, still perhaps carry some residual pride or shadow of the family's history. But the fortune is gone. The money that seemed so permanent, so overwhelming in its totality, proved to be as fragile and fleeting as the greatest human works always are. The great fortunes of the Gilded Age were built on a foundation of industrial innovation, of ruthlessness, of a particular moment in history when the exploitation of resources and labor could proceed without regulation or restraint. Those fortunes were displayed in marble and gold, in summer palaces and winter estates, in the lives of thousands of servants, and the marriages of daughters into European aristocracy. They seemed, in their moment, to represent something permanent, something eternal, a new form of power that would last forever. And yet they did not last. The money came and went like a tide. The buildings that house it now are museums. The family that owned it is now, like any other family, searching for meaning and purpose in an ordinary world. The fortune that once seemed to elevate above all ordinary constraint has demonstrated, as all things must, the universal law of impermanence. What was built was taken apart. What was gathered was scattered. What seemed unbreakable was broken. But in the silent halls of the great mansions, in the afternoon light falling through windows that have not been opened in decades, the memory of that wealth remains. It remains in the carved marble, in the gilded details, in the scale and grandeur of spaces designed to impress. It remains in the photographs and the historical records. And it remains, finally, in the story we have just told. The story of a fortune that was vast and mighty, that seemed permanent and infinite, and that finally, like all fortunes in this world, passed away.